else are we missing?
Brandon and
Where are they? He's in the. You sit in the front?
Oh, there's Jorge.
Brandon and Xavier.
To come sit up, they have to come take their seat. They walked off, and I don't know where they are.
There's no saving seats. I thought it was
Did you text him? Yeah. Did you text Brandon?
Well, they said he was back there, and I went back there, you know? Y'all have to know where he has to be.
Yeah, like an 8-hour flight. Okay. You're starting.
One of my first cousins named Brandon. I can't tell you how many times I have sent him Zoe question questions. Yeah. Like, no, Brandon, Zoe. I like try to like
Differentiate the two.
I was like, so what the hell? Like, Chris, if it ain't about loading or unloading the truck, I don't know.
My coffee, sorry.
This is not going to be.
Good evening and welcome to the Leon Valley City Council special meeting. Today is Tuesday, July the 2nd, 2019. It's approximately 5:34 in the afternoon. We do have a quorum. There are 3 councilors that are present. Before I go into the agenda item number 2, I just wanted to say good evening. I usually welcome citizens and guests to the council meetings, but I think this is kind of a sad day for Leon Valley. I did not know when we passed the charter in 17 that we would be here today trying to forfeit someone's office, but this is what's happening tonight. And of course, I've expressed my opinion, that I wish we had taken a different route, and I understand we didn't. And so the horse is kind of out of the barn, so to speak. We have expended a lot of attorney fees to date. I tried to get the updated today, but through April of 2019, this year, we've approximately spent $47,500, and that doesn't include the month of May or the month of June. So we have a divided city, and I've never seen anything like this in my tenure as mayor. So I do want to thank the council members for allowing me the privilege and the honor to ask questions during this 312 hearing. I actually wrote it thinking that y'all would not vote for me allowing me to ask questions. So thank you very much. I do appreciate that. So with that said, before we go on to the actual meeting, I had some guidelines that, as the presiding officer, I've like to summarize. And if there's any others that the council would like to add, we can add those. But please, let's be civil to one another. This is a very tense and very nerve-wracking process. I've been sick all day. I have not been looking forward to coming tonight. If anyone becomes disruptive, and what does that mean? That means you yell out, you interrupt the proceedings. We are going to give you one warning. That'll be the police officer coming and tapping you on the shoulder, asking you to calm down. If you get a second warning, I will ask, they're going to ask me, and I will remove you from the chambers. So let's not go there, okay? Let's just not go there. I don't want to go to 2 warnings. 1 warning's enough because it's a very emotional situation here. I know last meeting I got several emails from citizens saying, hey, these people were removed. What happened? So I just want to clarify that, okay? Please don't be disruptive. If you need a conversation, step outside the foyer and talk with your neighbor. Again, we are recording these proceedings. No one speaks without first being recognized by the chair. Let's have an orderly process here this evening. So if the counselors want to speak, just raise your hand, okay? That's the best way to do it. Please do not interrupt the speaker. Let them finish and then raise your hand to be recognized to speak. All counselors will be given ample time to ask the questions that they need to be asked. And as I read through the procedures, there's no time limit on anyone's ability to speak or communicate or give their side of the story. Would you please turn off all cell phones? All witnesses will be sworn in by the city secretary. There is a section, and we'll read it in just a few minutes, on citizens to be heard, and I'm reading from the charter according to section 3.12, subsection B, subsection 9. No public comment shall be allowed unless agreed by a majority vote of the members of the city council present. Rules for public comment shall be set by city council. So that's the rule that we're under. Yes.
Due to the fact that this hearing involves a elected official, can I make a motion that we allow citizens to be heard after all the complaints, witnesses, and the respondent?
Okay. Can we hold off until I actually open the meeting, and then
Sure.
when we get to that portion, you can make that motion?
Okay.
Since we've never had a hearing like this in our 67-year history as a city, I would like the council to consider possibly, adjourning about 10 p.m. because I think we kind of get tired and fussy after that. But again, it's going to be up to you all. We will take a break after about 2.5 hours. Okay, so I would like for you all to consider that. All right, so with that said, yes. Do you want me to call the meeting to order first, or would you rather do the? No, that's right. Okay, let me call the meeting to order. Okay, I call the 312 hearing to order on Tuesday, July the 2nd, 2019. It is now 5:39 p.m. in the evening, and I give the floor to Mr. Henry, who's the investigating attorney.
My role at this point is what's conflict counsel, because your city attorney is conflicted out.
Is your mic on?
Is that better?
If you'll explain the difference between investigative or designated officer versus a conflict attorney, just so that everyone knows how your roles have switched here.
The ordinance that was previously passed wasn't in effect when the complaints actually came in, but really the roles were designed so that when the complaints came in, I was essentially the internal investigator to factually determine, what was going on to present to council. And when that role was completed, then I was in a status of conflict counsel, which is basically your city attorney is conflicted out under the rules of disciplinary procedure, so the council needs legal counsel to advise them regarding the complexities of this particular type of case. And so that's the role I sit in now. So I'm basically sitting in the role of the city attorney for express purposes of only this motion, or this subject matter.
So then who would be the designated officer to read the charges?
I'll still have to read the charges.
Oh,
so,
okay, so you're going to do that as well.
Yeah, I can take care of that. Okay. You haven't done anything like this before, and different cities, fortunately, I can say there aren't too many that have had to go through this kind of thing, but when you do, it's important to dot your I's and cross your T's, and so I need to make the council aware of two particular issues. It's up to the council what you want to do with those particular issues. You voted tonight to amend the ordinance. Technically speaking, it's not in effect until it's sent to the publishers.
That's right, and it's got to be published.
Right,
Noticed.
and so it's up to the council if they want to honor the spirit of what the changes were for this particular meeting. But given the kind of what's happened in the case, your ethics ordinances, kind of the procedures that happened so far, and looking at the way the charter and the law is, I need to actually advise you, Mayor, you may want to consider recusing yourself just because of your law firm's involvement on the other side. It could be perceived that you have a conflict of duties basically in your head. If you have a ethical duty to Mr. Martinez, you have a fiduciary duty to the city, it can put you in a difficult position. So again, my job is to advise you legally what's going on, and so I'm bringing that to your attention. It's up to you how you wish to proceed with it. With that being said, the ordinance that you recently passed, the changes won't affect the procedural part, so we can proceed with however it is that you want to proceed.
Okay.
But those are my housekeeping matters.
Okay, thank you, and we're going to go ahead and proceed as intended. Yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
Mr. Henry, I have a question. So you said you're conflict counsel?
Yes, sir.
Who hired you as conflict counsel?
The city manager hired me, and the city manager is the one that hired me initially.
Okay. But you're also the designated officer for this hearing, correct?
I'll be reading the charges that were created. As I said, the designating officer under the ordinance right now wasn't in effect when my roles were defined initially.
Understood.
And so there's no change in what was provided factually. I'm just taking the stuff that was given to you guys on March 15th and then the subsequent information and presenting it to you the charter actually says you have to have a presentation of any prior investigations. And so if, in the future, hopefully you don't have to go through this again, but if for any reason you were to go through it again, the city attorney does, assuming the city attorney is not conflicted out, would have the ability to present a former investigation if the investigator were not around or there would be an issue, with the presentation and timing and scheduling and stuff. So what I will be doing in the protocols tonight, where it lists the designated officer would present the prior investigations, I will just be essentially reiterating what has already been provided to the council.
Okay, so I mean, because to me, this 312 procedure is all new. We just
Yeah.
passed it, right?
Right.
And as I read it, it says the designated officer shall be appointed by majority vote of those members of the city council entitled to deliberate and vote. And I don't believe that has happened. We haven't taken a vote on who the designated officer is.
No, but the role of designating officer is concluded other than presenting
That's
to
the only role that's left in the procedures.
for the designated officer, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Henry?
I guess I had a question. So based on your statement about the conflict, wouldn't the mayor be conflicted in asking questions?
It can put her in a difficult position. The ability for her to ask questions, I had previously provided some information to the council that at the time, because she couldn't ask questions, the conflict was still there, but the impact of it, she may not have been put in as difficult of a position. But if she's allowed to ask questions, it puts her in a more difficult position given the ethics rules.
I'll certainly take that into consideration. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
But just to clarify, at this hearing, you're still not able to ask questions until it's published, right?
Technically, the changes that were made were not can't be in effect until it's published. It's up to the council what you want to allow it to occur.
Yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
So what take precedence, the 312 ordinance or the city charter?
The charter supersedes any particular ordinance you may have,
Right.
to the extent that there is a conflict.
Right.
If there is no conflict and the charter doesn't address it or addresses only like a broad brush stroke of application, then your ordinance kicks in.
So to me, it says right under section 3.06 of our city charter, 306B, the mayor may debate and discuss any matters before the city council.
Yes.
It shall only vote in the event of a tie.
Yes.
So I believe that applies to this hearing.
Okay. So Ms. Charles's comment means that I can't ask questions because it hasn't been published. Is that what has been determined by the council? So it's for future
For
312
future-
hearings? that the
From
mayor
a
can
technical
ask
matter,
questions?
yes, ma'am, that is correct.
All right, very good. All right, number 2, roll call. Ms. Posla, if you'll please call the roll.
For clarification, am I calling the counselors that are also sitting out here, or just?
Yes, if they're in the room, call them for the roll call.
Okay. Counselor Charles,
Present.
Counselor Rodriguez, Counselor Alcacer,
Present.
Counselor Martinez, and Counselor Bradshaw,
Present.
and Mayor Riley.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. Protocol number 3, acknowledge charter-imposed limits. The note I have here from Mr. Ryan is council members Martinez and Rodriguez are prohibited under our charter from sitting on the dais, deliberating or voting. Just so everyone knows. Is that what you said?
Yeah, just so everyone
Okay.
knows.
And it's because they're involved in the complaint and respondent.
Yes,
right?
a complaint and respondent. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Protocol number 4, special meeting. Acknowledge this is a special meeting called pursuant to section 3.12 of the Leon Valley City Charter. And so this is a special meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Number 5, no citizen comment. No citizen comment or citizens to be heard is permitted unless agreed upon by a majority vote of the members of the City Council who may deliberate and vote during the 312 hearing. Now, Mr. Bradshaw, you had a question there.
Yeah, like I said before, due to the fact that this is a hearing that involves an elected official elected by the people, the citizens of Leon Valley, I would like to allow citizens to be heard after all the complainants, the witnesses, and the respondent has had a chance to speak.
Would there be a time limit on that, or no
And
time
yeah,
limit?
I mean, depending on how many people, maybe we could limit it to 3 minutes per person.
Okay. And is that a motion?
That is a motion.
Okay. And is there a second?
Nobody wants to hear from the citizens.
It dies for a lack of a second, I'm sorry. So there will be no citizen comment as per the council majority. Moving then to protocol number 6, executive session. If executive session is necessary, those members of the City Council permitted to deliberate and vote shall convene into executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney if applicable. No other grounds for executive session shall be allowed during the 3.12 hearing. Protocol number 7, open session. Ms. Pasolay, if you'll please read agenda item number 2 on tonight's agenda, please.
The City Council will investigate, consider, and may take action regarding all complaints against Benny Martinez that he improperly interfered with, gave orders to, or undermined the authority of the legal department, i.e. City Attorney's Office, the Community Development Department, the City Manager, and the Police Department. It also includes the complaints filed against Benny Martinez by Councilor Catherine Rodriguez.
Okay, thank you. Agenda item number, or protocol number 8, explanation of purpose of meeting. For the first hearing held regarding the investigation or charges, the presiding officer shall read to the public a statement regarding the nature of the investigation or charges and identifying the respondent and the complainants, if any. If more than one hearing is held regarding the investigation or charged, subsequent meetings are not required to have an explanation to the public. So, how to summarize all this? This is what I was working on today. And I will say that there are, these complaints began last December 12th. Councilor Rodriguez filed a complaint with Ms. Kinsler on December 12th, alleging harassment by Mr. Martinez. On December 18th, Denise Frederick filed a grievance against Mr. Martinez, I believe for hostile work environment. I'm trying to find Mr. Milan. I thought I had that one. Mr. Milan filed his complaint against Mr. Martinez around December 18th as well. And you'll see that, I'm sure, in one of the exhibits. And then on January 2nd, 2019, after the Christmas holidays, Ms. Acuna filed a complaint against Mr. Martinez as well. And 2 officers, Officer Berton and Officer Azar, filed complaints against Mr. Martinez. And then I just got my book this morning, but there were 2 additional complaints, one from Chief Savaggio on, I'm not sure which date it was. We have October 3rd, and then we have April 17th, October 3rd of 2018, and October 17th of 2019, out of an executive session, a complaint about Mr. Martinez and other counselors in that session. And then on Tuesday, April 16th, the city manager filed a complaint against Mr. Martinez about contacting the media about his complaint against her, is what I would say. Yes.
I have a question. Since the other counselors and our city attorney aren't sitting on the dais because they're conflicted out, should the city manager be sitting on the dais since she has a complaint against Councilmember Martinez?
I don't know.
Her position isn't, she doesn't deliberate or vote. She's just here for providing information. I mean, you technically can have her sit wherever you want her to sit. But her presence isn't dictated by the charter on the dais, so it's kind of, that's up to you guys.
Okay, that's just a question.
Yeah, no, it's good.
Okay. And so those are the list of and order of witnesses that will be called that I just summarized for the complainants. Those are all the complainants that I just listed. And the respondent is Mr. Benny Martinez. And let me just summarize. Mr. Henry has provided us a lot of paper since December. I mean, a lot. I've got files and files of paper. So I was going to just summarize so you'll have a little bit better background of what's gone on. Based on the action taken by City Council at the June 4th, 2019 council meeting, the City Council has now scheduled this hearing for tonight to investigate and hear complaints against Mr. Martinez for violations of the city charter. The council will investigate and consider all complaints against Benny Martinez that he improperly interfered with, gave orders to, and undermined the authority of the legal department, the community development department, the city manager, and the police department. It also includes the complaints filed against Councilwoman Rodriguez. This investigation and consideration includes all complaints and factual information provided to Mr. Martinez in a March 15, 2019 factual report and follow-up correspondence of April 23rd. While the March 15th report notes the hostile work environment claims, somebody didn't turn off their cell phone. Okay, please turn off your cell phones. While the March 15th report notes the hostile work environment claims brought by employees against Mr. Martinez are not sustained for purpose of the legal definition of a hostile work environment, the same factual basis can be considered to potentially qualify as interference, giving orders, and undermining. This council's investigation and consideration can also include any potential violations of the city charter, even if not expressly included in the reports. Now that the investigation is in the hands of the City Council, they can also consider additional complaints which fall under the scope of the motion and vote. Such includes any interference, order, or undermining behavior regarding any of the listed departments, regardless of whether the employee filed a complaint. So I think so it's not the original complaint, it's outside of the original complaint. The City Council may inquire into any matter they wish at the 312 hearing dealing with the operation of any department and any new evidence or matter which is discovered during the hearing. While the City Council may take action on any of the above listed information at the initial 3.12 hearing, if it wishes to take action on any newly discovered information, it must provide with notice of the new complaint and an opportunity to prepare a response if such new complaints constitute an allegation of forfeiture or violation of the charter. However, the City Council may still take action on any noticed complaint if it wishes. The Council may determine any of the above complaints violated 3.08 of the charter or 3.09 of the charter. And Mr. Henry will now list or read the following charges, because that was referenced in this letter that you had written. So
Yes, ma'am.
it was kind of out of context, but
Excuse me, a question. If I have a motion for the order of witnesses, do I do that now or after you make your statement?
I think it's after.
After I make the statement, but before the witness section is called in the ordinance.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so protocol procedure number 9.
Yes, ma'am.
Call for presentation of charges. For the first hearing where charges have been filed or where they will be considered, the presiding officer shall call the designated officer, which is Mr. Henry to my left, to publicly read a summary of the charges against each respondent. And there's only one respondent. If more than one hearing is held regarding the charges, subsequent meetings are not required to read the charges. So, Mr. Henry, if you'll proceed, please.
Thank you, Mayor. There is a lot of paper and there is a lot of stuff to go through. And I actually did not go through everything. I had provided some information to the council that I stopped at a certain point, given what the time frame and context that were applicable in the original complaints. The council can proceed with its investigative function as it sees fit. In December of 2018, city manager had received 2 complaints, as you had already noted, Mayor, against council member Betty Martinez. Several more complaints were forwarded to the city manager's office over the next few months. The city manager retained my firm to serve in the dual functions. Well, they're sequential functions. One is the investigating officer, which the ordinance now titles designated officer. And the second is once the internal investigation was completed, I act as conflict counsel because of the city attorney has conflicted out. I was subsequently retained for the separate matter of the lawsuit, but that's beyond the scope of what the hearing is today. As my role as the investigator, I previously provided a report to the City Council regarding the results of that investigation. Your charter basically states that any prior investigation that had been completed must be provided to you at the 312 hearing. And so essentially what I'm doing is referencing back to the March 15th factual report that provided you most of the information. The findings of that investigation were in summary form that the hostile work environment claims brought by Ms. Milan, Ms. Frederick, Mrs. R., and Mr. Brenton were not sustained as they were not based on a protected class because of the harassment was not based on because of a protected class. That the sexual harassment complaint by Councilwoman Rodriguez should be set for a 312 hearing, and the council would decide if it wanted to set a 312 hearing regarding the Acuna incidents. Additional items were referenced. Additional information was provided to me during that investigation that I made the council aware of as to whether or not they wanted to continue, expand the investigation, act however they wanted to within their functions. After holding several hearings, the City Council moved forward with setting this particular hearing, but limited the scope. All complaints that Betty Martinez interfered with, gave orders to, or undermined the authority of the city manager in her office, the city attorney in her office, the police chief, and the community development department, as well as moving forward with the complaints filed by Councilwoman Catherine Rodriguez. Those assertions were already provided to the council and to Mr. Martinez. The additional information that falls under the scope of what that motion is that I have possession of, I have turned over to Mr. Martinez and I have provided to the council. As I said, I didn't search through everything, so other witnesses may have additional information for you, as you had already read, Mayor. But based on the information that I had accumulated, I provided Mr. Martinez notice that the following could fall under any of those categories if determined to be true by the council. That he interfered with, gave orders to, or undermined the authority of the city attorney, Denise Frederick, without going through the city manager as required in the charter, in relation to public right-of-way definitions and disputes regarding RLUIPA, which is a religious freedom issue, which occurred last year. He interfered with, gave orders to, or undermined the authority of Brandon Milan and the employees of the Community Development Department, including demanding creation of documents and information which did not exist in the city records in relation to Texas zoning matrix of religious freedom and RLUIPA matters, demanding of staff to collect information not contained within city records and not requested by the city council as a body in relation to zoning notification mailers, distancing and specifically, directly interfering with staff's ability to issue permits related to special use permits involving George Morehouse certificate of occupancy and specific use permit matter. Directly giving instructions to staff to be business friendly, as noted in his email of February 12, 2018, directly interfering with staff by demanding they administratively approve permits to be business friendly, as noted in the former employee Nina Nixon Mendez letter of February 12, 2018, intentionally undercutting Mr. Milan's authority in public in order to disrupt the Community Development Department and its operations at the operational level. It was listed in the December 18th, 2018 communication. September 12th, 2018, he ordered Milan to amend his design manual to include specific language that he desired to be in it. It was not directed by council. That Martinez publicly interfered with the city manager's authority and authority of the police chief by challenging the decision to wand individuals entering City Hall in front of other members of the public, as listed in the Azar and Brenton complaints. Officer Brenton's complaint that Martinez publicly interfered with the city manager's authority and that of the police chief by challenging the decision to wand individuals, directly interfering with staff's administrative role regarding the rewiring of the library at around October of 2018. After being advised not to make public statements prior to executive session on April 2nd, 2019, Martinez publicly accused the city manager of unethical behavior, interfering with her abilities to execute her duties, which would constitute a violation of Section 309 of the city charter, directly countermining the city manager through the complaint that he filed, if the council were to determine the complaint were frivolous or without basis, and is part of the city manager's complaint on April 16, 2019. Interfering and undermining city manager's authority to by interjecting himself into the library rewiring project, as articulated in the October 29, 2018 communication. The city manager requested multiple times, and this was just one of several, that he not give directions to staff and that he run things through her. On February 28, 2018, ordering the city manager to offer a specific individual different values in order to keep them at the city. March 26, 2018, involving himself in making official statements regarding pending litigation that undermines the city manager's authority to manage that litigation. April 3rd, 2018, involving himself in instructing the city manager and chief of police to be selective and individually enforce the sex offender registration requirements. April 10th, 2018, ordering the chief of police to issue citations for criminal violations, undercutting the chief's authority and that of the city manager by injecting orders which invade officer discretion and legal interpretations. August 2018, interjecting himself in the Pilgrim Cleaners dispute regarding them and Mr. Yarnell. October 2018, interjecting himself into the use of Barcom and Artcom for IT services and direction, interfering with the city attorney's office when Roxanne Cotroneo, I believe is the... Cotonero, thank you, was presented. She had asserted that he had misquoted and fabricated when he conveyed legal advice that she had had, and they intentionally misrepresented what her legal advice was, interfering with the city attorney's ability to provide accurate advice to the council, as described in an email of December 31st, 2018. December 19th, 2018, he was informed of the complaint filed by Frederick. Martinez responded with a complaint against Frederick, stating she should not advise the council unless she's asked to. She's asked a question. February 2018, complaint filed by Felisa Novin regarding SA Aquarium, giving direct orders to staff in that instance, violating 308 of the charter based on Catherine Rodriguez's complaints. Martinez's demand that investigators assigned by the city manager cease all investigative efforts immediately, as listed in his email of January 10th, 2019. Police chief's complaint about being pressured to stop criminal investigations. Police chief's complaint of undermining authority of his authority due to public statements made on April 16, 2019 that articulated in his complaint. Violation of the city charter regarding citizens to be heard portion on the April 16th meeting at 8 p.m. Could constitute a deliberation in violation of 312, and the same information regarding him making the same statements on June 4th. at the June 4th meeting. Various charges, if determined to be true, could constitute violation of Section 309A of the City Charter, Section 309C, Section 309D, Section 308B1, and Section 7.02A. I submitted the completed investigation to the City Council, and I copied Mr. Martinez on March 15th. The March 15th assertions basically incorporated all of the filed complaints and the information regarding them. So what I just read off is in addition to the filed complaints that were articulated on March 15th. However, I also informed the council that while the hostile work environment claims of the employees were not sustained because they weren't classified for the employees of Milan, Frederick, Azar, and Brenton. What they seemed to really be getting at was that what he was doing was interfering with their ability to work and their jobs, and they felt he was giving them orders in violation of the charter. I provided the City Council all documents that I had collected prior to March 15th. They were not directly associated with the complaint, but they were provided en masse, and so that's what's actually provided to you now as a prior investigation. Upon completing the investigation, I stopped acting as the investigator. I just assumed the responsibility of the Conflict Council. According to your adopted ordinance, we had to go through the presentation of charges, so that's what my statement just is. Next, you're to hear from complainants if you have a particular order or a particular list or how to manage the presentation or the calling of the complainants. Now would be the time.
Okay. What about protocol number 10, presentation of investigation results? Is that you incorporated both the charges and the investigation results in one?
Yes, ma'am.
I
I hit 9 and 10 together.
Okay, that's all. I just wanted to be sure. And the next protocol is presentation by complainants, and then presentation by called witnesses is after that. So did you want to make a motion for, Ms. Alcazar, I'm sorry, did you want to make a motion for the presentation of the complainants?
Yeah, the
Who goes
order.
first? The order? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So I move that we do the complainants and the other, we have a couple of corroborating witnesses. And actually, I was hoping to get the corroborating ones right after the person they corroborate, if that is okay.
It's up to you. If you make the motion as to the order you want, if the council agrees, then that's the way you proceed.
Okay, so my motion is that the order of witnesses that we're going to hear initially, number 1, City Manager Kelly Kienzler. Number 2, complainant and City Councilor Catherine Rodriguez. Number 3, complainant Ivana Cunha. Number 4, Melinda Moritz. Number 5, Brandon Milan. Number 6, Javier or Xavier Antu. Number 7, complainant Denise Frederick. Number 8, complainant Officer Joanna Sarr. Number 9, complainant Officer Jorge Breton. Number 10, Chief Joe Salvaggio. I need a second.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilor Alcazar and a second by Councilor Charles to call the following order of witnesses by the complainant. City Manager Kienzler, Catherine Rodriguez, Councilor Catherine Rodriguez, Ivana Cunha, Melinda Moritz, Brandon Milan, Javier Antuna, is that right?
Antu
Antu,
or Xavier.
Xavier, okay. Denise Frederick, Attorney Denise Frederick, Officer Azor, Officer Brenton, and Chief Joe Savaggio. Any further discussion? Yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
Mayor, I do have a concern with this. I don't believe that all the people listed were complainants. At least I haven't seen complaints from, I don't believe, Melinda or Javier on two.
Okay.
Are the only two.
That's why I mentioned that I was putting them in the order that they had corroborating, and instead of putting them at the end, they were with the ones that they had corroborating information.
So, but this section we're talking about next is the presentation of complainants, right?
Well, included any other witnesses, so we can put it in the order. Mr. Henry said we can put it in any order. That was my question before I made the motion.
Okay.
Ms. Morris has corroborating information about Ms. Acuna, and Mr. Antu has corroborating evidence.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. So we're going to have some complainants and then witnesses that back up the complainants. Is that
Well,
with that?
I don't know what they're
Or,
going to say.
right, that have to do with it.
Right,
Okay, I'm okay with that. I just wanted to make
okay.
make
Thank
sure I
you.
was clear.
Thank you.
So we need to vote on that. All those in favor of this order of witnesses to begin with on the complainant side, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. I'm sorry? Okay. Mr. Martinez has asked if he could, and I have no problem with it, but I don't know about the council, but he would like to respond to these charges so that we get a balance here. And if there's no objection, I would let Mr. Martinez do an opening statement before we call
I
the-
object. He has a time to do that when the respondent is called.
What do you mean? I was just charged with a bunch of allegations against me, and, I should be given the opportunity to make an opening statement and respond to this.
But Councilor Martinez, when it's your time, when the respondent is called, you have all that time to do that.
And especially, would you please tell me when I'll be able to talk?
Number 13, presentation by respondent.
So everybody's going to testify against me. It's going to be a kangaroo court. And then, after everybody's gone home, it's going to be 10 o'clock at night, or the next hearing, if this continues, then I'm going to be speaking to a bunch of, nobody's going to be here, so nobody's going to hear my opening statement. Is that fair? Are you going to
Mr.
deny
Martinez,
me my constitutional
Mr.
rights?
Mr. Martinez, I have a suggestion that maybe we could do it where you have because it's kind of hard to listen to all one side and then, go back and try to recall what they all said so that you can rebut it. But what if we took one witness and then you rebutted that one witness? Then
Well,
the second witness
I
and you
would-
have
I would-
a rebuttal.
I would appreciate
That's what
that.
I was thinking that might be a
I
little
would
bit fair.
appreciate that, because that way I can, as we go down the witnesses, but I should, just like a list of the charges was presented, I should be able to give an opening statement.
Okay.
That's only fair. It's,
me just a second,
if you
Mr.
don't
Charles,
let
don't
me, if you
interrupt.
don't let me give an opening statement, you're violating my constitutional rights.
Okay. All right. Thank
And
you.
I want to make that point perfectly clear,
Thank
that
you.
this is violating my constitutional rights.
We're going to take a vote on it, and I'm going to let Mr. Bradshaw speak next because he
yeah.
had his hand up.
Mayor, two things. One, I agree with you. I think that's a fair way to do it. Maybe not complainant by complainant, but as Ms. Alcazar said earlier, if there's a group of complainant and backup witnesses to go with the charge, and then allow Mr. Martinez time to respond to each charge in turn. That's the first issue. And the second, I've been getting some texts from some citizens that are being turned away outside, and my concern is several of them are witnesses for Mr. Martinez, and they're being told that there's no room, so they aren't allowed into the chambers.
Mayor, Councilor Bradshaw, I can actually address that. You asked me about one witness, and we let her in. I was not aware there was
There are
other witnesses.
at least two more that have come that are
Okay,
outside.
and the reason is by order of the fire chief, this room can have 70 people, and he's already exceeded it with staff.
Okay,
So
can they
that
come sit
the
in?
most citizens could be in here.
Can they come sit in the meeting room
Yeah.
outside, at least so they're not outside in the heat?
Sure, you let me find the chief, or where's Salcedo? There you are. Would you see if the two witnesses that are here to testify on behalf of Martinez can sit in the room back over here, please? That way they're not in the heat. Thank you. We were not aware of that.
Yeah.
And Mayor, if I may, one of our rules for, I guess etiquette, is that none of our cell phones should be on or activated during the meeting, the counselors.
I don't have mine with me.
But
I never have
he
mine.
does, and is receiving active text and shouldn't be, and so that's one of our
Okay.
rules. Do you want to see
So
it?
you'd rather have citizens just go home?
Is that a written?
Yes,
It is?
it is.
Okay.
It is a written.
I've never called that down. Yes, Ms. Frederick? Did you have something to say?
If Mr. Martinez gets to rebut the complainants, then the complainants should be able to rebut whatever he has.
You bet. You bet. I agree. 100%.
After we give our statements, all right?
But
Excuse me, Ms. Charles, just a minute. Let me finish with Ms. Frederick, and then I will recognize you. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
I was just trying to clarify that. I'm sorry, on the mic. I apologize. Because Mr. Martinez has said that, it's been suggested that he should follow up the complainants with a rebuttal, but the complainants should be able to follow up his rebuttal with a rebuttal.
You bet.
So is that directly after his rebuttal, or how is that going to work?
That's a good point. I don't know. So can we kind of start, and then we can sort of, but we'll try to make sure that it's fair and equal, and everybody, gets the back and forth, so that we can get all the information. Is that
Yes,
acceptable?
however the council wants to do
Yes,
it.
Counselor Charles, go
I
ahead.
recommend that we follow the protocols that we spent weeks on writing, and it's presentation by complainants, presentation by called witnesses, and then presentation by respondent.
So you're gonna honestly sit here in front of all these people and deny me my constitutional right to make an opening statement?
No,
Yes or no?
I'm going to ask you to save it to respondent.
So you're gonna prevent me from making an opening statement?
Mr. Martinez, let's just see if there's a motion to allow you to have an opening statement.
Mr. Henry,
that
can
way.
we go into an executive session for attorney's advice on this issue, please?
If you wish, yes, ma'am.
I do wish.
Okay.
Okay.
Just really quickly, just to clarify, it's Crystal over here, sorry.
Didn't know who was talking to me.
Assistant Chief Salcedo just came in and said he went outside. There are no more witnesses outside, any people outside claiming to be witnesses.
Okay. Very good.
Thank you.
So it's now 6:22, and at the request of Counselor Alcacer, we are moving into executive session, and so we stand in recess until we come back. Thank you.
Do I go or stay? No, just those.
Ruben, they're going into executive session.
Okay, if everyone could take their seats, it's now 6:38 on July the 2nd, and we have returned from a short executive session. And Mr. Bradshaw, we do have a motion.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to amend the order of the complainants. First, we'll hear from Kelly Kunstler, and second, we will hear from Catherine Rodriguez, and then third, Yvonne Acuna. After which, Councilor Martinez will have a chance to respond to the complaints by Catherine Rodriguez and Yvonne Acuna. And following that, we'll have the rest of the complainants in the order that was proposed earlier. And following that, Mr. Martinez will have a chance to respond to the rest of the complainants.
Okay.
I second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Bradshaw and a second by Councilor Charles to amend the order of witnesses and allowing Mr. Martinez to respond at certain points during that list of order of witnesses as presented by Mr. Bradshaw. Any
And I
further discussion?
Have a point of clarification. It will include that Mr. Martinez not have an opening statement until he's ready to call his own witnesses, and also that the council will have the opportunity to question the witnesses before Mr. Martinez, Councilor Martinez, gives any response, and that in turn the witnesses will have the opportunity to give their own rebuttal to his response.
Correct.
Okay.
And his response should be in respect to their comments only. You know, he should be responding to what they've said only.
Until he has his own time.
Yes.
Okay.
And that would be at protocol number 13, Mr. Martinez. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Then moving back then to, where are we?
We're ready to call Kelly and put her under oath.
Presentation by called witnesses, is that it? Number,
No, 11.
oh, I'm sorry, presentation by complainants. All right, so we have the oath by City Secretary Sandra Pasle, and we call Kelly Kinsler as the first witness.
Mayor, would you like me to stay here, or would you like me to go to the podium?
I think at the podium would be.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, if we made him make it, maybe save a little time, swear in this whole group, and including Councilor Martinez up together.
That's fine with me. Ms. Kinsler is getting sworn in first, and because you may have a family. But we're taking you first because of a family situation that you may need to leave for. So I just wanted everybody to know that. That's why it's out of order.
Yes, to do everybody. Yes.
If all the witnesses could stand up, please. Thank you.
Okay, and just for the record, all of the witnesses on the front row have been sworn in. Is this something different? Okay.
Yes.
All right, please begin.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilors. I just handed you out, or the police officers just handed you out 2 notebooks that I've prepared. One of them is entitled 312 Hearing, today's date, and this is the timeline of the investigation, which I'd like to go over first, at least to tell you how I receive the complaints and who the witnesses are. And then secondly, you have another book that looks like this that I've prepared. And in front of each of the books is an actual chronological timeline giving you the date of the email and a reference to the email as to what happened. So the first book that I will be talking about looks like this, and it says Timeline of Investigation. So this book right here are instances where the city manager, the assistant city manager, or the staff have been given orders, instructions, or interference by Councilor Martinez. There's instances where there's either a conflict or a perceived conflict of interest in this book as well, through his business or through his business colleagues and friends. The second notebook, which is the one we're going to start with tonight, contains the chronological order of events that have transpired since the first written complaint that I received from Councilor Catherine Rodriguez. And the complaints are in this notebook as well. The complaints have ranged from sexual harassment to hostile work environment. It appears from the pre-litigation investigation that I asked Councilor Ryan Henry to do. We did not meet, the city did not meet the threshold of a hostile work environment by federal definition, but certainly did meet the interference with the duties of a counselor pursuant to your home rule charter. There's also in there complaints regarding interference with staff's ability to do their jobs. So I'm sort of starting backwards from the time that Mr. Henry was hired by me, and then I'm going to go all the way back to 2015 with the second notebook. So
Excuse me, Mr. Martinez, can we let Ms. Kensler finish her presentation? Did you want to? Okay. Go ahead. And just very briefly, because we've got to
Shouldn't I
get
have a copy of, if this information is going to be presented to you guys, shouldn't I have a copy of that to reference?
That's a good
If
point.
other than that, it shouldn't be allowed.
Okay.
Mayor, Councilor, I have extra notebooks, and I'm absolutely happy to provide a copy.
That was a good point. Thank you.
You're
I appreciate
welcome.
him
Absolutely.
being able to get that too. Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
According to the rules of the 312 charter, it says that the respondent should be receive all information 14 calendar days prior to holding a 312 hearing.
So I'm, to the best of my knowledge, in the
All this
first
information?
book, you're literally not getting anything new. I'm just putting it in order for you. If there's something new in here, you may let me know. But to the best of my knowledge, there's nothing new in this notebook.
All of your stuff is in this big 400-page
All
book
of
that I just got?
All
this
of this
morning?
first notebook should absolutely be in here, in different order. What I've done is I've put it in chronological order for you, so you understand my involvement with this investigation.
Okay, so the 14 days does not apply because it was already given to Mr.
If there's an
Martinez,
email
but
in
this
here
is in a
that's
different.
not been given to you, I would
It's
be
just
unaware of that.
chronological, but that would be helpful, I think, to all of us. to
But
have that.
nonetheless, I'm happy to turn over the notebook.
Okay.
So on actually prior to December 12th of 2018, I began to slowly get approached by Dr. Catherine Rodriguez. And actually, the first time I was approached was, would have been in October at National Night Out. We were at, forgot the name of the business, but it's the pet grooming place, boarding place behind the HEB. And as we were leaving the HEB, I overheard Councilor Martinez ask Dr. Rodriguez if she would like to take a bath with him. I did not say anything. I just simply walked to the police car, and I was in shock. And so I asked Lieutenant David Gonzalez, who was driving me, if he had heard the comment, and Lieutenant Gonzalez said yes, he had heard the comment. So I didn't bring it up to Counselor Rodriguez. I didn't feel like that was my place. She brought it up to me, however, afterwards, and asked me if I had heard it, and I told her that yes, I had, and so had Lieutenant Gonzalez. She said that she was thinking of complaining against Counselor Martinez, and I told her that if she chose to do so, that I would need something in writing. I did not receive anything in writing after that day. Until December the 12th, no, I'm sorry, it was before the 12th, and I'm not sure what day, but it was sometime following the tree lighting investigation and prior to the 12th, Dr. Rodriguez visited my office and said that she would like to speak with me, that she had an incident at the tree lighting ceremony that made her very uncomfortable. And she proceeded to explain to me that while the manager and council took their picture, their Christmas picture, with Santa Claus, I believe, was in that picture, that Counselor Martinez had thrusted his backside up against her and that it made her feel very uncomfortable. And I believe her words were, she felt like there would be pictures to prove it. So I asked one of our staff to please send me all the pictures from the Christmas tree lighting. On December 12th, I received an email complaint from Dr. Rodriguez with not only those two allegations, but another allegation of inappropriate touching on the dais where the witness is Miss Crystal Caldera. And I wasn't sure what to do or how to handle it. And so I went to what I call the Constitution of the City of Leon Valley, or our Home Rule Charter. Our Home Rule Charter does not address this. So I was unsure of where to go or what to do. The city attorney happened to be, couldn't catch her at the time. She was gone and she had court and something was going on. But when I finally did talk to her, she advised me that I was not to go to her for legal advice because she would be filing a complaint herself. So knowing that I had two complaints coming, I called our insurance representative, who is the Texas Municipal League, or the Risk Management Pool. The worker, I don't know what his title is, was unsure as to what advice to give me. So he went to the head of the risk pool, who was also unsure as to what advice to give me or what I was supposed to do, who then got a hold of Scott Houston, and we ended up having a telephone conference about it. And the reason I came to this decision is because Mr. Houston said that this is unusual to have a complaint where it's a counselor on counselor. In fact, I've been doing this 25 or 30 years. I've never witnessed anything like this. Not from this complaint through today, I have never witnessed anything like this. So Mr. Houston asked me what I would do because before a city manager, I was a county manager, and I explained to him that I would do a pre-litigation investigation because first and foremost, it is my job to protect the taxpayers of the city of Leon Valley. And I wanted to make certain that I kept the liability of the city to a minimum. And then I also explained to him that I felt like Counselor Martinez needed this thoroughly investigated, as did the complainants. So, as all of you know, my statement, so that the sun may shine and we may get through this. Mr. Houston agreed that this was the right thing to do and referred me to several different attorneys who were already representing us, and I think the third name he gave me was Mr. Ryan Henry. Asked if I'd ever heard of Mr. Ryan Henry? And I said, no, I had not. And he said, well, then that's perfect. Why don't you contact Mr. Henry and see if you can get a pre-litigation investigation done? And I said, great. In New Mexico, the risk pool would have paid for this. And he said, well, in Texas, we don't. So what is your authority? And I said, my authority is $50,000. And he said, okay, that's what I think you should do. I then called the previous city manager from the city of Fort Worth, who is what you would call my senior advisor, to make certain that what I was doing was correct and if I was missing any steps. He said, he asked what my next move was going to be, and I said that I was going to notify both Mayor Riley and Councilor Martinez. If you look at the chronological order of events, lots of things happened on the 18th. I emailed Mr. Henry and followed up on our phone conversation. I emailed Mr. Henry the grievance from Denise Frederick. I emailed Mr. Henry the complaint from Councilor Rodriguez. I emailed Councilor Rodriguez regarding, no, I'm sorry. I emailed Mr. Henry regarding terms of engagement for his contract. The same day, the 18th, I got another complaint from Dr. Councilor Rodriguez regarding Councilor Martinez's treatment of Brandon Milland, which is attached to this in part of your records. So that was turned over to Mr. Henry's law firm as well. December 19th, I wrote a letter to the city attorney assuring her that we were taking her complaint seriously. Wrote a letter to Councilor Rodriguez doing the same. December 19th, I emailed, I'm sorry, that was all December 19th. The same day, December 19th, I emailed Councilor Martinez and the mayor regarding the complaints that had been filed by Councilor Rodriguez and Denise Frederick. December 19th, there's emails in there between Councilor Martinez and me, and his response, when I explained to Councilor Martinez that I had two individuals who were filing a complaint against him, his response was, well, then he wants to file a complaint against the city attorney for acting as a sixth counselor. And you have all that. On December 20th, I contact Councilor Martinez asking him if he has any questions or he needs anything. I refer him to Ryan Henry instead of coming to me. December 20th, there is an email to both me and Mayor Riley from Chief Salvaggio regarding police chief presentation on security. December the 31st, there's an email to me from Ms. Cotroneo, who is the previous city attorney, regarding Councilman Martinez's conduct and advice given to him while she was city attorney. And what's important about that is that the complaint from both of the city attorneys have been synonymous. Misinterpretation of the law and fabricating the truth. On January the 2nd of 2019, I had a knock on my door from Melinda Moritz, who is the Public Works Director, and stated that she needed to talk to me about a problem that she was having at Public Works. So Ms. Moritz is here tonight and is a witness, but to make a long story short, she wanted to know how I could prohibit Councilor Martinez from coming in to the Public Works area while Ivana Cunha was there alone. And she actually then told me that Ms. Acuna was extremely uncomfortable with Mr. Martinez when they were by themselves, that he would not look at her in the face, that he continued to look down her shirt and at her cleavage, which was another complaint that I had received 2 weeks earlier by Councilor Rodriguez. So January the 2nd, I actually decide, I don't say anything at the time, I don't believe, to Ms. Moritz about what's going on. At that point, I decide that I'm going to call Ms. Moritz and let her know that there is a possible investigation going on, and if Yvonne Acuna wanted to make a statement, that I would like to have it in the near future, because what I didn't want to do is get a complaint from Yvonne Acuna after this case was already closed. I wanted this to be investigated in its entirety. So I actually just paged Melinda at her office, and Melinda called Yvonne in, and Yvonne said absolutely that she wanted to, and she wanted to put it in writing. So I believe somewhere along the line she asked me what to say, and my answer to her, just like it's been to everybody else, is whatever the truth is. On December the 17th, there's been a lot of questions on whether or not the city manager, I know that Mr. Henry has done a significant amount of research for Mayor Riley as to whether or not the city manager had the authority to conduct this investigation. Contained within this book, not only do you have Ryan Henry's 7-page, I believe, memo, which explains the city manager's authority to do this, but you also have the purchasing authority that was a policy adopted by you, the council, giving the city manager the $50,000 worth of authority. And you also have emails from the Texas Municipal League. When you go down into February, there's email correspondence between Councilor Martinez, myself, the council, Brandon and Denise, regarding St. John's Church. And I'm sorry, memory has now failed me, and I don't remember what this one says. So let me get there. Okay, so this one is Councilor Martinez actually emails me, and it's in here, asking me to reprimand Chief Salvaggio and to make a public apology to the lady at a future council meeting. She said that he had an outrageous outburst. So I respond explaining to Mr. Martinez what actually happened. And as the administrator, I am tasked with making the decisions as to whether or not a staff member should be reprimanded, thanking him for his input on this matter. February the 5th, there is a string of emails where Councilor Martinez interferes with the Gail and Bob Tribble case. And I'm not going to go over that interference, but I think it's clearly interference, and it's listed in your table of contents. February the 7th, there is an email from Councilor Martinez regarding what I should do about the San Antonio Aquarium. February the 11th, there's an email to Ryan Henry's law office from me regarding complaints that I received, new complaints from Officer Azar, Officer Breton, and Yvonne Acuna. And those complaints are all attached to that email. On March the 15th, Mr. Henry actually concludes his investigation. I am perplexed as to why the investigation is taking so long, and I've left out those emails, but Mr. Henry is explaining that at first he was not getting cooperation from Councilor Martinez to come in and interview at all, and finally, through some interference, I don't know if interference, I don't want to be offensive, through some assistance, Mayor Riley actually convinced Councilor Martinez to go in and speak with Mr. Ryan. So that's the reason, because I've had that question a lot, that's the reason that the investigation took so long. There was scheduling and rescheduling, and then lots of legal research that also had to be done, plus the holidays, of course. But that's why this investigation took from December the 18th to March the 15th. And so March the 15th, I actually do an email to the City Council attaching the fact report from Mr. Henry. I also attach the fact report and send it to each of the complainants that you see here in front of you. March the 25th, there is some email correspondence between Ivana Cunha and me. Let me get to that. And what basically happens is Ms. Acuna reads the fact report that I send out, and she says that there are several errors. My advice to her is to get a hold of Mr. Henry and make certain that he makes any corrections that she feels are appropriate. I ask her to reach out to him to ensure that her statement is correct and is true. And then I thank her for bringing it to my attention. March the 26th, there was an email from Mayor Riley to Ryan Henry's law firm and from Councilor Rodriguez, if this is all one string, to me regarding the executive session that is of importance. And the way this email starts is there's yet again another complaint from Dr. Catherine Rodriguez. She is aggravated with the fact that her request for an executive session regarding her complaint has not been set because there was continuation after continuation after continuation. And so anyway, the correspondence for that is available in there. April the 1st, I sent you an email regarding additional information which supplemented the 315 report. And that was sent to every council member. And that was from Mr. Henry. April 1st, I also sent, actually April 1st, I actually received a complaint from the Wiley Law Group. And they actually represent Ms. Denise Frederick. I forwarded the Wiley Law Group's letter to the council so that it could be included as part of the record. Fast forward you to the April 16th email. So after I begin to forward complaints, and after I hire Mr. Henry, I actually have a complaint that Mr. Martinez constructed against me, and rather going through the proper channels, he actually walked around and gave it to the media sources back here who came and told me what he had given them, and if I had a response. This is a violation of the Home Rule Charter and of the law. April 17th, I actually received another complaint, a supplemental complaint from Chief Salvaggio. Chief Salvaggio had a concern from the April 16th council meeting attack on him regarding an open criminal investigation that Mr. Martinez called wrong and uncalled for. Chief Salvaggio discussed the continued lack of respect for his department and handling citizens' complaints in the same manner that we would anyone else. Chief Salvaggio felt like there was pressure to drop the case for his friend, and that it was repeated tonight just as it was in other sessions. Chief Salvaggio was concerned that Council Martinez, in front of all of you, actually told me that I could direct Chief Salvaggio to drop the criminal investigation. My response to Councilor Martinez was, I absolutely cannot. I am not a law enforcement officer, and I don't hold that authority. So that's what this complaint is about. And I'm sure Chief Salvaggio will elaborate further. April 25th, as I mentioned in my last hearing, there was actually a temporary restraining order filed against the city by Ed Cano and Darby Riley to stop the Rule 312 hearing. The judge actually granted the temporary restraining orders, which is very common, and then after that, the case was set for a full-blown restraining order, which Mr. Henry represented the city of Leon Valley, and actually Mr. Martinez lost that case. So I have the orders in there for you in your notebook. I don't need to go over them. Also, I have in here several times Mayor Riley has requested, and as has Councilor Martinez, the contracts between the City of Leon Valley and Ryan Henry. They are in here, and the email requests are in there. This has also been an agenda item which has been discussed. And that really concludes the timeline for the first book. What I do want to explain that I don't think I gave, that I wasn't fair about, was the complaints by Brandon Milland as the Planning and Zoning Director are the same complaints I had from Nina Nixon Mendez and Felicia Novan, which are both documented, interfering with the office, being disrespectful, being loud, and ordering the staff or giving staff directions or orders. That's the same, as I mentioned, it's the same exact complaint from the current city attorney as the previous city attorney. What I would find myself doing, because the officers were being, in my opinion, abused at this front door, when Chief Salvaggio made the determination to start wanding at city council meetings. There are many body cameras and footage which show Councilman Martinez being rude, being disrespectful, and explaining to the officers that he would either have the chief's job or my job for wanding at the door. So what I found myself doing is, first of all, defending that in that that's a policy decision, that it's not a policy decision, because it's very clearly laid out, or it's not a new policy decision. You approved the personnel manual of the City of Leon Valley. Contained within that personnel manual clearly states who is in charge of the security for this building. And that personnel manual states it's the chief of police. So I did not feel like there needed to be an additional policy on the security of the building, as the chief of police has already been designated as the person who is responsible for security. However, with that, the officers you see before you were put in very uncomfortable positions. They have a city councilor telling them that, you know, it's stupid to wand, they shouldn't be wanding, people are going to get fired for their wanding, this isn't their decision, it's not their call. And so I received a complaint from 2 of the officers. I believe there were more, but I did receive a complaint from 2 of them. I don't know how you want to handle this. I printed, when I saw the motion from Councilor Alcacer, and seconded, I don't remember by who. I want to say by, I can't remember. But anyway, the counselor was that the motion was that the council was going to hear the complaints. I didn't even know I was a complainant until I complained about the press. But the motion was so broad that was made that I went ahead and brought all of the emails where I was ordered to do something by Councilor Martinez. So accept them or don't accept them, that's up to you. But I have a book that shows every time either Councilor Martinez ordered me to do something, and you will find as time progresses from 2015 to 2019, I try to be extremely kind about it and say, well, how I try to use a different approach to finally, after a year or two, I'm going, time out. You can't do this. You can't order somebody, a staff or me, to do something alone. This actually needs to be a decision of the entire city council. And towards the end, I see that my emails progress where I'm practically begging him to stop doing this. Mayor Riley is CC'd every time. So I don't know how you want to handle this. I don't know what is appropriate. But the reason I put this together was because of the broad motion, which encompassed the city manager's office, because there are also instructions in here to Assistant City Manager Crystal Caldera, where she also responds to Councilor Martinez, asking him to please not give her orders, that she does not take orders from him. She actually takes them from the city manager. And there's others as well in here. So I don't know how you want to handle this part. The motion was broad, so I got the book together.
Mayor, if I may.
You sure may.
Ma'am, if you could give it to the city secretary. Do you have another copy?
Everybody up there has a copy.
Of that? Okay. That's one of the ones we need to give Councilor Martinez.
Yes, they're both going to go to Councilor Martinez.
So you give a copy of that to the city secretary, and that will actually be included in where you store the packets for the meeting, and that'll be part of the record.
Okay. So I don't need to go over these emails, assuming.
Only if you want to.
No, I don't. I
Okay.
mean, they're really clear. I don't think I need to. I just want, primarily I wanted to, I know you asked me to keep it brief, and I tried, because I've been trying to keep it brief, but I did want to at least try to take you through the chronological order of events and how the complaints surfaced in my office. I absolutely did not solicit complaints, nor did I want complaints. And like I said, in the 25 to 30 years that I've been doing this, I've never seen anything like this. I've seen council who sometimes might cross the line, but when they're reminded that they're policymakers, they come back. I've just never seen this before.
Mayor, if I may, just a reminder to council, any decisions tonight must be based on the information that you'd been previously provided. If you're going to make any decisions based on any of the new information, then Mr. Martinez would need an opportunity to respond to the new information. But if you're not going to make a decision based on the new information, then you can make a decision as long as he's had the opportunity to obtain the documents that we previously provided him. Does that make sense, or is that confusing?
So is this new information?
Some of that's new, some of it's old.
Needs to review it.
Yeah, so.
The first notebook, I don't think there's anything new. The
No,
second notebook, there's some new information.
Okay.
That's the email.
There's no new information to you, or probably to Councilor, I don't know about Councilor Alexander, but certainly the new council members would not. I mean, Mr. Martinez has seen them all because he's been involved in all of them, but not the other two councilors.
How does that rate if it's new to us but not new to him?
They're all emails that involve him, that are from him or to him.
If you're going to make a decision on a particular piece of information, like the ones that I read at the beginning, then the new information is irrelevant. If you want to factor in the new information, then Mr. Martinez has to be given at least 2 weeks to review it and prepare a response, and so you come back based on that.
So some way we have to separate that out?
When you can factor stuff in now, but if you're going to make a decision, so when it's time to make motions, that's where you separate it out.
I'd like to make sure that Mr. Martinez gets an opportunity to review both notebooks and make sure that you've seen all these emails and timelines. I think that's.
Well, I can say, I mean, looking through it, I have provided him several of those, many of them actually, so he has received them. But yeah, there is a lot of them. I think there are some new ones that he may not have.
Okay.
I'm not sure if they're really relevant to you making your decisions, but it's your decision, so you guys decide what's relevant.
Yeah. I think it's just fair that everybody, gets to see everything before a decision is made. Okay. Yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
Is this, now we can ask questions? Is that?
Or did
Yeah.
you want to go through the other book? That's what I just
Oh,
put
I
the
think
other
she
book
said
in front
she
of me.
didn't.
I
The
didn't
timeline.
know if you wanted me to go through the other book because it has not been, every email in here is from or to Counselor Martinez. But I don't, if you're not going to consider it this evening, we might be able to reduce the time of this hearing if we don't go through it. That's a council decision.
So just for the
I
record.
just wanted to be prepared.
Excuse me. Just for the record, the second notebook that you have given the council is from November 17th, 2015. Is that correct?
2015, that's correct.
Through November 28th, 18.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay. All right, just for the record. All right.
Right.
So any other
Well, if-
comments on that? Then if not, then
Questions?
I'll ask Mr. Bradshaw if you'll begin your questions, please.
Yeah, so I have a couple just clarifications first about the statements you made. I think at the very beginning you talked about as you were leaving the National Night Out event. Was that correct? As you were leaving, you overheard?
No,
I'm
while
sorry.
while I was in the building, there was this big bathtub in there that had just been installed, and we were walking, we were taking a tour of the building, and that's when I heard it.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify because I think
I didn't
may have
s-
misheard.
Yeah, and I didn't say anything at the time. I just walked outside and got
Right,
in the
and you
police
talked
car.
about it afterwards?
Yes,
Okay.
sir, with
And then-
Lieutenant Gonzalez.
And then another thing, I think, clarification, during the photo with Santa, you said he thrusted his backside.
The allegation is that he thrusted his backside.
Okay, I'm not sure how that works, but, okay.
I mean, I'm sorry, his front side. I got it backwards.
Yeah, that's why I'm
Against her
confused.
backside. Sorry. Got my sides wrong.
And then the last one is for Miss Acuna, I believe. You said he attempted to look down her shirt at her cleavage. Is a complaint that you heard?
The complaint that I heard was that he made her feel, from Director Moritz, was that he made her feel very uncomfortable. She did not want to be alone with him anymore, that he would not make eye contact, but instead just kept looking down at her shirt, at her cleavage.
Okay.
And it made her, he made her feel uncomfortable, and that
But I think you said he attempted to look down her shirt.
yes, that's,
Okay. And then the other thing, I
I
tried
don't
to
even know
review.
if attempted is the correct word, because what I understood was instead of looking at her eyes, he was looking down her shirt.
Okay, and I tried to review all the documents, but I received 442 pages, I believe, on Wednesday night, so I may have missed something, trying to review it all before this meeting. But I didn't see anywhere where Mr. Martinez, where anybody claimed that he said people are going to get fired for this, for the wanding. Or is that in one of the
I think
reports somewhere?
Mayor Councilor Bradshaw, what I would do is ask the officers about that.
Okay, all right.
Okay,
Thank you for clarifying.
you're welcome.
That's it? Okay. Counselor Alcacer.
I don't have any right now.
Okay. Counselor Charles.
I had a few written down here, but you've answered them all.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Counselor Bradshaw.
Okay, Ms. Kunstler, how long have you been the city manager for Leon Valley?
3 years and 9 months, 10 months?
Okay, almost 4 years.
Almost, nearly 4 years, yes, sir.
So when you were made city manager, I believe Benny had been on the council then for a year, is that right? Maybe?
Mayor Councilor Bradshaw, I'm not sure how long he'd been on when I became city
Yeah,
manager.
I believe he was
I don't think he had been on very long, but I don't know the
2014, so
amount of
maybe,
time.
I believe it's about 5 years now that he's been a counselor. So if I look at the timeline of the complaints, the first complaint that we have logged was, from Councilor Rodriguez, was on December 12th, 2018. So does that mean that 4 years prior to that, there were no complaints against Mr. Martinez?
Absolutely not. There was lots of complaints. If you notice the front of this says the timeline of the investigation. This shows you what has happened since I hired Mr. Henry, or since I received the first complaint, written complaint, and hired Mr. Henry. And I think what's really important here is I didn't receive a complaint that said, Councilor Martinez was, taking notebooks off my desk, and I don't think he should be doing that. These were complaints that when I heard them were civil rights violations. When you hear civil rights violations, that's not something you talk about, that's not something you mediate away, that's something you investigate. Because it is my job at that point to protect these citizens, these taxpayers back here, and make certain that their liability is limited. So as soon as the word sexual harassment or hostile work environment comes out, I think of civil rights complaints or Title VIII complaints, and I get very concerned for the taxpayer, who ultimately is all of our bosses.
I understand, okay. So when you received the first complaint on December 12th from Councilor Rodriguez against Councilor Martinez, why didn't you take that to the mayor per the charter?
I would, actually, that's what I was going to do, but the charter does not say that that's what I'm supposed to do. And so, because it was counselor on counselor, it didn't address it. So I wanted to seek legal advice first as to what I was supposed to do.
I believe it does say that council complaints will go to the mayor.
It does not say counsel on council.
Okay.
And so I literally went over this not only with Mr. Henry, but also with the Texas Municipal League Scott Houston attorney from TML, because I thought maybe I was missing something in the charter. But the charter definitely needs to address that, because I don't want any other city manager to be put in this position in the future.
So why did you wait a week before informing the mayor of this complaint?
I know that I could not get a hold of Miss Frederick, and I can't remember where she was. If she was gone, if she was in court, if I left, I can't remember what happened. But when I did get a hold of her, and because I think I just assumed that she was going to help me figure this out, and I think I went into shock when she said, "Don't come to me because I'm filing one as well." And that kicked me into quick gear, because I realized I was dangling out there on my own and I need to get some quick advice. And I also realized that the Christmas holidays were coming upon us, and I wanted to at least get this thing kick-started, because I didn't think it was fair to Councilor Rodriguez to let this thing linger until after the holidays. I wanted her and Denise Frederick both to understand that I was taking action, that I was going to get it investigated, not only for their sake, but also for Councilor Martinez's sake, because we want the truth to come out.
Okay, understood. So when you received the complaint from Councilor Rodriguez, you didn't contact TML first?
No, I did not. I went to the home rule charter to figure out what I was going to do. I actually thought I was going to call the mayor, is what I was going to do, but the home rule charter doesn't say to do that. And so I wanted to get legal advice, and so I actually went to Denise Frederick first.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Bradshaw, do you have any other questions? And we can come back to you. Do you have any other questions, Councilor Officer?
Yes, I just have a point of clarification. So you said that you never asked anybody to come and file a complaint?
Mayor Councilor Rodriguez, that is correct. I did, however, I want to clarify that. I did tell Melinda Moritz that if in fact Ivana Cunha was going to file a complaint, that there was some stuff going on, and I didn't want to have to start all over again and hire another attorney for a pre-litigation investigation. I'm assuming, you can ask Melinda, because I don't know what happened at Public Works, but I'm assuming after discussion between Melinda and Yvonne, it was decided that Yvonne was going to send me a complaint in the form of an email.
And did you ever talk to me or Mr. Jordan or any of the other counselors to find some complaints to bring them to you?
To find complaints to bring them to me?
People, or discuss or collude in any way with any of us in relation to it?
Mayor, Councilor Alcacer, not that I'm aware of, no.
Yeah, for a minute I was called Councilor Rodriguez, but that's okay.
No, that's right. That's right. Absolutely not. And in fact, not only did I not collude with any of the council, I hate that word, not only did I not do that, this is maybe something for Mr. Henry to answer, but I also tried to keep arm's length of the investigation so that I did not involve myself, or I tried to stay away from the investigation. I don't know how Mr. Henry feels about that, but that's what I tried to do.
So just to be,
Miss, need to raise your hand so I can call on you, please. Thank you.
I did.
Okay, I didn't see that. Oops, what is going on here? Okay, Counselor Charles, go ahead.
I just,
Are you finished with your question?
No, I just,
No. Let her finish with her question, Ms. Charles, and then we'll get back to you. Go ahead.
just for clarification, then you did not seek out complaints. The complaints came to you. Is that correct?
Mayor, Counselor Charles, absolutely. I did not seek out complaints.
Thank you.
Okay. Counselor Alcacer, go
my,
ahead.
my follow-up was about in fact, outside of the mayor and Councilor Martinez, the rest of us never received information about it until March 15th email that we were sent.
Mayor, Counselor Alcacer, that Mayor Riley and I talked about that repeatedly, and it made me extremely uncomfortable that the council did not know until March the 15th. I'll just leave it at that.
I feel we should have known too, but okay, for right now, that's all I have, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Charles, do you have any further questions?
No, I don't.
Okay, Mr. Bradshaw.
So if we're looking at this case and the complaints that are filed, I don't see any formal complaints that have come in before the December 12th, 2018 complaint from Ms. Catherine Rodriguez. And then after that, what you have listed here, 46 complaints have come in since then, from January to 6/10 is what you list as all your emails. Is that correct?
Mayor, Counselor Bradshaw, I don't know where you're coming up with 46 complaints.
I'm adding all of these, the timeline of the investigation.
So that's exactly what it says it is. It's a timeline of the investigation. It's not complaints. Not all of them are complaints.
Okay.
It's trying to show you how this thing got started and how we got here today.
Okay, so then if we pare it down to, of the witnesses that are here today, one came in and then 9 others, because 9 others are testifying tonight, correct? Of 9 other complaints, formal complaints that we're talking about in this case. I believe this is the number.
3, 4, 5, 6. In my head right now, I can, Mayor, Counselor Bradshaw, I can only count 8. I don't know who I'm missing.
The other 2 were just the added witnesses.
Okay, you're right. So 8 formal complaints and 2 witnesses. Thank you, Ms. Alcazar. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Counselor Alcacer, any other questions?
Not right now, Mayor.
Okay, and Counselor Charles? Okay. Mr. Bradshaw, you want to move on, or we're okay? All right. Very good. All right, so then, thank you, Ms. Kinsler. I think that's it, unless there's no further questions from the council. We will move on to the next witness, which is Counselor Rodriguez.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening and welcome. If you'll begin, do you have a formal statement, or how would you? Okay, very good. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may, just a reminder, she
is sworn in.
She's still under oath.
And under oath, yes. All right, thank you. If you'll please proceed.
I'd like to read my statement first and ask that I be allowed to complete reading it before responding to questions. I so vividly recall the day I decided to take my initial journey with the hope of earning a spot on the Leon Valley City Council. Little did I know that journey would come with such painful experiences and such a high cost to my family and to me personally. Shortly after winning a seat on council, my dilemmas with Councilor Martinez began. What I thought initially was a congratulatory call from a fellow council member soon began to convert into what I feel in my heart was an unprofessional and unwarranted interaction. Shortly after taking my oath of office, I was contacted by Council Member Benny Martinez, who offered to take me to lunch. I politely declined, as I was just getting accustomed to my new role and I wanted to get accustomed before engaging in lunches and business meetings. However, the offers persisted in what I came to feel was a different form of treatment than what I observed that he offered to other fellow council members. Unsure of what to do, I stepped back to evaluate what I was understanding. However, the behavior escalated to a constant and alarming state. Councilmember Martinez would make rude gestures to me, touching which made me feel uncomfortable, lewd references, and comments made with sexual inferences. After a myriad of incidents, both formal and informal, of what I can only classify as unprofessional and unwelcome behavior, I decided to take my concerns to our city manager. It was after repeated incidents that Ms. Kinsler asked me to put my complaint into written form and submit it to her, which I did on December the 12th of 2018. I remember going into her office very distressed and emotional because of the extreme level of discomfort I felt when I was in the presence of this individual. The main reason I chose to file this official complaint is due to the repeated actions of Councilor Martinez that staunchly inhibited my ability to perform my council duties. For specifics, this council member on May 4th, which was shortly after winning my council seat, telephoned me and asked if I would like to get together with him. This happened on several occasions. My polite way of declining just seemed to spur him on and continue to ask. I knew the intent was not to keep the working relationship at a professional level, but to try to manipulate a situation in which he could control not only the environment around me, but my actions under the guise of meeting to discuss city business. A second incident occurred when we both attended what was my first national night out. While I was being transported to the event by Leon Valley uniformed officers, Lieutenant Gonzalez, Reserve Officer Medina, and City Manager Kinsler, we arrived at Tail Waggers. I was feeling ill that day, and I excused myself to the ladies' room. When I returned, while still feeling ill and unbeknownst to me, Mr. Martinez invaded my personal space, again manipulating the situations for his own personal intentions. He leaned into my personal space and asked me in a provocative and lascivious manner if I wanted to take a bath with him, as he signaled toward the bathing tubs. While I have heard he felt the comments he made were joking or in good fun, in my opinion, those types of comments were way out of line and inappropriate for a senior council member to say to a newly elected freshman council member. I feel very concerned with the comments, which really made me very suspicious of his intent toward me. He was starting to develop a pattern of behavior that was not warranted nor reciprocated. As the National Night Out event continued, I did my best to avoid Mr. Martinez. At the final stop that night in Grass Valley, I was visibly upset, and I excused myself to one of the homes of the residents in that area. While in their bathroom, I was so uncomfortable that I had the shakes and actually regurgitated in their home. While I was able to regain my composure, I asked Lieutenant Anderson if he could drive me home because I was in no shape to finish the evening. On or about November 20th, City Council meeting, I was greeting individuals that were coming in for the meeting. As I was just about completed with my rounds, Mr. Martinez and a gentleman were blocking my way to reach the dais. Out of courtesy and in a situation where there were many witnesses, I shook the hand of the individual that was speaking to Mr. Martinez. And not to be uncivil or rude, I shook the hand of Mr. Martinez. It was then that he caressed and groped my hand, saying that he thought my hands were very soft and much warmer than they were the last time. If I am not mistaken, this was done right in front of our assistant city manager. While this may outwardly appear friendly to a casual observer, as a person on the receiving end of several of these incidents, I feel that this was a perfect opportunity for him to make comments and manipulate the situation to where he knew that I could not respond in a negative manner. Between October of 2018 and November of 2018, at both public and city hall events, Mr. Martinez would continue to glare at me in a suggestive and luring manner. Even though I gave him that "leave me alone" look, it did not seem to register with him. Instead, it seemed to fuel his lascivious actions. Where I may have been in error by not confronting him and reminding him about his personal boundaries, I did not do so because I do not feel that a grown man should have to be reminded about having respect for his peers and the rules for maintaining boundaries and decorum with his peers. In my opinion, Mr. Martinez appears to have a distinct problem with women as his peers. I have been very distressed by this turn of events because I really looked forward to forming strong bonds with my council colleagues and having good working relationships with them. I was hoping for a professional forum, but instead, I feel like he treats me if we were at some kind of singles bar. It seems that Mr. Martinez and I were not on the same page about the intent of our working relationship. I very much respect the sanctity of his marriage and never intended for these events to take place. But I am not responsible for the actions of a man who takes pride and glory in manipulating situations where he can later play martyr instead of fully owning up to his inappropriate actions and try to resolve the out-of-hand situation amicably. The last major event that took place prior to my official complaint happened on December 3rd of 2018 while at the Christmas tree lighting. While getting information to take a picture with Santa Claus, Mr. Martinez appeared right behind me for the photo and stood inordinately close to me and within my personal space. In doing so, he was intentionally manipulating the situation. He stood so close to my backside that he rubbed his crotch against me. Again, I feel this was in a situation which he could control and one that I could not act out as I would have liked to. It was a manipulation of the situation where we were at a public event for the city and I was completely unable to remove myself from the situation. Why did he have to further his agenda and ill intent by invading my personal space? I feel that this type of behavior was unwarranted. I am not sure why it was the object of his ill intent or obsession. I never encouraged or welcomed a relationship aside of a professional working one, nor have I made any advances or invitations for this individual to even remotely feel I had any interest aside from a professional one. To be clear, I am the victim in this situation. It is my personal space he has invaded. It is my working environment that he has tarnished. While I do not believe I appear as helpless and weak, these events in this environment are severely distressing to me. I have always been professional and respectful of my boundaries toward Mr. Martinez. I do not feel even one iota of this professional respect being extended back to me. While reports to the media, to the team, and community publicly shaming me across social media, coming here today and putting myself out here for my sake and for that of the other victims, I am respectfully asking for the council to weigh the evidence and find Mr. Martinez and his cohort's slanderous and shaming behavior to be barbaric. It is my intent that as the initial complainant, the council will be forced to look at the environment that this man creates for women. Not all women he encounters may be in a position to speak up. Not all victims may be able to cry out. But I believe my voice must be heard, and I shall make it heard. Mr. Martinez must be found in the wrong and corrective and appropriate action taken against him. I feel very empowered by being afforded the opportunity to confront my accusers and those that have made frivolous comments and ideas about my person in the public arena. I feel that by taking the corrective actions that I have, the victims like myself will no longer have to hide in the shadows and feel ashamed or afraid for speaking out. I definitely thank the Court of Public Opinion for allowing me to no longer be afraid to speak out against what is wrong, and I hope for corrective action. Lastly, thank you for testing my will and determination to see this hearing through and do what is right for all the involved parties. And I know that once this is over, the victims, including myself, we will finally have the peace in our ability to have a good night's sleep and know that we're no longer victims, but we're going to be a voice to be contended with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Charles, do you have any questions?
I did have a number of questions, but I think you answered a lot of them. I just wondered if, in a lot of cases, you did say that someone was there and witnessed the action, so it wasn't off by yourself. And do you know if there are any other, documentation or notes or telephone calls or anything involving these situations?
Counselor Charles, I really don't know. Like I said, when I first brought my complaint to Ms. Kinsler, she even kind of halted me for a moment and said, "Are you sure, you're experiencing, are you sure that this is what's really going on?" Because she did not want me to just file some frivolous complaint and, oh, just because it's political or just because I don't like you. She actually halted me to make sure that what I was feeling and experiencing was happening, and as a matter of fact, she happened to be one of the witnesses that heard him make inappropriate comments. So I don't have anything to gain by coming up here and reporting. It's just, it needs to be heard. And myself and the rest of the victims shouldn't be shut up or shouldn't be silenced for showing what happened to us and sharing what happened to us.
So let me understand, in the incident where Ms. Kinsler was present and she did not seek you out to make a complaint, you went to her?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you've already answered the questions about how these incidents made you feel and how it's impacted not only your personal life, but your work as a counselor.
Yes.
How would you like to see the situation resolved?
If I were an evil, vindictive person, I would say, take them off right now. But I'm not the... If it's me.
All right. He's just picking you up. Just give it a sec.
Knowing that I'm not the only victim, I think it's only fair for all the vested parties to be able to share, to be able to tell their story, that gives an ample opportunity for those that are going to be making the decision on the fate of Mr. Martinez to have full knowledge, full understanding, full clarity to the situations that took place, not only with myself, but with everybody else.
Do you know anyone else who may have relevant information that pertains to you and Mr. Martinez?
Just the witnesses that were there, which was Lieutenant Gonzalez and Ms.
Okay.
Kinsler and Ms. Caldera.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Alcacer?
I was wondering how it made you feel when people got up in chambers and started talking about you and never having heard your story openly, and how on social media you were being attacked without people even knowing you personally?
When this first started, I did seek the advice of Mr. Henry as far as what to do. Could I respond? Do I say anything? And he was very strict about telling me, do not respond, do not engage anybody on social media. Your time will come. Even right now when we took a break and I went out there, a lady sitting on the outside in the forum said, I'm getting exactly what I deserved. I started it, so this is what I deserve. Woman to woman, it's disgusting. I'm not up here to lie. I'm not up here to gain notoriety or have my 15 minutes of fame. Now, it would be different if I would say I was there by myself and Mr. Martinez groped me. There were witnesses to hear him make inappropriate comments. It's very hurtful. And I'm going to have to put this out there. With all due respect, Mayor, in the 6 months that this has gone on, not once have you bothered to ask me or any of the victims if I'm okay. But you're concerned about your sleeping patterns and your eating patterns and your I'm sick patterns. What about me? The other day my mother got up to speak, and that was another trashing for her on social media that, oh, I had to have my mommy and my daddy speak to me and do my talking for me. They're my parents. As long as I'm their child, they will speak up for me. And I think it was extremely rude for you to cut her off. But you let everybody else speak on and on and on. Miss Joseph got up like 500 times for her 15 minutes of fame. It's wrong. Woman to woman, Mary, even if you were being non-biased, you could have at least asked me, how are you doing? I hope we can resolve this amicably. Not once. So, Ms. Alcacer, to your question, it's unfortunate. But you know what? The court of public opinion that has trashed me left and right without even knowing me, it's a joke because all y'all have done is empowered me. You've made me a whole lot stronger as a person and a whole lot stronger as a woman.
Thank you.
Councilor Bradshaw.
Okay, just point of clarification, Dr. Rodriguez. Did the complaint you filed on December 12th, did Ms. Kinsler ask you to write that complaint?
She said if I had a complaint and there was a pattern of behavior, to submit a written complaint to her. She did not come out and seek me and say, Catherine, please write this because, you know, we want to take action against Benny. I took my problem to her, to which she said the only way to start an investigation or get some resolution is to have it black and white on paper, which is what I did.
Okay, but then you said after you did that, she asked you if this is, you're sure you want to do this, are you sure you want to file this?
That was prior to that.
Okay.
I had had several informal conversations, and we had already discussed the incident of National Night Out, and she said, are you sure this is something you feel that was truly inappropriate? And yes, it was.
Okay.
There's no reason for someone to grope or caress my hand. There's no reason for you to get into my personal space without being invited.
Understood. If we could go back to that first incident on October 2nd, 2018, during National Night Out event, can you just explain what exactly that event was a little bit? Like, what was it that you were doing that night?
That was my very first National Night Out, and when I arrived here at City Hall, Ms. Kinsler separated the council into teams because there was going to be a lot of locations to hit. It just so happened that at that particular event, I was paired up with her and Mr. Martinez, who rode in another vehicle. We went to Tail Waggers, and like Ms. Kinsler said, it was like a pet grooming, boarding, and the man had, the owners had apparently done some either reconstruction or redecorating or whatever, so he took us on a tour through the facility, and like I mentioned, I wasn't feeling well, so I excused myself to the ladies' room and came back, and that's when he made his statement to me.
So you came back and there was a dog bathing facility, is that correct?
Yes, we were standing right next to a big dog bathing tub.
And did he motion or did he do anything? I mean, how exactly did he say, do you want to take a bath?
I said in my statement, he leaned in and said, would you like to take a bath with me? Which was pointing toward the bathing tubs.
Okay, thank you. And then at that point, did you tell him that his comments were inappropriate, or what did you do at that point?
Mr. Bradshaw, let me start by saying this. He's a grown man, married. You know, why do I need to explain to an individual like that about boundaries? He's not 4 or 5 years old that he doesn't comprehend.
I understand that. I'm just asking the question. What did you do at that point?
I simply walked away. I wasn't going to stand there and let him continue to make his perv comments to me.
Did you smile at his comment? Was it like a joke? Did you smile?
Okay, excuse me. Please, we don't want to get out of hand, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, but even that question is kind of ignorant. Don't you think that if I would have smiled at him, that would be like inviting him to continue? I didn't even have to smile at him, and he still continued.
Okay, so I'd like to read from your interview with Mr. Ryan Henry, dated on February 4th, 2019. You said he was sending out a feeler to see how you would respond, but stated she simply smiled and shook her head. So that's why I asked the question if you smiled. Because in your statement, in your interview, you said to Mr. Ryan Henry that you smiled at his comment.
Okay, how is my smiling or not smiling relevant to the inappropriateness of his comments?
Well, like you said you just stated yourself, if you smiled, then it might be taken as, oh, you thought it was a funny joke, or I don't know. I wasn't there, so I'm just asking the questions based on the facts that I have.
You weren't there, so there would be no way for you to be even knowledgeable of the situation at hand.
Well, that's why I'm asking the questions, trying to figure out what
You're
happened.
trying to play word games with me to see if I'm going to mess up my answer. Regardless of what happened, his actions were inappropriate, whether I smiled, whether I shot him the finger, whether I walked off, whether I flipped out. That's irrelevant. I'm here because the actions that he did, committed against me, were inappropriate and wrong. No. And if you're too blind to see it, then maybe you're the one with the problem and not just him.
Okay, I understand you're
No, you don't.
upset about this. Just one more follow-up. Did you tell anybody about this incident afterwards? You mentioned the officers that drove you home. Did you tell them about the comment? Did you?
When I
tell
got
other
into the
people?
vehicle, I did mention it to the city manager. I said, did any of y'all hear the comment that he made?
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead. I have just a response, but go ahead.
Okay. The same thing on the November 20th incident when you said he shook your hand and began stroking it. Can you elaborate on that? Like what, I mean, with his other hand he was stroking your hand, or what exactly happened?
Okay, so you don't know what stroking or caressing or groping means?
I guess just want to be clear.
He grabbed my hand and went like this and said, your hands are so much warmer this time than they were the last time.
Okay, thank you. And then during the picture on December 3rd, at the Santa Claus event, well, that was the tree lighting ceremony, is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And you state in between, on your interview with Mr. Henry, that he thrust his crotch forward, causing his, I'm going to edit this a little bit, but causing his member to rub against your posterior. How do you know that was what it was? Sorry, the reason for this question is my understanding is that Mr. Martinez is a concealed carry holder, and I don't know if he may or may not have had a weapon with him at that time.
Let's see, how do I explain that? Obviously, I have a child, so I would obviously know what a member feels like, and I would also know what a handgun feels like, and I am sorry to tell you that they don't feel anything alike.
Okay.
And my question would be, why, if he was an open carry, why would he carry his gun in the front where his zipper's at?
There's holsters that do that. They're front holsters.
Wow, I've never heard one of those, but okay.
Okay, so then you also said between the first and second picture, I believe, you felt him move closer. So did he move during the pictures? He moved in closer to your backside, like up against you. Is that correct?
If I said he moved closer, then obviously that means he moved forward.
Okay, and then did he stay in that position for the rest of the group of the pictures, or did he move back?
Once the pictures were over, I made a hasty exit.
Okay, and where was Councilor Martinez's wife during this time? Was she there?
I have no idea where his wife was at.
Okay. Again, the same questions as before. Did you? How did you react to this? You said you got out of there as soon as you can afterwards. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you mention this incident to anybody else? Talk to people around you?
No, because as soon as that was over, I basically walked to another building to watch the kids that were singing.
All right. Do you got, anybody else have a question, or should I keep going?
Go
I feel like
ahead,
I'm
and, go,
taking
no,
up all
go
the
ahead
time.
and ask. I've just got, I'll say something, but after your questioning,
Okay.
not a question, but. just
Dr.
a comment.
Rodriguez, have you attended meetings in the past at the bar in Helotes called Wine 101?
On occasion, I may have been known to.
Okay. Do you recall attending a meeting on December 9th, 2018 at 3:30 p.m. at the Wine 101 bar in Helotes?
Possibly.
Do you recall what this meeting was about?
Just general conversation.
What, you have to say point of order or question?
It's getting there.
Excuse me.
That's what I say. What has this got to do with
Okay,
her testimony?
let's-
I'm getting to that point.
All right.
I can maybe refresh your memory a little bit.
Okay.
It was a meeting for, quote, what was called the Leon Valley Social Club. And I was there along with yourself, Art Reyna, John Stanley, and several other citizens of Leon Valley.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall that meeting that I was there with you?
Yeah, now I do.
Okay. Do you recall what we discussed at that meeting?
If I'm not mistaken, I think you had shown up to the meeting because you had expressed interest in wanting to run against Benny Martinez. You were kind of wanting his seat.
Close. Actually, Benny Martinez wasn't up for election at that time, but we did discuss me running for city council. That was the gist of the meeting, of
Okay.
me running for council. But I recall at that meeting you stating, we have a plan for Benny. We're going to get him. Do you remember stating that, and what did you mean by that?
No, you were sadly mistaken. That's not what I said.
Okay, do you remember discussing Mr. Martinez?
Nope.
No.
Why would I discuss Mr. Martinez?
Okay. That was on December 9th, and then 3 days later, your complaint to Kelly Kinsler was filed. That's my point.
Oh, that's good, but no, I don't discuss Mr. Martinez.
Okay, so you denied discussing Mr. Martinez at that meeting.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Is that it? Okay. I just wanted to respond to your comment, Dr. Rodriguez, that I was sorry that you felt that I did not reach out to you and ask you about your complaint. But as I recall, Ryan Henry had said I should not talk to any of the complainants. In fact, Ivana Cunha and I worked very closely in the spring on Earthwise Living, and we never even mentioned the complaint at all. So I respected that. You know, as I'm listening to all this, I was wishing that you had brought this to my attention, because maybe we could have gotten together early on and try to resolve it. In the past, I've had complaints from counselor to counselor, and we've come together and we've resolved them. So that was just my comment back to your comment to me. Okay. Anything else? Can't ask a question, but just a comment. All right. Is that it? So is Mr. Martinez now allowed?
Yvonne.
Yvonne next, and
And
then
then Mr. Martinez can
Martinez
respond
asks
to-
questions of Counselor Rodriguez
He can respond to Councilwoman Rodriguez and Yvonne.
and Yvonne after Ms. Acuna. Okay, very
her
good. Thank you
statement.
for that. I'm just trying to, thank you. Really appreciate it. All right. All right. Ms. Acuna, you've been sworn in.
Yes.
And do you have an opening, or you have a statement?
I
or-
have a
Okay,
prepared
very
statement
good.
that I'd like to.
Sure.
Thank you for letting me. As you know, my name's Ivana Cunha. I've been with the city of Leon Valley almost 20 years, in pretty much the same position, the utility billing clerk and the administrative assistant in public works. My direct supervisor is Melinda Moritz. In the past 5 years, I've been in the Public Works Department, no longer in City Hall, and I've encountered Councilmember Benny Martinez on a handful of occasions. I do deal with him very rarely. However, when I do encounter him, his behavior is offensive, at least to myself. On the 2 occasions that I've encountered him, the first he did attempt to look down my shirt. Second time he just simply stared at my breasts, not at my face, didn't acknowledge that.
And so the purpose of my statement tonight is to dispel any inaccuracies regarding my prior statements. I wanted understood that what happened to me did occur. I never retracted any of my statements, as they were all true. The environment that Councilmember Martinez creates is offensive. I want my comments to be included in the City Council's evaluation. And although that my dealings with him are infrequent, the few occasions that I have encountered him, he has not interfered with my ability to do my job. I just simply ignore his visual up and down of my body, especially my breasts, when we meet. But I can understand how such behavior can affect a woman who does have to work with him on a daily basis. I've chosen not to file a formal complaint against Councilmember Martinez, but I stand firm in asserting that these events did happen. To the extent that they can assist the City Council in performing an evaluation, I offer them up for your consideration. The first instance occurred at a meeting when the City Council was considering a water rate change, and the second incident was in December of 2018 when Mr. Martinez visited the Public Works building to judge the door decorations for the Christmas holiday. Mr. Councilmember Martinez, again, never looks at my eyes, but always looks at my breasts when speaking to me, and he does not try to attempt to hide the inspection of my body. To be clear, Councilmember Martinez never propositioned me nor attempted to touch me in an improper manner. He simply leers a lot. When the first instance occurred, I did not report it. I simply chalked it up to a man acting inappropriately, but I expected it not to occur again. Then when the second instance happened, I did inform my supervisor, Ms. Moritz, in December of 2018. Ms. Moritz informed me shortly afterwards the city manager requested the information be put in writing. So I sent the city manager an email as requested regarding the two instances. I did not believe I was filing a complaint, as I had no intention to file a complaint as long as the behavior stopped when I encountered him. However, I've since come to learn that others have complained against Councilmember Martinez, and as a result, I believe my experiences when dealing with him should be included. Mr. Henry, the investigator, asked me if the occurrences and behaviors of Councilmember Martinez was enough to interfere with my job performance. I informed him that it did not interfere, as it does not occur very often. He advised me that due to this fact, my experiences by themselves would probably not qualify as being a claim, and I agreed. I am offering this statement for my own benefit. I am not offering this statement for my own benefit or because I want my encounter to stand as a complaint. I am providing this to City Council so it is aware that women who encounter Councilmember Martinez may experience this kind of behavior.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Arcer, do you have any questions?
I have no questions. Thank you, Elan.
Councilor Bradshaw.
Yes, thanks, Ms. Cunha, for coming. I have a couple of questions about your statement. You said it's you chose not to file a formal complaint.
That
is
is correct.
Okay. And just for clarification, because I read your complaint, and you said there was two incidences. The first one was when you were reviewing the water rates with Mr. Martinez. Was there anybody else there?
There was not.
Okay, so it's just you two.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And after that incident occurred, am I correct to assume that you didn't say anything to anybody about this?
I did not.
Okay.
I was just disgusted, and I lost all respect for the man.
Okay.
I mean, I'm trying to, educate him on the water rates that we were
Sure.
considering implementing,
Understood.
and it was just
Understood.
offending.
And, okay, so you didn't mention it to anybody else after
That
that?
is correct.
Okay. And then the second instance occurred in December, looking at the Christmas decor, is that correct?
Correct. He came to, as all council, came to judge the door decorations for all the departments.
Okay, so I guess when did you inform your supervisor, Ms. Moritz?
So when she came back from a meeting, I informed her that the pervert was here earlier.
Okay.
And she said, "Who's the pervert?" And I explained to her who that was and left it at that.
Okay.
And from there on, it was out of my hands.
And then she encouraged
She didn't
you?
encourage anyone. She didn't encourage me to do anything.
What led to your writing of the complaint? I know it's not.
She took it,
official.
and you can ask her when you're done with me, she took it to the city manager because that was offensive, and,
Right.
didn't want to leave me alone with him in the building. And from there, I was instructed to put it in writing as, as a complaint, a statement of fact, whatever
Right,
you want to
right.
call it.
Who instructed you to put it in writing?
Melinda advised me that the city manager wanted it in writing. If I was going to, that I needed to submit something, if what happened, then it needed to be in writing.
And did you discuss that, what you're going to write with the city manager?
I didn't discuss it with anybody. I just wrote, you want me to just say what happened? I wrote what happened, and that's what I sent, which you've got in your paperwork.
Well, right, but it begins with, good afternoon, Ms. Kensler, per our phone conversation earlier regarding
Yes,
Councilmember
we were on a
Borges, so
speakerphone when Melinda notified the
the
city
three of
manager.
you were talking about it.
She called me in her office and said, the city manager, you need to tell her what happened. I did. She said, would you please put it in writing? And that's when I left the office and I went and put it in writing.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Mhm.
Ms. Charles? Counselor Charles?
I guess you've said you're aware that Mr. Martinez, Councilor Martinez harassed other people. That's why I don't know how that information got out, but it does get out. And so I guess there was a question at one time why all of these complaints came into the city hall one after another. And oftentimes, if you know anything about sexual harassment or any kind of harassment, one person gets the courage to come forward because another one has. So I don't find that unusual at all. I've worked for the federal government, and that's what happens. When one person complains and it gets out on the street, and then another said, that happened to me, I'm going to put in a complaint. So, all right. So how would you like to see this resolved?
Well, I think it's in council's hands to do with what is appropriate. It's not my place to say what I would like to see. I've come with a statement of record and what's occurred to me. I can't speak for anybody else that's made a complaint. They have to speak for themselves.
Yeah.
So I can't ask you what I want. I'm not asking for anything other than what I've stated be submitted for your review, and then you are tasked with that decision.
Well, thank you for coming forward and giving us this information. Thank you.
Counselor Alcacer? Nothing further? Counselor Bradshaw?
You mentioned you've been an employee of Leon Valley for 20 years, is that correct?
Almost 20 years, that's correct.
Okay, and in your time here, how many times have you, I know you detailed the two instances, how many times have you encountered Mr. Martinez?
It's very few and far between. When I was in City Hall, every once in a while when he was up and down the hall, but not where that we were in direct contact. If he was around, for instance, at maybe like the Texas Recycles Day with his wife, he didn't leer at me if there was someone else around, especially his wife.
Just when you're
In
one-on-one?
the two instances when I encountered him, that is correct.
And at the Christmas decorations, you were also?
I was alone in the building coming down the hall. He was coming from the front door, and that's when he, looked at my breasts and not my face.
Okay.
And I just was disgusted, went to my office and stayed there.
Gotcha. And I know you said you didn't recant any of your testimony or your statements. However, there was an email from March 25th to the city manager, Kelly Kunstler, that I guess some of the statements that you made in an interview, I believe.
I didn't make any statements in an interview. It was by phone.
Oh, by phone.
And so what I was doing in that email is clarifying some statements that Mr. Henry put that I did not say, that he paraphrased, I believe, and if you follow the email chain, he mentioned that he paraphrased it. So I wanted my statement. If I'm going to make a statement that's going to be admissible anywhere, whether it's in court, it's in a hearing, I want it to be exactly what I said, and that's what I did with my corrections.
I agree, and I commend you for that.
Thank you.
Would you mind reading that email for the record? There's a copy of it.
So, good afternoon. I've had an opportunity to read the report submitted, and I found several errors. Page 4, item C, I do not recall saying Mr. Martinez kept undressing me with his eyes. Page 17, item G, bottom of first paragraph, the statement is that I was wearing a snug shirt, and that is not true. I never wear snug shirts, so I would not have said that. Page 18, same paragraph, the wording in the paragraph is not a true representation of the matter in which I speak. This is also true for most of the statements about my experience throughout the report. Additionally, one of the sentences in this paragraph states, coupled with Mr. Martinez's behavior towards other members of staff in an aggressive manner. I did not say that, as I would not have any knowledge of his behavior towards other staff members. I work at Public Works, and Mr. Martinez has only been in the building a handful of times, most of which was when I was not present. I have never personally witnessed Mr. Martinez being aggressive towards anyone. As this report will become part of a public record, I respectfully request that it be revised based on my true statements. If I can be of assistance in this manner, please don't hesitate to call me. Thank you in advance for your quick attention to these concerns. That is exactly what I said.
Thank you very much for clarifying.
Is that it? Okay, very good. All right. Then it's Mr. Martinez's time. Okay, so let's take a break.
Well, we have Melinda.
Melinda's next?
Melinda
Yes, she
is
goes
her
with
witness.
this.
Oh, okay. All right, let's do Melinda, and then we'll take a break before we start with Mr. Martinez. So go ahead, Ms. Moritz. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
Okay, do you have a statement, or just asking questions, or?
No, I believe the council had questions for me, maybe?
Oh, okay. So we'll start with, let's see. Did I start with you last time?
Yes.
I'm just trying to kind of round robin, so, and we'll just come on back. Yes. Mr. Bradshaw?
Okay, well, I don't have any preparation for it.
Okay.
But that's okay. The only question I have is, can you, I guess, confirm the events the way that Ms. Acuna
Yes, that I can
stated?
confirm them. Mhm.
Okay. Can you basically give us a summary of what happened as far as your involvement in the incident?
When Ms. Acuna told me what happened, I think to her it was more of a ugh, but walk away thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm a supervisor, and so
Right.
the first thing that I did was pull my employee manual down and find out exactly how I was supposed to proceed. And my job is to take it to the city manager, and so that's what I did.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Charles and Councilor Charles.
So after the first incident, she didn't tell you about the first incident?
No, ma'am.
Okay, she just told you about the second?
The second one was pretty fresh. It was December, and it was right after the door decorating. It was like right around the second or third week in December.
So that's when you became involved with
Yes, ma'am.
putting
And
your manual out and knowing what to do?
It's not the first time that I've encountered that kind of a complaint. I've worked for cities for 30 years, and so this is like actually the third time that I've had an employee do that.
What did she actually tell you about that incident? The second one?
Just that he had come in because of the door decorating contest that we were having, and of course none of us are there. We're all gone during the day, and she's basically been in the office by herself, and she felt very uncomfortable that she was there alone with him, and then told me that she felt that he never looks at her face.
Had you encountered him in Public Works before?
Yes, he is there very frequently. So I mean, infrequently. So it's rare that he comes over there, and I'm usually in a hurry to bust out of there and go do something else, and so I don't pay that kind of attention.
Do you have any other relevant information to these incidences?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Councilor Arcus.
There just seems to be an issue about Ms. Kienzler telling people to write it down, encouraging them to do it. Did that occur, or can you explain what happened after she told you what you did and you looked? You can.
It's like with anything, if it's not in writing, it didn't happen, period. And so if you have a complaint or you have a concern, it needs to be put in writing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Bradshaw? Okay, very good. Thank you. All right. So at approximately 8, oh, I'm sorry.
I just, we failed to ask Catherine, Councilor okay. I failed to ask, or we failed to ask Counselor Rodriguez if she had witnesses.
The witnesses would be our city manager, Lieutenant Gonzalez, and then our assistant city manager, Crystal Caldera.
May we hear from them?
It's up to you procedurally if that's what you want to do.
Okay.
Thank you.
In that order?
I thought the city manager had already addressed it. Did you not? About what you heard and saw at the...
Mayor, councilors, the only incident that I witnessed was the bathtub incident, and I already told you about it. And the other witness was Lieutenant Gonzalez.
Okay, so Lieutenant Gonzalez, is he here this evening? Okay.
He needs to be sworn in, Mayor. I
No,
believe.
he has not been sworn in. So, Mr. Lieutenant Gonzalez, we'll need to swear you in.
And Crystal.
And Crystal Caldera. Certainly.
No, you have to swear us both in. Oh. It's not, it's, the mics are at 100% right now, and I can't, I have to go to the back and fix it.
All right, thank you. Yes, Lieutenant Gonzalez. And who will begin? Let's see. Counselor Charles.
Lieutenant Gonzalez, when Counselor Rodriguez was giving her testimony, she mentioned that you had witnessed an incident when they were doing National Night Out.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Can you tell us about that?
I heard the comment.
What was the comment?
If you wanted to take a bath with him.
Is that all you heard? Yeah, okay.
Pretty much. I was the driver that night.
Okay.
And I did hear the comment. I was asked if I heard it later. I said, yes, I did.
In these type of outings, have you heard those type of comments from Counselor Martinez before?
I've heard lots of things in my career.
Specifically.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like to tell us about those?
Ask me.
All right.
I will answer.
Give me one incident that happened that you can relate in relation to Counselor Martinez's either comments or behavior, other than what you just talked about.
There has been inappropriate discussion.
With whom?
With Counselor Martinez.
Okay.
I'm a policeman. I stay neutral. Ask me the question and I'll answer it.
You're a hard one. What was the conversation?
It wasn't a conversation with me. I was a
What was
driver.
the conversation you overheard?
It was a conversation with someone on the phone.
Okay. Did you know who was on the phone?
No, ma'am. It's none of my business.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, excuse me, Lieutenant, just a minute, please. Counselor Alcacer.
Well, I'd like to hear what what you overheard Counselor Martinez say that you felt was inappropriate.
Sexual comments, and as I said, inappropriate. I would never talk the way he was talking when someone else is in a vehicle with me.
And so he was in your vehicle talking on his telephone?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it that same night?
I've had Counselor Martinez in my car a couple of times. Two different incidents.
And this has happened both times in, well, a similar incident or something else happened like that?
A similar incident.
And can you tell us about that?
It was inappropriate, but again, it's none of my business. So if you want to ask me something that you've heard, I can answer yes or no.
When did these occur?
Well, I've done 2 national night outs. I've done 4th of July, and I think I did Christmas twice. So there's been several occasions, and I don't take notes on these kind of things.
Did you happen to say anything to him?
No, ma'am. I'm a driver.
But you're also a police officer.
Yes, ma'am. Inappropriate is not illegal. When it rises to the level of illegal, then I'll take action.
Okay, but it's not something you would have done.
I'm not the complainant.
Want to be one? I mean,
There has been a complainant on one of these issues, ma'am.
okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Counselor Bradshaw.
Hi, Lieutenant Gonzalez. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here tonight. I guess my question is, you said you heard Dr. Rodriguez, when she got in the car after the National Night Out event, you heard her say the comment that repeated that he wanted to take a bath with her?
No, sir. I heard him while we were taking the tour.
Oh, you were there on the tour.
Yes,
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood. I thought it was after you got in the car. So you heard the comment when he
I said nothing about it.
firsthand. Okay, thank you. And then does the sexual comments that you've heard while you were driving in the past, other times, were they about Dr. Rodriguez, or?
I don't know who he was talking to, sir.
Okay. I was just curious if it was a specific person or is just general inappropriate comments.
It's not a comment I'd be making with somebody that I didn't know in my car.
Right. Okay, understood. Thank you.
You mentioned about inappropriate comments, but did you hear inappropriate sexual comments?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Yes, all right, go right ahead.
So, inappropriate sexual comments, he could have been talking about his wife, for all you know, is that correct?
I said I don't know who he was talking to, sir.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
All right. Thank you, Lieutenant Gonzalez. I believe that's it. All right. Ms. Calderon? All right.
I stand in line for questions, whatever.
And in line for questions, no prepared statement. Where am I? Counselor Charles?
I started at the last.
Did you start the last time?
Yes.
Okay. Counselor Alcacer. I'm just trying to go around the table, around the dais.
I guess, can you tell us what you heard or witnessed happened in relation to the hand incident?
Sure. I was standing here. I was actually talking to Councilman Jordan at the time about his surface, and I did hear a comment about her hand being warm. I didn't know who made the comment, and then I turned around and saw that Councilman Martinez and Councilor Catherine Rodriguez were shaking hands.
Thank you.
Counselor Bradshaw?
Was the comment that you heard, was there something that made you turn around to see who it was? Was it something out of the ordinary?
It was just interesting enough for me to turn, I guess, to make a, for me to stop my conversation I was having to turn to see who it was.
Okay. Have you witnessed that from Mr. Martinez with anybody else?
Not that I can recall.
Right. That's all I have.
All right. Counselor Charles? Any questions? It's been asked. All right. Very good. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Okay. So at this time, 8:27, we're going to take a 10-minute break and come back with Mr. Martinez. We are in recess, actually till 20 till the hour, which is 12 minutes.
Testing, testing. We are currently live streaming, so please, thank you.
Is there any way to really fast it up to section R?
I can fast it wherever you want it.
Okay. It's all way down.
Tell Angela you're
That's why you go up fast. Section R. They're labeled.
maybe,
So it's way down That's D, F.
Right. That one?
Yep. Is that, no, that's not the first one.
They're controlling it from, yeah, there's only one R.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, from there?
Yep.
It's currently restreaming right now. So yeah. So everybody at home is watching all of this happen right now.
Can we scream into the
First
mics
thing
now?
up there is giving
Yes, I
us,
have y'all at 93.
Yeah.
I have y'all set at 93. Y'all weren't the problem.
Hey,
Donna's voice.
It never went off when I was over here.
Donna's voice, she has this habit of leaning in.
I thought it was, sometimes like they're real sensitive to jewelry and stuff. Like people have a big metal watch or bracelet or something.
Yeah.
Sometimes it I swear people grab the microphone, like especially those cordless ones, and then it's like.
Well, with her, it's because I had it all the way up to like 99 because I get complaints that they can't hear the mirror. And when I tried to lower it, it wouldn't let me lower hers. It would just stay. Like we only have one. So when I first we only have one mic control for everybody. So I have to switch it.
Okay. If I can have everyone's attention, thank you so much for your patience. We've had technical difficulties, and we are now back on the record at approximately 6 minutes after 9, a longer break than we thought due to the technical difficulties. So when we left, we had already heard from the first 3 witnesses, City Manager Kinsler, City Councilor Rodriguez, and Yvonne Acuna, and then we had other witnesses, corroborative witnesses that were heard as well. So as per the change in the rules, we've allowed Mr. Martinez to rebut. So you would rebut Councilor Rodriguez, Yvonne Acuna, I guess Lieutenant Anderson, Lieutenant Gonzalez, Crystal Caldera, Melinda Moritz, whoever else, not Ms. Kinsler, because we were going to put her, your rebuttal would be with the rest of the complainants. Is that correct? Just want to be sure we're...
Mayor,
Yes.
I would like to make one point about
Yeah.
that, though. Ms. Kinsler, during her testimony, she didn't just talk about her complaint. She talked about all of the complaints together, including the sexual harassment allegations.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So
That's a good point. I didn't
does that
think about
open the
that.
door for Mr. Martinez to respond to her complaints?
Okay.
I don't believe it does, Mayor. The agreement was what was the agreement. It was already known that she'd be talking about everything. So
It was known by who?
by you and everyone else. That was what we were told to start with.
Excuse me. Yeah, I thought we were taking Ms. Kinsler out of order because she had to leave early.
That's
something.
that's
what
my
I thought.
understanding, and that the complaints that we were talking about were the complaints that were filed according to what we've been provided, and we weren't provided these binders of all this information in regards to Ms. Kinsler's complaint. So I was kind of surprised that she went through all this and not just talked about the complaint about the media.
Okay, so how do we resolve that? Because those are good points.
Well, the division of the subject matters is actually kind of what you go back to. And so this is the rebuttal of the subject matters regarding the sexual harassment charges. So any statements made, he should be able to rebut for that subject matter only.
All right.
And then when we go to the next subject matter, we'll cover all of them. So at the end, he can talk about everything kind of collectively.
All right. Did you understand that, Mr. Councilor Martinez, you can rebut Ms. Kinsler's on the sexual harassment?
Sexual harassment comments only. But I mean,
Comments only?
her references were what she overheard, and then just she got the complaints in and what she did with them. So since her statement is really just a corroboration of Catherine Rodriguez's statement, his ability to rebut that at the moment is just, it's limited to that subject matter. Does that make sense?
Okay. What she overheard and then the corroboration aspect, is that the two sections?
Well, what she overheard was the corroboration aspect. So
Oh.
if he rebuts Councilwoman Rodriguez's statements, it is in fact rebutting Ms. Kinsler's statements.
Okay. Anything else? All right, Mr. Martinez, if you'd like to begin on rebutting the sexual harassment allegations that you just heard this evening.
Let me start out by saying that I do not find any charter violation in reference to Catherine Rodriguez's complaints. Catherine Rodriguez's original complaints, she had 3 of them. On October 2nd, 2018, during the National Night Out at Tailwaggers, she claims I came up to her and I asked if I cared to take a bath. On November 20th, 2018, City Council meeting, Catherine came up and tried to walk between myself and another person. We all shook hands. Catherine Rodriguez claims I was stroking her hand. And then on December 3rd, her 3rd complaint was at the Christmas tree lighting ceremony. And at that time, she claimed that I was just close to her backside. During the initial pictures that were taken, I was standing beside her and to the right of Santa. There is a picture of the tree lighting ceremony. And you can see between my legs there is grass showing. In fact, if you really look at the pictures, isn't Councilor Alcazer kind of close to Santa Claus? But this is a group picture, and what do you do in a group picture? Hey, squeeze in together. Let's get together. So that was the picture. And if you look at here, this picture was taken. Let's see, December 3rd, 2018, at 5:06 p.m. in the evening. Look at picture 2. And Catherine Rodriguez stated that between pictures 1 and 2 that I thrust my crotch in her backside. Picture 1, picture 2. Have I moved? Now, if you look at the lights, there's a light behind Catherine's head. Now it's by my face. The camera man moved. Now here, look at the metadata for picture 2. It was December 3rd, 2018 at 5:01 p.m. and 10 seconds. So in 4 seconds, where I didn't move an inch between these 2 pictures, I thrust my crotch into her backside. That's physically impossible. I maintain that after Catherine Rodriguez talked to Mr. Henry, and it appears like her original 3 complaints weren't good enough to claim any kind of sexual harassment. So it appears like they were greatly exaggerated. I might have to get them. The first thing she mentioned is after she got elected, and I admit I did call her. She didn't answer the phone. I got her voicemail, and I congratulated her for winning. And I suggested maybe we can get together and have lunch. I made 1 call and only 1 call to her. I did not make repeated calls. I did not offer to hang out with her. I made one call to congratulate her for winning the election. As for invading her personal space by getting a 1.5 feet apart, is a 1.5 feet apart getting in front of violating someone's personal space? I only see Catherine Rodriguez during city council meetings, once in a while at a civic event. Before council meetings, I go into the audience, as many of you guys know, I walk around and shake your hands and welcome you to the council meeting. So I don't know when I would have a chance to come up and do anything before a council meeting. So I don't know when I'd have any contact with her for that. During the national night out, he got close to her and asked in a deep voice if I want to take a bath. I have no recollection of that. The facility is a really fantastic, high quality pet grooming place, and they board pets. It's really high class, and it's a treasure for Leon Valley to have that kind of business here. And I probably make some kind of comment about the wash tub, but for her, I might have made a comment about taking a bath a bath for the dogs or something, but I would never make a comment that I wanted to take a bath with her. Rodriguez stated that she started to notice more and more ways Martinez would make subtle innuendos. Again, when would I have a chance to make any sexual innuendos to her? I do walk around and shake people's hands, welcome them before a council meeting. I rarely see Councilor Rodriguez. I have never sat down and had a one-on-one conversation with her. So I don't know where she gets this, that I do this stuff. In fact, my wife, most of the people that come to frequent council meetings knows my wife is, I think she's almost been to every council meeting with me. And my wife is a good old-fashioned country girl. Do you think if I was doing anything or flirting with another girl or anybody, that she would tolerate that? She would definitely cause some body harm to me. Now, I admit, a lot of times I do shake people's hands. Hey, officer, how you doing? I do that quite a bit. What's wrong with that? It's just a warm handshake. I do remember making a comment about her hand being warm. I shook her hand like that. Shaking her hand like that is not caressing. I don't know where she came up with this delusional idea, but I vehemently deny ever shaking her hand, like rubbing her hand like she suggests. Again, I stipulate, I rarely have any interaction with Catherine Rodriguez. We've never had a conversation together. Usually after a council meeting, I normally go get my wife and maybe a couple other people, friends of mine, and we talk about going to Dairy Queen for ice cream. So I don't know when I would have a chance to even have any contact with her like she is claiming. And then between the dates October 2nd and November 20th, Rodriguez caught me several times undressing her with my eyes. Now, how could I possibly do that? I sit over on this side of the dais. She sits where Mr. Henry sits. How can I possibly, I could see her from this part up. How could I possibly, unless she's psychic, how would she know that I was visually undressing her? Again, she says that I would only try and touch her when I feel that I could control the scene. When have I ever been alone with her to control the scene or have any contact with her? Other than that one time that she came, I was talking with somebody else, and she wanted to walk between us. I don't know where she comes up with these delusional statements. And I just showed you at the tree lighting ceremony, in 4 seconds, it would be impossible for me to put my crotch in her backside when you can see my feet have never moved an inch. And that's another thing. She's smiling in that picture. Between pictures 1 and 2, she's smiling. I have asked probably 5 dozen different women, if someone came up behind you and stuck their crotch in your backside, what would you do? I've gotten responses from, I would move forward, I would turn around and say, excuse me, I would slap them, I would elbow them, I would kick them where but they would have some kind of physical reaction. If that happened, why would she stay smiling between pictures 1 and 2? It's complete fabrication. She states that she is not afraid of me physically. She would simply give me the bitch face. I have no earthly idea what she's talking about there because I never have any contact with her. And if it's at the dais, she's giving me the bitch face at the dais. I have no idea what she's talking about. And she also mentions that she used to get along with my wife. My wife has no contact with her. So I think these statements are all just a fabrication in her mind. Let's see. That's all I've got for Catherine. Mrs. Acuna. The first time, like Ms. Acuna said, we were in the small conference room here, talking about the water rates. We had raised the water rates, and we had a lot of people, citizens of Leon Valley, complaining about the water rates. So I believe myself and one or two other council members had met with her at separate times to discuss them. So what Public Works did is randomly pulled, I believe it was 10 water bills from people a year ago, and then their current water bill. So I can't remember who was where. I think Ms. Acuna was sitting at the end of the table, and I was sitting, just further down the table, and we had the water bills between us. So, we would talk, I would look at her, and then we'd look at the water bill, and we'd discuss the water bill. Oh, look at this water bill, they use an X number of units, and this one they've used 5 times that much, and they look at the difference in the water bill. So we discussed that one, and I'd look up at her, and we'd discuss it, and we'd go to the next one. So, if I'm staring at her chest or whatever, I'm looking at her as a whole. Now, one thing you must, I think everybody that knows me knows I have a lazy eye. I had a cornea transplant about 40 years ago, and my eyelid kind of droops. I've talked to my doctors about it. They're not really concerned at this point. So, I don't know if it's just a perceived notion that I was staring at her chest. But no, I was looking at her. We'd talk the water bill. I'd look at her. We'd talk about it. Then we'd go to the next one. We'd look at it, paper, then I'd look at her. As for moving forward to the tree lighting ceremony, or not the tree lighting, I mean the The door, every year, or the last couple of years, all departments decorate a door for some kind of a theme. And Public Works did the same thing. So I drove over there, and Public Works, you have to be buzzed in. And Mrs. Acuna did let me in, and the door was at the far end of the hallway. So Mrs. Acuna walked me down the hallway, and she explained the door to me because it required some explanation. She explained the door to me, then she left and went to her desk. I continued looking at the door, and I took a couple pictures of it, and then I walked down the hall, and I stayed in the hallway. She was sitting at her desk across the room, and we just made a couple comments about the door, and I left. I don't know where she gets it. I was staring at her chest or whatever, but our contact that time was just maybe a minute, where she walked me down the hall and then she left. So I have no idea where this complaint came from. Now, to dispute what Lieutenant Gonzalez said, I'd like to call my wife up and make a statement. And I was talking to my wife. That was a personal conversation, and if you come up and just mention what you remember, but if I was making any kind of comment, that's a comment between a husband and a wife.
Why? Is your wife a witness later?
Yes.
She is.
And she's going to just say what only.
Just on that one, Lieutenant. Okay, as a rebuttal.
She has to be under oath.
Oh, it has to be under oath. Yes, thank you. So just rebut that one claim. Yes, Sandra, Ms. Postley, if you'll please swear in the witness.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay.
Pat Martinez. That was a conversation my husband and I were having. We have a lot of conversations that have a sexual note. That's our way of playing with each other. And what we talk about on his phone, whoever hears it is nobody's business but mine and his. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
And I don't have any comments for Crystal, so I'm ready to accept any questions from council.
We're going to pass on the questions until the end when it's his turn, then we can answer.
Is that what we decided?
That's up to you guys.
Is that what we decided?
That'll speed things along here.
I have some questions, and I think we should ask if they're about this issue. I think they're more relevant to ask now than.
Okay.
I mean, I'm assuming we're not going to get through everything tonight,
No.
so it seems like it'd make more sense to ask the questions now about the testimony he just gave.
Right. I think just to keep it all in, that was our goal, was to keep it together so we could remember the rebuttal and the testimony and whatnot. Okay.
I'm not in agreement.
Okay.
I'd ask my questions later.
Well, you could ask your questions later, but would that be all right with Mr. Bradshaw to ask questions? Ms. Charles, do you have questions? Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, go ahead. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Charles.
You alluded to the fact that both Councilor Rodriguez and Ms. Acuna's testimony was false. What they said was...
No. I stated Councilor Rodriguez's testimony is false. If Mrs. Acuna has that kind of comment, I have no way to refute that. I just gave my side of the story.
Okay. All right. Well, let's focus on Councilor Rodriguez. If her comments or her testimony was false, what reason would she have to lie, do you think?
That's the $100,000 question. Other than the statement she made at the Wine 101 meeting before, when they were trying to lure Councilor Bradshaw into running on their platform, for lack of a better word. She was bragging that she was going to get me kicked off of council. So it just shows a pattern where...
That sounds like a second-hand knowledge that you're speaking of right now. You didn't have first-hand knowledge of that? Did you hear that conversation?
Will did.
No, I'm asking you, did you hear that conversation?
No, I didn't, but Will did.
All right. No, I'm asking you.
No, I didn't. I wasn't there.
Okay.
I wasn't there.
Then I would
I'm just
probably-
refuting what Mr. Bradshaw stated.
Then I probably wouldn't testify to that. Do you know of any other person that has any relevant information about either of these incidents?
Not to my knowledge.
Any witnesses?
No, not to these. All I can state is that, everybody knows here I have my own business.
Right.
I have a female office manager. I've probably hired, in the last 15 years I've been in business, I probably had, over 10 women working for me. Nobody has ever accused me of anything like this.
So your response to this Councilor Rodriguez's allegations are?
They're all lies.
They're all lies. But you don't know why she would have a reason to lie.
Other than what I heard from Mr. Bradshaw, that she stated that the group that she is associated with had a plan to get rid of me.
But again, that's not what you heard. That's not anything that you heard.
Not firsthand, no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're finished, Miss Charles. Okay, Mr. Bradshaw.
Okay, Mr. Martinez, when you said that when Dr. Rodriguez won the election, you reached out to her and invited her out to lunch.
That is correct.
And you said you left a voicemail. Is that correct?
I called her I can't remember if it was that night. I don't think it was that night. I think it was the next night. And I called her. She didn't answer the phone. I got her voicemail, and I just said, hey, this is Councilor Martinez. I just want to congratulate you for winning, and maybe in the future we can get together for lunch to discuss the city. Lunch type of meetings are supposed to be like non-threatening. If I was trying to invite her, if I wanted to have something more with her, hey, let's go to dinner. Let's, But no, lunch appointments are supposed to be like a non-threatening, no frills way to meet somebody. I have no idea at this point who she was. I didn't know anything about Catherine Rodriguez other than she won the election. I was campaigning for her opponent. So I didn't know anything about Catherine Rodriguez. So I thought it would just be nice to have lunch with her, and let's talk about the city and get to know her a little bit. That's it. Nothing more. There was no sexual connotation. There was nothing more than just being friendly to a new council member.
Okay. And you said you called one time. Is that correct?
I only called one time.
And so you said it was either that night or the next night after the election. So that would have been in May of 2018. Is that correct? When
yes,
she was elected, I believe so. Because
yes,
the year
that'd be
before
2018.
Do you have phone records from that period?
I've tried to get them, but I've been unable to get them from AT&T.
Okay. Okay. The next question is actually about the picture that's up here, the Santa picture. When this picture was taken, you said, was your wife with you at this event?
Yes, my wife was standing real close to the photographer.
So facing you guys taking a picture. It's
my wife was standing next to the photographer, facing us.
Okay. Did your wife say anything to you after this picture, after it was taken?
No, not at all. And there were a bunch of people around us. If I would have done as she claimed, somebody should have come forward and said something or done something or called one of the police officers. Hey, I just saw Councilor Martinez doing something. Didn't happen.
Okay. Has Dr. Rodriguez said anything to you about inappropriate behavior?
She has not said one word about all of the allegations she claims.
You never complained about
She's never said a word to me
back
about
off
any of them.
or anything? Okay. What about Ms. Acuna? Same question. Has she said anything to you about any of
No,
these?
she has not. We haven't, other than those two incidents, when we talked in the small conference room here about the water bills, and then 2 years later, when I went to Public Works, I haven't had any contact with her.
Okay. And you said you haven't had complaints from any other women at work, you don't have any?
No, I deal with women all the time. I'm very active. I was very active in my church, and there's a lot of women, even in the TV ministry. Like I said, I've hired a lot of women in my 15 years in business. I have never had. I've got a beautiful wife. I've got everything I need. This may sound kind of hokey, but I've got a beautiful wife that cares for me. We've embraced God in our life, and my business is going strong. So, I've got these three things that have meshed into my life as it is right now. Do you think I'm going to do anything to jeopardize that? I have never, ever, ever, I've been married before. I have never, ever had the relationship I have with my wife. In fact, I can tell everybody here that I believe our relationship is stronger and our love is stronger today than when we got married. Okay. How many people can say that?
Okay. That's all I have, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Ms. Alex, sir, you didn't have any questions, is that right? Anything else? Okay, very good. Did the air go off? Oh, okay, thank you. I didn't know what that message was. Did the air go off? Okay, so it's cooling off now. Okay, thank you. All right. Any other rebuttal?
Yeah, Catherine and
Of Yvonne. Okay, very good. All right, we'll do that. All right, so Councilor Rodriguez, your rebuttal to what Mr. Martinez said.
Okay, just curious. Accordingly, Mr. Martinez claims that I am delusional. Seeing as how we were at tail waggers in a public arena, I'm just wondering if that makes me delusional. Does that also make the city manager and the lieutenant delusional, since I heard him make comments?
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Acuna, do you have anything?
I just want to clarify to some of his statements. When we were in the conference room, we were sitting pretty close together. We were not separated, by distance. We were pretty close together so that it was apparent when he leaned over to get a look down my shirt. It wasn't, just because of his eye. It was apparent. Secondly, when he came to Public Works, I did not buzz him in. I didn't even know he was coming in. I was walking down the hall towards the door. He was coming up the door. I explained where the door decoration was and went to my office. So I just wanted to clarify those statements.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anything else? Okay, so okay, so unless they want to be recalled at a later date.
No, excuse me, Mayor. Can I respond to
Yes.
managers now, or should I wait?
well, since hers was everything, if he responds when, because all of the stuff just gonna keep going unless it's limited to just her statements on the sexual harassment?
Do you want to limit it to the statements on the sexual harassment? That's what is appropriate right now.
No. Well, her statements were all over the place.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
He'll get the chance to respond to hers after all the other witnesses testify, because the other witnesses' testimonies are going to cover all of those areas.
You know, who's running this meeting? You, Mr. Henry, or the mayor?
Okay. I'm just trying to get some advice because we've never been down this road, Mr. Martinez. So I'm trying to do it fair and open. And so, again, I think if you can limit it to the sexual harassment, because that's the topic that we're on, I think that would be appropriate.
My statements her statements were all over the field, and anything I say is going to cover everything in the world.
All right. So we'll wait until
Number 13.
you present your.
Yeah, for number 13.
Well, do we still have all these other witnesses?
Yeah, we've got
so
all
we
the
need
others.
to start. We need to finish that first.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Martinez, we won't go to number 13 until we finish the called witnesses that we discussed earlier. Oh, yeah, release the witnesses. So they don't need to be recalled?
If you don't want to,
So that would be Yvonne Acuna and, well, Catherine Rodriguez, I guess she could be recalled. And Melinda, there you go. She's wanting to be released as well. Yes.
I guess there's one rebuttal witness before we move on to Mr. Martinez's comments. That's Lieutenant Gonzalez.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting confused of the various people that have come up to the podium. Okay. Yes, sir.
Well, since I heard the counselor's testimony, it may or may not have been his wife he was talking to, but he did mention the Dairy Queen chocolate ice cream and bending somebody over.
Okay. All right.
That's all I have to say.
All right.
Thank you.
And you may be released as well, Lieutenant Gonzalez. Okay. Ms. Acuna, you may be released, and Ms. Moritz and Ms. Rodriguez, if you'd like to be released. Anyone else that has testified that will not be, and Lieutenant Gonzalez?
They don't have to leave.
They don't have to leave, yeah, exactly, but you are released if you'd like to. Okay, so Linda Moritz. Okay, so I think the next complainant is Mr. Brandon Milan. Mr. Milan. Okay.
Mayor and Council. My name is Brandon Milan. I'm the city's Planning and Zoning Director. I'm a trained architect, certified planner. I have a bachelor's, master's degree of architecture from University of Texas, San Antonio. I've worked for the cities of San Antonio, Midland, Oklahoma City, San Marcos, and Bulverde. Most recently in San Marcos and Bulverde, I've held senior level positions. I've left all the cities that I've worked for on exceptional terms. And I was very happy to join on with the city of Leon Valley back in April of 2018. I'm speaking this evening to discuss my complaints against Councilor Martinez and also the subsequent events that have occurred to myself and the other complainants since filing those complaints. Before I begin discussing my complaints, I'd like to start with an excerpt from the resignation letter of my predecessor, Nina Nixon Mendez, the former Planning and Zoning Director. That excerpt, I'll read it. It says, this was part of her resignation letter enlisting some of the reasons why she was choosing to move on to a different position. She stated, most recently, Councilor Martinez met with me in my office and stated I should never provide a recommendation of denial concerning any business applicant. specifically referring to the U-Haul and the San Antonio Aquarium cases. In fact, in a loud tone, he stated that I should administratively approve those permits. In all of my 22 years as a professional planner, I have never seen this much disorganization and have never been confronted by this much animus towards me. So, when I arrived in April of 2018, I learned of this incident. Frankly, it lingers in my department. My employees in my department were there when this incident happened, and so obviously I learned of this incident. And frankly, I was aware of the potential treatment that I could receive serving in my capacity as a planning and zoning director. Surprisingly, I had no issues with Councilor Martinez until last October. I had a zoning dispute with someone that I'm not sure what the nature of the association was there, but following that zoning dispute, my treatment towards me by Councilor Martinez changed dramatically. This behavior ultimately led to me filing complaints against Councilor Martinez on December 20th, 2018. Yes, 8 months ago. My complaints were for the following: accusing me of misconduct, accusing me of not telling the truth about my actions and my conduct, insulting and demeaning my presentation skills in public, hostile and interrogatory questioning in public, very similar, frankly, to the line of questioning that we saw earlier between Councilor Martinez and Councilor Charles, forcing a yes or no question. And frankly, making the most horrific statement I've ever heard in my 10 years of public service, which was on December 18th, 2018 at the City Council meeting. We have the authority to do whatever we want. We are City Council, which literally made the audience gasp. Never heard such a thing. And most severely, attempting to order me in public to take actions that violate the city regulations and the zoning code. Are my complaints the most earth-shattering complaints you've ever heard when compared to the previous complaints that we've heard tonight regarding sexual harassment? No. Did I hope or expect that my complaints would lead to Councilor Martinez getting removed from council? No. I filed my complaints to continue to create the record of ongoing hostile behavior towards planning and zoning directors at the City of Leon Valley in my department that was begun by my predecessor, the last planning and zoning director. Are my complaints extraordinary? No. What is extraordinary, in my opinion, and what I did not expect, is everything that has happened since those complaints were filed. First, I'll start with the fact report that was prepared by outside Councilor Ryan Henry. In my opinion, in a typical abuser-harasser protocol, Councilor Martinez has categorically denied any wrongdoing. Even though most of my complaints are on video, you can go onto the city's website and literally look right now at those incidents. Or they were in a public meeting with multiple other officials that were there. And in fact, in the fact report, he went further. He went to take the steps and actually took the actual incidences for which I filed my complaints in the first place and took those to a completely new level in a public document by attacking my character, threatening me with corrective action, and accusing me of being dishonest and lying and withholding facts from the City Council. I may not be the best public speaker, especially when I'm nervous, and I clearly understand that certain people may be out to get me, but one thing I will not tolerate is being called a liar. Let all current and future City of Leon Valley employees know that when you are mistreated in this city by elected officials and you speak out, this is what happens to you. But the mistreatment did not stop with the fact report either. The mistreatment grew to occurring from other people in different ways. I'd like to address the fact that all of us complainants, we have been accused of being part of some conspiracy theory. We've been criminalized as being part of a conspiracy theory by other members of the City Council, the mayor's own husband, and certain political candidates as being part of a conspiracy. Again, straight out of the Political Controversy Handbook, when multiple victims speak out against you, try to turn the tables on them, and try to turn the accusers try to turn the tables on your accusers and make yourself the victim. Yes, Mr. Bradshaw, you stood up here before you were elected, and you demeaned the complainants, some of them sexual harassment complainants. And you stated you were shocked at people stooping so low to come up with these allegations. In a pound Me Too Time's Up era, I think that is detestable. It worked for you, it looks like, for now. Let it be known that under no uncertain terms was I coached, persuaded, encouraged, or directed by the city manager of the city of Leon Valley or anyone in this organization to file my complaint. I filed my complaints 2 days after the December 18th City Council meeting when I frankly said I've had enough of this. I filed my complaints for the simple reason that I expect to be treated, and I expect my colleagues to be treated with decency and respect. Other things that have happened that I've seen that have been disturbing. Regarding Mrs. Acuna, it has been stated for the record, even by you, Mayor, that Mrs. Acuna had retracted her complaint. This is not true, and she just stood up here this evening and said that she did not do that. If she had retracted her complaint and her claims, she would not have stood up here this evening and continued to state them to the council for investigation. She clearly did not retract her claims. Also, it has been said on the record by many others, including you, Mayor, that these claims have been rejected and that they're unmerited. That is not at all what the fact report says. The fact report specifically states, it is certainly within the realm of reason for Frederick, Milland, Officer Azar, and Officer Breton to interpret Martinez's actions as hostile. Martinez's behavior, especially that observed on video during the council meetings, can be interpreted as verbally abusive at times. However, such cannot form the basis of a hostile work environment claim under labor laws. No protected classifications were listed as the cause or form of the basis of the complaints. Therefore, the complaints are not sustained. This says that they're not sustained. In no way or form does this report reject the claims as meritless. So that is simply not true. And lastly, and I'd like to say most disturbingly, is the fact that what I found most shocking is that the mayor's own husband, an attorney, has represented Councilor Martinez. Mayor, you have denied this on multiple occasions, but we, the complainants, were there in the courtroom. We were there when the Councilor Martinez sued the citizens of Leon Valley to try to do everything he could to prevent the public process from taking place tonight. We were there. We saw him sitting at the table with Councilor Martinez and his other attorney, Mr. Ed Cano. How do you think that made us feel? How do you think that would make any City of Leon Valley employee feel, seeing your husband up there defending him? Let all current and future employees of the City of Leon Valley know that when you get mistreated by an elected official in this city and you speak out, the mayor and her husband will stand against you. And lastly, I just want to address something that I've seen here that I find really disturbing. I've seen people talk about division that's occurring here in this city. Maybe I'm wrong, but I consider division to be part of a democracy and part of people having an opinion and possibly making a vote that differs with other people. Division is what brings about change, and I personally think division is progress. And I'm really sorry that the dirty laundry of this city is being aired for all the citizens of Leon Valley to see and the entire region to see. This type of mistreatment that's been going on for 8 months that everybody has seen and knows and can clearly understand. But make no mistake about it. In my opinion, what's happening here tonight is progress. And frankly, I think it's progress to end the relentless mistreatment that's been going on here, at least for the past 8 months. Who knows how much longer than that, by Councilor Martinez and others, including you, Mayor, and you, Mr. Bradshaw, in effort to try and protect him. And I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Okay. Has any questions for Ms. Alcacer? Okay, Mr. Bradshaw.
Okay, Mr. Milan, you accused me of speaking out against the sexual harassment claims. from before I was on the council?
Accused you of speaking out against all the claims as the complainant stooping so low.
What exactly did I say? Do you have that?
You said specifically, said, it's embarrassing to see individuals stooping so low to come up with these allegations against Councilor Martinez.
Okay.
It was on April the 16th at about, I think it was 2 hours.
So that was after.
On video.
I'm not disputing that, but that was after all of these allegations had come out against Mr. Martinez, correct? It wasn't, I think in your testimony just now you were referencing that I was specifically talking about the sexual harassment.
I said which includes sexual harassment allegations.
Thank you for clarifying that. The letter that you read, the resignation letter from Miss Nina Nixon Mendez.
Yes.
Who provided you with that resignation letter?
I did an open records request for that letter.
Okay. About when was that?
Over a month ago. Somewhere between a month and a half ago.
Okay. And then when you mentioned in the December 18th meeting that Mr. Martinez said, we are city council, we can do whatever we want, that statement, what was he referencing in that?
That statement came directly after a line of questioning regarding notification boundaries for a current zoning change. The state law says that if you're required to send out notice to all properties within 200 feet for a zone change.
Okay.
And you calculate that area. And Councilor Martinez was potentially directing me to expand that notice and possibly calculate all of the opposition within the expanded notice. And I was clearly trying to say, you cannot do that because the law does not authorize it.
So it was Mr. Martinez's directive that you should give notice to more houses in the neighborhood?
That was part of the directive.
Okay. And
on February 18th, when Councilor Martinez asked me if I had done that, and despite what he said on record that I refused to answer the question, which is a lie, I actually answered the question directly, and you can see it on tape. I said, no, I did not do that, sir, because that would not be legal.
So I guess why? So your understanding is that the city cannot ask for more than what the state requires?
No, what I'm saying is that you can't manufacture opposition, and that's
no,
what
I understand that. I'm not talking about that. But the directive from Mr. Martinez, as you say, he wanted you to expand the zone of questioning. The state law says 200 feet, and he wanted to do 400 feet, or I don't know. Theoretically, I don't know what the number was, right? But he wanted to do more than that, and you're saying that he cannot do that?
No, you can send out notice to the whole city if you want to.
Okay.
What matters?
Calculate.
What matters
difference?
Is if you try to calculate more opposition and use that as a basis. The state law says if more than 20% of people within your 200-foot notification area object, then that requires a majority vote of council. And so I was trying to explain is we can send out notice to the entire city if we like to, but we cannot calculate more than the people within that 200 feet.
What is the reasoning behind that? Why we can't calculate?
It's state law and it's in your city code.
So I just went through this last council meeting regarding junk vehicles, and it was explained to me by the chief of police that we can be more strict than state law, but we can't be more lenient than state law. So that would seem to me that this is being more strict than state law, not more lenient.
Well, if you want to be more strict, you need to change your code.
Oh. Okay.
And then I'll enforce it.
Okay. So do you feel that, or do you believe that Mr. Martinez was acting as an elected official when he asked you to do these, perform these surveys, send out these notices?
He was up on the dais, so he was serving in his capacity an elected official at that current moment in time.
Okay. And do you believe that the city council should make the zoning decisions for the city?
I think the city council needs to follow their code, just as I do. And if they don't like it, they need to bring about a zoning code that goes through the Planning and Zoning Commission and is final approved by the city council, and then we all need to follow that code together.
Okay. Do you respect the fact that the city of Leon Valley is a council manager form of government?
I've worked for 6 cities that have a council manager form of government. Of course I do.
Okay. And you respect the fact that the city manager and the staff answer to the city council for the execution of the laws and the administration of the city?
I answer to the city manager. So I work for the city manager, and when I'm out here in this room, I respectfully answer the questions of the city council.
Okay. That's all for right now. If somebody else wants to go, I need to gather some of my thoughts.
Yes, Councilor Charles.
There seems to be repeated directives given to you and your staff. How has this affected your staff?
Well, I think, since the complaints that I started, that I documented here back in October, yeah, I think we're definitely on edge. Every time I've come out here to the council meeting since then, I'm just, wondering what's going to come your way, so yeah, anytime you have prior treatment, to previous planning and zoning directors, and you have the treatment I've had, yeah, we're all on edge more. I think, I'm not going to speak for my staff, but I'm on edge more than I ever have been at any other city.
Do you know your staff to be, are they divided in this issue, or are they coming together, or? We have a
strong staff. We are all united, and we're trying to keep our heads down and do our work as best as we can despite all this.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am.
Councilor Ackerser?
In that particular case about the notice actually went out, did it not, to the extra people?
Yes, ma'am.
So that had been the original request of the council, and you had done that. The issue became not calculating that according to the standards that were requested by Councilor Martinez. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain again the difference? He's trying to say we could be stricter. If you're stricter than state law, it seems to me, then you'd say, we'll just do the fewer, not do more and count more. How could you work that particular case? Is there a way to do that?
I think we need to, if we want to send more notice out or less notice out, we just need to, frankly, we need to get, I'm not sure what the laws are, like if we can calculate a 3/4 percentage on a 1,000 foot notice. I'm really not sure what the answer to that is, but I can tell you that, if we want to send out more notice and we want to create a process for sending out a 1,000 foot notice for this kind of zone change versus that zone change, we can do that. Cities do that.
Did you think Councilor Martinez treated you differently than he treated other people?
Absolutely.
And how did that make you feel?
Yeah, on edge, disrespected, pretty embarrassed. Frankly, I had citizens, part of the reason why I decided to file my complaint as well is because I had citizens and different business, owners that had come up to me and they said, I don't know why you're treated like that. It's not okay.
Can you tell us about the incident with Mr. Morehouse and the other man whose name I don't recall?
Yes, ma'am.
Bobby Anderson.
Happy to. It's kind of a long process. I'm happy to go into the details of it. If you want me to just summarize it. Or?
Well, in relation to Councilor Martinez interference, because in his response he makes a lot of accusations about that. And I was at one of the meetings and with you and Councilor Martinez, and I remember Mr. Morehouse complimenting you a lot, so I was surprised at Mr. Martinez's response, so that's why I asked about it.
Yes, ma'am. I can kind of summarize that whole process for you. And mid-October, Mr. Anderson, who is the property manager for the property where Mr. Morehouse was wanting to locate his cage assembly business, they came into our office, wanted to file a certificate of occupancy. They had questions, whether or not this was going to, comply with the zoning code, and what they were planning to do just like a lot of things didn't fit into one classification in our zoning code. So I said, I hope you don't need an SUP, but frankly, you might. I don't know. I need to look into this. You know, I've got a process where when I don't have the answer on the spot, I tell people, I don't know. It's good not to just say something if you're not 100% sure. So I said, I don't know. I'll have to get back with you. And so approximately 1 week later, I did get back, and I said, you know, you're going to need an SUP. But in the meantime, to be business friendly, I said, let me take your application, and we'll get some of the inspections started. And so a week later, when I informed Mr. Anderson he'd need an SUP, that's when everything broke loose on that situation. There was, you know, despite having my staff there that witnessed that initial incident, where I clearly said you may need an SUP, there was all sorts of accusations thrown at me, my staff, about, you know, me not telling them originally they needed an SUP and just surprising them, accusing me of, you know, not doing my job to, you know, help advise people, and you know, it culminated in a meeting with Councilor Martinez that he initiated, the city manager, police chief, my assistant director, where Councilor Martinez again accused me of telling a different story than he got from Mr. Anderson and Mr. Morehouse. And despite my repeated attempts to say, here's what happened, I'm telling you the truth, here's what I did, this is, you know, and I've documented that, and there was no changing his opinion on the situation. I felt at that time, and I still feel that he's convinced that I'm lying, that I'm dishonest, and, you know, is going to believe whatever business comes to him, despite, you know, whatever attempts I may make to tell him the truth of the matter. And so, despite that, you know, I was committed to working through the process with Mr. Anderson and Mr. Morehouse. You know, being straightforward with him. We got that process, that SUP process going. We got him to Planning and Zoning Commission and Council, and they were opened less than 2 months later, or about 2 months later. So.
Were you aware that there were problems with Mr. Anderson before, trying to circumvent the zoning rules?
I was aware of other incidents that had happened in my office with him. As far as trying to circumvent rules, I definitely.
Shortcuts.
Yeah, challenging the interpretations of our department, definitely.
And are there any other cases that Mr. Martinez, Councilor Martinez, interfered with the progress you were making or made other accusations?
Not since I filed my complaints. No. You know, as far as my predecessors, like I said in the resignation letter of Mrs. Mendez, you know, that clearly, you know, there's clearly a directive from Councilor Martinez to administratively approve a permit, despite the fact that it clearly was not meeting the zoning code because she had denied it. So I would definitely cite those as additional examples of attempts to direct staff to do things that were not meeting the laws and the codes of the zoning code.
And all of the personal attacks that you received from him in his response to your complaint, how did you feel about that?
I felt amazingly like misunderstood, violated, that someone that doesn't even know me could clearly just make a blanket assumption that I'm dishonest, just based on the fact that, as he is even stated in the fact report, that he doesn't trust city employees and that I'm no exception. That clearly showed, illustrated to me that there's a definite bias here against staff in general, and particularly the directors and the staff in my department.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
In addition to giving you directions to complete certain tasks, has Councilor Martinez ever given you administrative directions?
Not in my office. No. I mean, I'd say it depends on what you call administrative. You know, standing, you know, being up on the dais and saying, you know, did you calculate this or calculate that? That, you know, depends on what you'd call administrative.
Maybe giving directions for you to change your manual or your book that you work by, or add something.
There was, you know, last year we were looking at modifying the design manual for cell node requirements, And Councilor Martinez had been vocal at the dais in terms of changes to that. We started out with kind of a routine change, and it turned into something that was more elaborate based on his feedback. And so I had included him in that process, just to show him, here's, what I'm potentially going to bring to council. And yeah, I got a lot more feedback on that and from him. And it was feedback ultimately that, and Mrs. Frederick was out of the office, so I had an outside counsel look at it, and they said, no, this stuff is not stuff we can put in this ordinance. So yeah, there's I think the email said this is not good, or change it to this or something. Yeah, I don't have the email.
Okay.
That's kind of what I remember of it.
How do you work with other counselors?
I definitely have enjoyed. I've enjoyed generally, working with this council. Like I said in my statement, I've been really displeased with some of the things that have happened since this, up until October, actually up until December, or October, November, December. I was enjoying working with this council, but since then it's gotten tense. I'd say superficial. Difficult to keep going when all this stuff's going on. People are doing things, but we have to come out here and, it's been difficult.
So have other counselors treated you in the same way that Mr. Martinez has?
Not directly, no, ma'am. I'd say, like I mentioned in my statement, a lot of the things that have upset me since I filed my complaints of things that have happened behind the scenes. The back channel stuff that happens where, it's just politicking. So it's not appropriate outside of this evening, of course. It's not appropriate to bring those things up in outside of a council item that. But yeah, it's been tough carrying on out here in this area, knowing all this stuff is going on and things are being said about you, and you're being accused of things you're not doing.
I appreciate your comments.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Okay, yes. Mr. Bradshaw.
Back to the notification that was sent out to the other houses. If I recall, this had to do with the St. John Baptist Church.
Yes.
Their request for a zoning change.
Yes.
Is that correct? So what did the notification say?
I believe the notification said, the final notification that I sent out as directed by council said a zone change from probably R1 and B2 to B3 or B2. I think it was kind of, at that point, that process had just gotten so complex that, I to try to meet the demands of council, and then I tried to send a notice out that would cover all the possibilities, which is what I'm supposed to do.
But it's a notice of the change, so was this a card that people send back, or how does that work?
People can respond in different ways. They can mail back a letter, stating whether they're opposed or in favor. They can call me.
Did it have those instructions on it to respond? Because when you talk about calculating, you're calculating the responses, right? Or something like that. So was there directions on this?
Well, we don't put directions on how we're going to calculate it. We put directions on how to contact staff.
Okay,
it specifically says, state law says we need to send you this notice. Thereby, here's your opportunity, more or less in so many words. Here's your opportunity to voice your opposition, and here's how you do it. You can contact contact me, and it has my phone number on it, and my email.
So you did receive responses back from this second mailer?
Numerous responses. I don't have the numbers, but if council wants to know that, happy to get those numbers.
Okay. But I guess why send out the notice if you're not going to calculate the responses?
We provided. It was asked at that meeting. Councilor Martinez asked me what percentage of the people in the expanded notification area responded back, and I said I did not calculate that because that number is not, I can't use that in terms of calculating, whether or not council needs to do a 3/4 or the majority vote. But if I remember at that meeting, the city secretary is always really diligent about recording those. When I get notices, take them straight up to her, and she keeps a tally. And she provided that number at the meeting. I can't remember what it was, but the council was provided with the number of notices, the quantity that was received for that. I didn't provide a percentage, but we provided the number so the council could understand the magnitude of the feedback.
Okay, I just wonder why send out a notice and if you're not going to use it.
We did use it. We gave a number.
Yeah, but you didn't use it in the calculation, is that correct?
Get you that percentage if you would like it. But we provided the number at that meeting.
Okay. And then...
In either way, that does not change the fact that the directive was to do something, eventually use that information and do something that was not directed by the City of Leon Valley regulations. And it doesn't even address the fact of the horrific statement that was made, which is the reason why I filed my complaint in the first place, which is why I'm up here talking.
I understand. So, yeah, from your letter, there's a couple things you talked about, your original complaint letter, the December 7th meeting with Mr. Morehouse about the bird cages and things like that. But it seems like the majority of your complaint was about the December 18th meeting?
Yes. That was the tipping point for me.
That's kind of what I got from the complaint.
But it was important for me to note, and if you read my complaint, it's clear that on November 7th, which was the meeting that we had together with staff, there were statements that were made by Councilor Martinez. There was, in particular, statement that I say one thing and then I say another. That was stated in that meeting.
Right.
And there was a concern. And so what I was trying to show in there is that there is, the same things are being said. Some things are the same mistreatment's occurring in private, and then it's being slung at me out here in public for everybody to see.
I got that. So if I could read a few of your excerpts from your complaint letter.
Absolutely.
A few of the lines from the December 18th meeting, you said, Councilor Martinez scoffed and leaned and whispered something to Mayor Pro Tem Alcazar. I found this action to be an attempt to intimidate me. The gesture distracted me and caused me to lose focus in my presentation. Also during my presentation, Councilor Martinez exchanged a small piece of paper with Mayor Pro Tem Alcazar under the level of the top of the dais. This action further distracted me during my presentation. Upon concluding my presentation, discussion at the dais began. When it was Councilor Martinez's turn to speak, he stated that my oration was all over the place and that, quote, I say one thing and then another. So I guess my request, Mayor, is can we review that December 18th meeting? Can we watch the footage of that and see exactly how stuff happened?
Well, maybe this is a good stopping point.
Yeah, maybe at the next.
Right.
And I'd like to summarize that whole paragraph. I could have summed it up in 3 words or 4 words. He was being a bully. Okay, so maybe that's how you could summarize that. But I wanted to detail it out for everybody to truly understand what happened there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We had talked about stopping at 10 o'clock, and it's now about 10:18. So I did not realize it. I don't know if anybody else did. But on the notice that was posted in very, very, very tiny, tiny, tiny letters, it says, the City Council reserves the option to recess the meeting during the day of July 2nd, 2019, and to reconvene the meeting on the following business day, July 3rd, 2019, at 5:30 p.m. at the Leon Valley City Hall, 6400 El Verde Road, Leon Valley, Texas. So is that the desire of the council to recess and reconvene tomorrow at 5:30?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bradshaw?
I would rather wait till next week. I feel like it's the day before 4th of July weekend. If possible, I would like to.
Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and take a vote then, if that's, y'all would like to make a motion.
I make a motion.
I make a motion that we
reconvene July 3rd at 5:30.
I second the motion.
We have a motion by Councilor Charles and a second by Councilor Alcacer to reconvene the 312 hearing tomorrow evening, July 3rd, Wednesday at 5:30 here in City Hall.
Point of order?
Yes.
Isn't there a rebuttal at this time before we close this section? Testimony was just given, and the agreement was that...
Mayor, I'm not getting
Okay.
any of him on
No, I can't get you on tape, Mr. Johnson. I thought we would just pick up on the rebuttal tomorrow, just because we haven't, I believe Mr. Bradshaw asked that we key up the particular section that you wanted on December 18th, which I think is a good idea. So we could start with that tomorrow and then go into the rebuttal. So I didn't
And
think
for
we were.
point of order, I don't believe Mr. Meland was finished.
No.
You guys have not excused him yet, so
No,
there's no
we haven't.
time for
No, we are going to continue tomorrow. Just pick up where we left off.
And the rebuttal comes after
Everybody.
Chief Joe.
Right. Okay. So,
Mayor,
and
is it possible that we could move to the conference center instead of here because of space constraints?
well, I
Live
don't know if
stream.
anybody knows we're going to reconvene tomorrow at 5:30. I didn't know it until tonight. I didn't see it.
I'm just concerned about people being turned away that
Mhm.
were trying to come today.
Mayor, Councilor Bradshaw, unfortunately, we can't live stream from there, and we have to live stream this.
Well, and then this is our notice if we have it tomorrow. This is the notice that they don't have to repost because of the 72-hour requirement.
That's the language
So-
we received from the attorney to post.
Like I said, I didn't see it. Okay, so Ms. Postley, if you'll take a roll call vote on postponing it for tomorrow versus, I believe, Mr. Bradshaw, you said next week.
Counselor
So-
Charles?
Agreed.
Counselor Rodriguez?
Yes, to abstain.
Yes, to abstain.
On to reconvene?
Yes.
Okay. Counselor Alcacer?
Yes.
And Counselor Bradshaw?
No.
Okay, the motion carries 2 ayes and 1 nay. And so at approximately 10:22 on Tuesday, July the 2nd, we will recess this 312 hearing until tomorrow, which is Wednesday, July the 3rd at 5:30 here in City Council chambers. Good evening.
Hold on to that.
It's not on my list, and I usually don't follow it, you know, because I'm So now I'm going Sandra read this again?
No, you don't, under the ordinance you have to.
I don't have to. Okay, so I'll just.
And now, continue, the continuation of the meeting.
Mayor, in case anybody asks, there are no changes for tomorrow. Everything's still to go as planned. We were thinking about what if it rains, we're going to move, we're going to do, so everything's still the same.
Okay, would you like for me to make that announcement?
Just if somebody asks you, or if it comes up in between,
Okay.
I just want to let you know everything's still the way it was originally planned.
All right, very good.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. So how long does it have to be published? Is it this ordinance last night? No, but I mean, as far as Donna says, I couldn't ask questions yesterday because it had to be published or something.
Whenever you pass an ordinance from the aspects in it,
So when is that going to be? I guess I'll have to ask her. Y'all ready? Wait for Sandra to get down. Good evening. Welcome to the Leon Valley City Council special meeting. Today's Wednesday, July the 3rd, 2019, and I will call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum present. All council members are present. It's not on my agenda, so if I don't follow my agenda, I forget about it. But if you'll please stand, let's say the Pledge of Allegiance before we begin. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. This is a, yes, sir, I'm going to get to you in just a minute. This is a continuation of last night's meeting, and I've already gotten several emails. People did not realize that it was on the agenda in very, very small print. They left early last night, and so, but it did say on the July 2nd agenda that the City Council reserves the option to recess the meeting during the day of July 2nd and to reconvene the meeting the following business day, July 3rd, 2019 at 5:30 here. I was not aware of it myself. So last night we had a vote, and it was 2 ayes, Councilor Charles and Councilor Alcacer to continue tonight, and Mr. Bradshaw wanted to continue it next week. So we're back here this evening. So I wanted to let everybody know that. I wanted to just review the guidelines to follow that we followed last night, and I think it worked well. We didn't have anybody that got a warning that they had to leave, and so I think that was good. But the first one is to please try to be civil to one another. And if anyone is disruptive, which means you are speaking in a way that we can hear you from the dais, you will be given a warning. And if you again become disruptive, I will ask that you be removed from the chambers. No one speaks without first being recognized by the chair. Please do not interrupt the speaker. Let them finish and then raise your hand to be recognized and speak. All counselors will be given time to ask questions that they want, and there's no time limit for speaking in the ordinance. One of the other votes we had yesterday was within the ordinance citizen comments, and you had to have a motion to allow citizen comments, and Mr. Bradshaw made that motion yesterday, and it was did not receive a second, and so it failed for lack of a second. He wanted to allow the citizens to speak after all of the testimony, but that was that failed for lack of a second. Please turn off all your cell phones, and Also, it's been brought to my attention by one of our counselors that we have a local ordinance that said council members shall not use devices for the purpose of communicating during a city council meeting. These devices include but are not limited to telephone, computer, iPad. Communication includes but is not limited to emails, texts, and messaging. So that's one of our local rules. So thank you for bringing that to my attention. All witnesses will be sworn in by the city secretary. And last night we actually adjourned at about 10:20. So at about 10 o'clock, I was asking that maybe we should kind of assess where we're at. And so we adjourned because we knew that we still had a lot to go. Tonight, I'm not sure how long we're going to get, but I'd like to maybe take an assessment at about 9 and see where we're at and see if we can finish it up tonight. But if not, I'd like to consider adjourning a little bit earlier. Tomorrow is a full day for everyone on this council, every staff member. It's going to be about a 20-hour day, so we need our rest. And so I would like that consideration. So with that said, we will, let's see, I don't need to read the ordinance again, is what Mr. Henry said. Mr. Martinez, you had a question. You had called me and asked me, and so if you'll please come to the podium.
One thing that I had a problem with yesterday is several of my witnesses were turned away at the front door. They were not allowed to enter the building. I don't know where this came from or who made this ruling that people could not come into the building. Why was this place packed with police officers and staff? You know, do we really need 20 police officers for this event? And how many of them are being paid overtime? You know, we could probably get by with probably 3, maybe 4 officers at the most. But, you know, why were my witnesses turned away? Even when they told them that I'm a witness, they refused to let them come in the building. Our former mayor, Irene Baldridge, was not allowed in here. That's completely unacceptable. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were going to say that. I thought you had asked me this evening, I wanted the council to consider it. And that is to take Mr. Milan, go ahead, and then we'll ask them if that's acceptable.
With Mr. Milan's testimony is so long, and there is like 8 different sections to it, B1 through B8, I believe, B7 or B8. That I would appreciate if I would be able to respond after he finishes his testimony, because I think it'd lose structure. It would lose, you know, it would lose the flow if I waited till all the other people testified and then try to bring this back.
Like we did yesterday.
Like we did yesterday.
Okay, and I believe he has a corroborating witness. Is that right, Mr. Xavier? Are you another witness? So maybe Mr. Milan and Mr. Xavier together?
Yes.
I don't know.
Well, that's fine. They can testify together, and then I can, you know, give my
right.
rebuttal on there. And possibly, depending on the length of Denise Fredericks, if hers is short, then we can continue. But if Denise Fredericks' testimony goes on for an extended period of time, I would like to be able to present my rebuttal at that time.
All right, so that is the consideration. I'd like to hear from the counselors.
I'm sorry, but I think we're doing too much changing midstream. I think the rules are set. We already made an exception, and we probably shouldn't have done that, but I don't think doing it by choice is the right way to do it. I think the complainants have been waiting so long, they're trying to get their parts over, and then he has had this information for a long, long time. It's not like something is new to him. We're in the 8th month, and he's not hearing anything that he doesn't know tonight.
Okay. Ms. Charles?
I agree with those statements.
Okay. And Mr. Bradshaw?
I disagree with those statements wholeheartedly. The agreement yesterday was that Ms. Kunstler was supposed to give her complaint, and then we were supposed to hear from Catherine Rodriguez, and then we were supposed to hear from Ivana Cunha, and then Mr. Martinez was to respond to their complaints. Instead, Ms. Kunstler gave what was in essence an opening statement of all the charges and provided us with hundreds of pages of documentation, which was unexpected. Some of it we'd seen before, some of it we haven't. And she basically went through and outlined all the charges against Mr. Martinez. Like I said, in essence, giving an opening statement. However, Mr. Martinez was not allowed to give an opening statement, which we agreed to. So when you talk about changing the rules, that was a change to what was agreed to. And I believe Mr. Martinez should not only be able to give an opening statement, but he should be able to rebut charges as they came up. If Mr. Milland has his argument, then Mr. Martinez should be able to rebut that argument.
It was you who made the suggestion of how to do it, Mr. Bradshaw. That's just a reminder. But in addition, your interpretation is something that to me, you should refrain from doing, because you're trying to interpret legal advice and whatever is happening. Plus, you were the one getting all the text, and you were looking at your phone constantly and then asking from your phone. So doing this at this time, just for convenience of someone that you also discuss things with during the meeting, which is another thing you should have refrained from. Anyway, it was you who made the suggestion. We went along with the suggestion, even though we felt it should go by the guidelines that we had. And we always said his opening statement would come at the time he's able to present all his witnesses. Remember, we have none of his witness information. We don't have any idea what they'll say, and we have no idea where it will go. So we're all in the same boat. We've never done this before. We've never heard it before. Let's follow the rules that we set up.
Mayor, Councilor Bradshaw, I wanted to just address one thing. I haven't given my statement. I thought...
Excuse me, were you called upon?
I thought, I would just want to finish my answer. I thought that I was called to lay the foundation for the case and let you know I had laid it out for you chronologically. I thought actually it was going to be a help to this council to be able to reference each of these emails. I've not given my personal statement. So I don't know if I'm going to be allowed to or not, but I just laid out the chronological order of events and the complaints that I got just for an introduction and to lay a foundation for setting the case. I didn't know I was giving an opening statement. Was not the intention.
So the charter procedure says hear from the complainants, and you are one of the complainants, and you were put first on the list. So how is that not your complaint?
So I have my complaint with me. That was not my complaint. That was all.
So Mayor, we changed the whole, what we agreed on.
What I did is I summarized the complaints for the council of what was forthcoming. That's what I thought I was supposed to do, was lay the foundation.
Where is that in the procedures?
I don't know if I did that wrong or you're supposed to.
I believe so. I don't think that was in the procedures at all, to summarize the complaints. That was what Mr. Henry was supposed to do, and okay. I believe.
I thought that was your statement that you gave yesterday, so I didn't know if you were going to come back. I thought that was it, because I know Mr. Martinez wanted to ask you some follow-up, and we said no, he had to wait until that section of the hearing where people were going to talk about the giving of the orders and stuff like that. So not as clear as we'd like it to be. So I don't know. Yes.
If I could say one other thing about the texting. Mm-hmm. I did have my phone next to me during the meeting, and I apologize, but my mother is suffering from Alzheimer's.
Okay.
And so I do keep it close to see what updates from my family are coming through. But if I wouldn't have had it, I wouldn't have seen texts from citizens that were trying to get into this meeting yesterday that were turned away because of capacity issues. Somebody took a count and told me there was 23 uniformed officers here, 7 city staff witnesses, 8 other city employees, totaling at least 38 people. And we were told there's only 70 people allowed in City Hall. So that makes more city staff than citizens that were allowed to be in a quote-unquote public meeting yesterday. There were issues with the live stream link, all kinds of issues, which seems like an effort to keep citizens from being heard, which earlier I requested we allow citizens to be heard, which was denied by this council. And I would like to reconsider allowing citizens to be heard after all the arguments.
Okay, we'll bring it up at that time then. Okay, I know Ms. Kinsler always has her cell phone, so are you also prohibited from using your cell phone?
No, it just said members.
Just said the council.
Okay, all right, just so we know, because I know
And
you-
just so you know, I'm constantly responding on my cell phone, so if that, just want to make sure that's still okay. We've discussed it already as the council, but I just want to make sure that's still okay.
Okay. So, last night, I believe we were with Mr. Milan, and Mr. Milan, if you'll go on back up to the, and you've been sworn in.
Mayor, may I just, one more, I think you probably want this addressed, I don't know. We did get together with the fire chief, the assistant fire chief, and Mr. Henry, so they could explain to him their formula, number one, in determining the maximum capacity for this room. And number two, there are only 2 police officers you see in this room being paid overtime. The officers are actually here to show their support for the staff. They're here on their own time.
What about yesterday?
I don't know how many paid were yesterday. I just asked about today. Lieutenant Anderson, was there any overtime paid yesterday? Same amount? So 2 yesterday. Let me verify that for you, but for sure 2 today. I just didn't want you to think there was an egregious amount of overtime being paid.
We can tell that there's not as many people today as there were last night,
Right.
because people did not know we were going to continue it today.
And
So-
once we found out, as soon as I found out before the hearing even started that witnesses were being turned away, I went and stopped it at the door.
They continue to be turned away. I found out at least 3 witnesses during the meeting that were allowed to be let in, but 2 people that were supposed to be witnesses for Mr. Martinez, I believe, were not able to get in. And
Okay, well,
didn't
if you
come
give
back.
me the names, we'll get the body cameras for that. It's no problem at all. Thank you.
Okay. So where were we with Mr., I'm sorry?
Reminding me still under oath.
Yes, I did already tell him he was under oath. I already reminded him. And so where were we with Mr. Milan? Did we finish asking him questions, or trying to think? Yes, Mr. Bradshaw, did you?
Yeah, I believe
have some other questions?
we ended, we were going to review the video
Oh, yeah,
from
that's
December
right.
18th.
Let's do that. You had
the issue.
requested that, and we said, yes, let's do that.
Mayor, council,
Yes.
I'd like to add one thing. Part of my testimony last night was discussing things that have happened to me since filing my complaints. At approximately 10:20 and 10:15. At 10:15, I received an email. I'm not even going to validate and give attention to the sender, but I received an email, a subject titled, "You are a coward," and it says, "Bobby Anderson, Mr. Morehouse, and many others will be present next week and show the public how incompetent you actually are. Many of your blatant lies are going to be proven completely incorrect next week. Your stubborn attitude is going to be used against you probably for the rest of your life. Karma is rough. You're incompetent. Pretty sure your days being employed by Leon Valley are limited. A group of concerned citizens, aka the people that write your paycheck." And 5 minutes later, I got another email subject, "He was being a bully. Go home and cry, you pathetic crybaby. Being a bully is not against the city charter." So again, these are
Okay.
things that are happening to the complainants. And this is again, the mistreatment of City Leon Valley employees is continuing.
All right.
And the last thing that I'll add, my witness, Mr. Antu, is here. He was present at the November 7th meeting with Councilor Martinez and many other staff members, and so that's one of the dates and meetings that I listed within my complaint. So I just want to clarify the nature for which my witness is here to answer any questions regarding
So
that
his
aspect of my
testimony
complaint.
will be limited to the November 7th meeting?
That's
Is that
what
you-
he was,
Okay.
as far as my complaints go, those are the events that he was witness to. So
All right,
he's here to
very
answer any
good.
questions on that if y'all have any.
All right, very good. Yes, Councilor Alcacer.
I had a question, Mr. Milan.
Ma'am.
Did I or anyone else tell you to file a complaint?
No, ma'am, absolutely not.
Did I or anyone else from the council or Ms. Kinsler encourage you in any way to say what you're saying or to give the statement that you gave or discuss with Mr. Henry?
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Charles, did you have any other questions before we look at the video?
I just wanted to clarify, why did we ask for the video? Why did Counselor Bradshaw, why did you ask for the video?
I wanted to see the level of, as I questioned Mr. Milan yesterday, I think the major part of his complaint letter had to do with the December 18th meeting. Is that correct?
That, like I said last night, that was a tipping point for me.
That, right, as you mentioned, and because there was also a November 7th meeting and a November 20th meeting that you referenced in your
Correct.
letter.
I felt like those meetings, not only did I feel like those meetings constituted mistreatment, I also thought that they were very relevant to the events that happened on December 18th.
Right, so you referenced those as well.
Yes.
But December 18th, you said, was, like you said, the tipping point, and so I wanted to kind of see the context of what happened in that meeting, and there's a couple things I wanted to look for in our review. You said at that meeting, Councilor Martinez, I'm reading directly from your complaint letter.
Sure.
Councilor Martinez scoffed and leaned and whispered something to Mayor Pro Tem Alcazar, so I would like to see where that is. I found this action to be an attempt to intimidate me. The gesture distracted me and caused me to lose focus in my presentation. Then the next thing, also during my presentation, Councilor Martinez exchanged a small piece of paper with Mayor Pro Tem Alcazar, so I would like to see that. Under the level of the dais, this action further distracted me during my presentation. Upon concluding my presentation, discussion at the dais began, so maybe we could skip some. And then when it was Councilor Martinez's turn to speak, he stated that my oration was all over the place and that I say one thing and then another. So I would like to see those three things.
Absolutely. After last night, when you discussed showing this video tonight, I, of course, anticipated you picking apart every aspect of my complaint, so I went and viewed it myself and made sure to have the exact times ready.
Excuse me, Mayor, can we have the whole thing? This thing about the piecemeal is not going to work too well.
Okay, that's fine with me.
Yeah, I'd rather watch
Sure.
the whole thing as well.
Okay, very good.
That was I think a 3-hour-long meeting.
Not
Okay.
the whole meeting,
just a
your
segment.
section.
Right. It actually everything happened within a really short, compact point in time. So, like I said, I went back and looked at this. The statement that I made in my complaint about Councilor Martinez leaning back and scoffing, that happened at about 1 hour and 35 minutes. I looked at it. It's hard to tell on there. It's one of those things that, you know, when you're right here, you can see facial expressions. And again, the point that I'm trying to clarify in there, that's something that was going on based on previous mistreatment and based on being acutely aware of your surroundings, as us public officials are when we're speaking. That's the way I perceived that, and that made me uncomfortable. And so what I'm trying to describe in that is that's the way that made me feel at that point in time. And that's the effect that had on me based on previous mistreatment. Regarding the note being exchanged, I went back and looked at this. I couldn't find that exact moment. That's something I recall. I wouldn't have said it in my complaint if it hadn't happened or something I hadn't seen. I can't find that for you guys. But what I can tell you is, regardless of the fact that we can't see it on here, I went back and looked at Councilor Martinez's own statement from the fact report, and he specifically states, first and foremost, Councilor Alcazar whispered to me, the subject was Brandon wishing to radically change the Board of Adjustment. And he says, she also passed me a note requesting I be her second to have the issue come up at a future council meeting. So he's even acknowledging that a note was passed too. So my point in putting that in there was that's not part of my complaint. I wasn't complaining against Councilor Martinez or anybody for whispering or exchanging notes. I was just trying to say that's something that was going on in the midst of an already tense situation that was occurring after already tense situations, and that's just wanting to show how I was feeling and the effect that his bullying treatment has on my ability to do business in my office and up here at the dais. So that's the time periods that happened, 1:35. And so 5 seconds later, at 1:40, is when the actual statement started. So if you, Crystal, 1 minute or 1 hour and 40 seconds. 1 hour and 40 minutes, I'm sorry. 1 hour and 40 minutes. You could do 1:35 and you guys can just kind of see what I'm referencing, and in the 5 minutes we can just go straight to 1:40. You remove any sort of public right of way.
Sorry,
So did you
I think we need to start
calculate
before
and
this,
serve
Mayor.
200
Okay.
people on the
Excuse
other
me.
side of
Could we stop the
Huebner?
video, please? I'm sorry. Mr. Bradshaw, Where,
I think we need to start before this to get context of what they're talking about even in this meeting, because we just kind of start right in the middle of it. We don't
I can
really see
introduce the
what's going
context
on.
for you guys. If you want.
let's
as well.
just move
Can
it
we
back
start
just
from
a
when he
few
took the
minutes.
dais?
Just move it back a few minutes. I think it'll be all right.
Thanks, Crystal.
State law requires that newspaper published notice be provided 15 days in advance of any consideration of a zone change by the governing body. And so all of the required notices have been sent out for this request. The request was actually considered by the Zoning Commission at the last Zoning Commission meeting last Tuesday. And so that item is not being considered here at this meeting tonight. That'll be considered tentatively at a later date on January 15th. However, the City Council passed a resolution in 2006 which created a process for addressing situations where potentially affected neighborhoods can come forward, and anybody really for that matter that wishes to petition the council to request additional notice. And so that resolution said that provided council gives direction, so staff
That's
can't
right.
just resolve on our
Right.
own to send out additional notice. That direction has to come from council. That is the process that was approved by the City Council back in 2006. So, as you mentioned, the Pavona Place neighborhood respectfully requested additional expanded notice be provided. So that's why we're taking this step this evening to carry out that process that the council created back in 2006, and so that's what we're discussing this evening. And so,
Can I ask you a question? What would be the 200 feet? It's not going to be, it won't, do you have that on the map? I mean,
I can generally.
it's not going to, the 200 feet will not encompass the entire Pavona neighborhood, correct?
That's correct.
Right, and I think that's what they wanted.
Generally, the notice is, it's a buffer, kind of a 200-foot offset from the property line. So the notices went, it clipped all the properties immediately abutting the property, and it also clipped the properties on the other side of that first street in Pavona Place that I'm forgetting the name of. So notice was sent to all these properties here, and then the properties on the north side of that first little street there. Notice was also provided to several properties within the Gumtree neighborhood as well.
Right.
And so that's what we're here to discuss this evening, is the extent to which council would like to direct staff to send out additional notice. And that's why I have the map up here, so
Right.
we can have a dialogue.
Did anyone in Linkwood get notification?
Yes,
'Cause
ma'am.
they did.
Properties directly on the west side of the property line received notification.
And so about how many notices did you mail out? In that
I'd
200
ask me
foot?
that. I think we were somewhere around, I want to just guess, we were in the 30s. I believe we were in the 30s.
Just
Yes,
30,
ma'am.
okay.
I want to
All
say
right.
that,
All right.
that was around the approximate number that we mailed out was in the
Okay,
30s.
very good. And so how many residents are in Pavona Place?
I believe 150, Mrs. Moy?
115, so if we
115.
included 115, anyone else? Should we include more of that little, is it Gumtree and what else? Is that, I thought there was two.
Gumtree Estates, I think that's the neighborhood.
Is that it? But I think there's another street right off, but maybe it's not. It's just a little cul-de-sac, I guess you'd say.
We have 13 minutes to go.
Barney Wood,
until
that's right.
1:35. Just wanna
And
make sure everybody
Fruitwood.
knows that.
Did you include those?
13 minutes. That's what we're discussing tonight.
No, did you include those in the original notice, 200 feet?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that we had addresses. I don't recall any from Barneywood, but I know we had notices from Gumtree. We have a process.
And Fruitwood, I believe, is in, yes, Fruitwood is also over there. Okay.
We can send out additional notice, to everybody within that pod. Again, that's what we're here to discuss this evening. is
great.
How much what y'all would like us to
Well,
go ahead and renotice.
I certainly would like the entire Pavona Place neighborhood to get notice.
Okay.
And so it's up for discussion unless y'all disagree, but since that was their request. But the extent of how many more, let's talk about that. Thank you. Councilor Martinez.
I wish you were better prepared with how many notices and what streets were hit. But I wish you could be prepared in the future. But could you show us kind of where the 200-foot radius is, and then if we increase it to 400, or what would this be, 500 or 600 if we were to go here?
So 200 feet is about right here. So if you take 400 feet, you're going to get to about right here.
So the first
If you take
street.
500 feet, you're going to get to here. So 500 feet, I don't think will clip the entire Pavona Place neighborhood. So, yeah, we can talk about distances, or y'all can talk about specific areas. And so 200 feet, if you take that same distance, like I pointed out, but 200 feet here, so you apply that. So the 200-foot notice clip these front properties here on Gumtree and the properties on the other side of Gumtree. But we can hit every single property within this particular pod. That we can look at for practical purposes. Neighborhoods that might be affected by additional traffic. We can definitely hit the entire Pavona Place neighborhood.
We're talking about this being the target property, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Councilor Jordan.
So in order, in order to reach the entire Pavona Place, you're talking approximately 1,000 feet radius. Is that right?
1,000 feet would hit Pavona Place, and I think you'd be going into Monte Robles too.
So are we going in 1,000 feet in every direction, or how do you plan to do this?
Well, I was going to leave it up to the city council to provide direction.
We can direct which areas only. It doesn't have to be feet, is my understanding.
Exactly. Y'all can pick areas.
Mhm.
That's why I put the map
Right.
up here for y'all to kind of look at it from a practical standpoint, potentially. I mean, definitely looking at distance requirements. That's one way to do it, but, I'd say 1,000 feet would start to get out into areas that aren't potentially affected by the zone change. And 500 feet wouldn't get the entire neighborhood. So that's why, considering the concerns I'm hearing, maybe we can just specify specific neighborhoods. That might
Or
be
streets.
Or streets.
Wait,
Oh, I'm sorry.
follow-on
Go ahead.
question.
Yes.
So out of the 115, how many responses did you receive back from the mailers that you sent out?
I've received 3 individual responses, but we have also received letters of objection from numerous properties within the neighborhood. Sandra, the number, do we have a count on the letters of objection, the actual letters that were signed by individuals? Remember the actual, because we received, based on the notices that were sent out, we received 3 letters back specifically from people that received notice. However, we received actual letters that stated numerous individuals from within the Pavona Place, many of which were not within the original 200 feet. So I hope that answers your question. So, it's kind of hard to, in terms of the number of responses, we have received a number of responses from Pavona Place so far.
I was going to say it's about 80.
80.
So that's an indication that all the Pavona Place has already been notified of. Somebody say something? Is that an indication?
I believe
that
I heard no, but I'm not sure from where.
Has all of the Pavona Place been notified? If 80 out of 150 homes have already responded, have they already not been notified of the situation?
I have no way to answer yes. I'm not sure if they've been notified. I mean, I think it's fair to say that a number of residences that didn't receive notice directly from staff have been notified. But I don't have any way to confirm that everybody in Pavona Place has been notified.
So it would have been more of if people were notified and had objection, it would have been more of an informal process as opposed to receiving a letter.
Word of mouth.
Word of mouth,
Exactly.
right. Councilor Jordan.
Was they given a certain time period? What did the letter say?
The letter typically says, you're being notified because you live within 200 feet. Please, you're being notified, so you have the opportunity to respond whether or not you're in favor or opposed to the zone change or not, and to please provide that to the staff, at the soonest, preferably before the zoning commission meeting. That way, the zoning commission has the ability to take that into consideration, and of course, our zoning code specifically states, the purpose of that notification is so staff can continually add up the number of notices that we received. And in the event that staff receives notice from property owners within the 200 feet that adds up to more than 20% of the area within that notification area, then that requires a supermajority vote from the City Council in order to approve that request.
So will they give it sufficient amount of time to respond to the city before the next meeting?
Yes, I would say they had sufficient time to respond because the 3 letters that I received before the zoning commission meeting that we considered this at last Tuesday. And of course we haven't considered the request by City Council yet, so there's still time. And as I think I mentioned it in the zoning commission meeting, the question was asked how long do individuals have to submit those letters, and I said literally up to the point where the vote is taken. We're constantly tabulating that. In my experience, I've had to run back to my office to run a count on it before a council can take a vote. So we tally that right up into the minute y'all take a vote.
Okay.
That's all I
Thank
have,
you very
ma'am.
much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Councilor Alcacer.
I think that my neighborhood, not me, but my neighborhood triggered this thing in 2006.
Sure did.
And the problem that arose was the 200 feet, it affects a lot more people than those in the 200 feet. And so at the time, we began to get, say, the people outside the 200 feet that didn't get notice, which were many, that it affected, or it would affect, the 200 feet was very small. And the problem with the 200 feet is if you don't live within the 200 feet and you get the notice, you don't have any say of what happens in your neighborhood. Because of the experience that I had in our neighborhood, and we had to go through a whole lot of rigmarole to have more people have a say. And looking at Pavona Place the way you're contemplating it, to me, the only fair way to do it is to calculate what distance Pavona Place actually is. Say if it's 700 feet, that you do the 700 feet all around. Otherwise, you're being selective in the way you're going to do it. And this gives everybody a more fair chance. And just as a point that I believe I learned from Ms. Moritz was that what the ordinance actually says is not 20% of the people that are notified, but 20% of the owners of, say, if somebody has 3 acres and that percentage is 10% of the area, then their vote counts actually for more. That's why it makes it more fair to give it equally around, like in a circle, rather than selecting a neighborhood.
Okay. But I do want to clarify that this expanded notice does not change the 200-foot area calculation. This expanded notice is purely for the City Council to direct staff to give an additional courtesy notification. There are no legal, changes or legal effects in terms of expanding that notice. So through this action, this won't take that 200-foot calculation area and bump it out to 700, bringing in more properties that could potentially object and increase that land area, which would have an effect on the requirement for a 3/4 vote. That doesn't change. This just purely is an action for the City Council to direct staff to give out an additional courtesy. At the end of the day, if we receive 200 letters or 200 letters back from individuals, or 115 from Pavona Place saying I strongly object, at the end of the day, for legal purposes, for the requirement for council to have a 3/4 vote, we're still only looking at the total land area within that original 200 feet.
The opinion we were given in 2006 was not that, and so I would like to see that difference.
Well, that's from our zoning code. Our zoning code specifically states if 20% or more of the land area within that 200-foot buffer area opposes, then that requires a 3/4 vote. So it doesn't allow us to change that 200 feet to 800 feet. This is purely just for an expanded notification to make sure people are informed and they have the ability to come out and express their concern to the council.
Right, but the problem with the 200 feet and the landowners, you're also talking about street, that's land there. And
Well, it doesn't include streets, no ma'am. When you calculate that 200, with that 20%, you remove any sort of public right-of-way.
So did you calculate and serve 200 people on the other side of Hebner, 200 feet on the other side?
I only, the way that we determine which properties is you take that property and you offset basically a 200-foot buffer. Like if you were going to draw it, you would take and measure 200 feet that way, 200 feet north, 200 feet east. And if there's even a tiny little portion of a property within that ring, if you will, then you have to send a letter to that property.
But so you didn't calculate for the streets like you're saying?
Well, so you include the streets in that buffer. I mean, when you send out the original buffer, or when you send out the notices, obviously streets are going to be within that area. But we have not calculated the total yet.
Okay.
We will subtract the streets from that when we do the final calculation, final to the consideration by the city council.
Okay, but I see your point. Let me
So
ask.
I'll read it. Thank you. So I'll read the section of the code that we're talking about here. This is under protest. And it says, in the event a protest to an application is filed with the zoning officer duly signed and acknowledged by the property or by the owners of either one is 20% or more of the area of the lots or land covered by the proposed change, or by 20% or more of the area of the lots or land immediately adjoining the area covered by the proposed change and extending 200 feet from such area. Such application shall not become effective except by affirmative vote of the 3/4 of the members of the city council. So I think if I understand your question correctly, Councilor Alcacer, roads were included within that 200-foot area. You don't bump out the 200 foot a little bit more because there's a road in there. If that's, you do a 200-foot offset, and every property that's within that 200-foot offset receives a notice. You don't adjust it for roads. But where the calculation of roads comes into play is when you're actually calculating the land area once you receive all of the oppositions, right up until the point that we...
You're reading a matter of fact, but I disagree that just because that's what you have in, if you extend the notice, it also extends, this doesn't preclude extension of the 20% of say you go 700 feet, then 20% has to be 20.5%. If you get that notice, then it takes the 3/4. Just because you have this, you're changing the notice, and I think that notice, that it requires that same 20%, but that's my interpretation.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Edwards?
It sounds like what you were saying, though, is that there's a mandate that you look at the 200 square feet or whatever it is, but you're going to extend it as a courtesy to tell other people about it, but their opinions really wouldn't count? They would just be reflecting an opinion. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I would say their calculations wouldn't count legally, but definitely I would say their opinions count, so they have the ability to come out and so the council can understand the magnitude of the zone change that they're considering. So, I mean, I think all the opinions count in terms of, whether or not many of your citizens are concerned about this zone change. That definitely is something I'm sure comes into play in the decision-making process. But in terms of the legal threshold that is reached, potentially, that legal threshold in our code specifically says only the properties within 200 feet. And I would say if the intent was for that resolution, which, again, the action that council took in 2006 was a resolution, not an ordinance. It was a resolution. So in order to in order to amend the code, that action would have needed to actually present actual code language to change the code and to change the section of the code that I'm citing, which says, in the event council directs staff, then they can change that 20% area to 1,000. And I think we'd probably need to look at whether or not state law even allows that or not. That would definitely be something for us to look into down the road. But I would say right now, legally, the laws that we have on ordinance do not allow us to move that 200-foot calculation area. That's not, the law doesn't allow us to do that.
Okay.
Or at least
Crystal, would you just pause it for a
use
second?
1,000 feet.
I've got a hand raised by
to
Ms.
calculate
Charles.
that.
If you don't mind. Okay, Ms. Charles, I wanted to recognize you.
I was just
kinda wanted to
asking,
wait.
I was going to ask, is there something we're trying to get to in this video?
I think you're literally about to get to the portion. I'm sorry, Counselor. We're literally about to get to the portion of the meeting where Counselor Martinez states that my oratory is all over the place and where I say one thing and then say another.
Okay.
Okay, let's go ahead and
That's
listen
at
to it.
1 minute and 40 seconds. And then from that point, we can watch the rest of it because then the statement, we are the council, we have the authority to do
it's
whatever
pretty
we want.
lengthy.
Right after, everything happens pretty
All right,
quickly.
thank you. If you'll proceed, please. Crystal.
That 20% percentage.
That's Madam Mayor.
Okay, so I have Counselor Martinez and then Counselor Jordan. So please, Mr. Martinez, go ahead.
Your oration here is all over the place. You say one thing, and then you say something that contradicts that, and then you change it. Now, one of the things, my first question to you is you received approximately 80 letters of objection to this. Where was that information given to the zoning commission last night?
We received.
Yes or no? Was that yes or no? Was that given? Was that fact given to the zoning commission?
Everything that the city has received was provided to the zoning commission last Tuesday.
So they got notice that 80
Yes, sir.
that have 80 objections.
Everything that was received to date by last Tuesday was provided to the zoning commission for that meeting.
Okay. Now, it's my understanding we are the city council, and if we say that we want to increase the boundary to 400 feet and include Bavona Place, we are city council, and we can direct staff to do that, and those letters will be heard and they will be responded to in a positive manner. If somebody doesn't like that, the only thing they can do is say that we did something illegal and take us to district court and have that overturned. But until that happens, we have the authority and we are the policymakers, and if we want to include that to include Pavona Place and 400 feet, we have the legal authority to do that.
Councilor Martinez, I was not disputing your ability to direct me to send out notice. What I was commenting on is whether or not the city has the ability to calculate all of the properties within
We
the
have the
expanded
authority to
notice
do
for the
anything we
20.
want. We're city council.
I'm sorry, Mayor and Council, if the statute provides that they direct the city to do, to have the 200 feet, what Brandon was describing, then we have to stay within the statute. We can't we can't disobey or not comply with the statute.
It's our law.
So I guess
if someone objects to that, they will have to take us to court and to have that determined that we did something wrong. Until that, it stands.
It would not be in the best interest of the
That's not
city
the
of
point.
Leon
That's not the
Valley
point. That's
that
not the point.
you would disobey the law. You have to follow the law.
I guess is it fair to say that this resolution that we passed back in '05 never really got considered in the zoning code?
Mayor,
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I was kind of into it. Okay, I was going, oh, really? All right. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, so that kind of, I think, covered the majority of your complaints, right?
Yes, sir.
I thank you, everybody, for sitting through all of that. I know it was like sitting through another whole city council meeting, but I just wanted to see kind of like what built up to the issue that was in your complaint letter. So I made some notes here as we were watching that. At 129:06 of that video, you stated that staff can continually add up the numbers in the notification area until it reaches 20%. And then at 132 in the video, you stated this expanded notice does not change the calculation required at 200 feet. It is just a notification. And then I didn't write the time that you stated that you don't include streets in the calculation. And then at 135, Ms. Alcazar stated, so you didn't calculate for the streets like you are saying. So based on those statements, can you see why Mr. Martinez would say something like your oration was all over the place and you say one thing and then another?
No, I do not at all. If I had questions and I was confused by a very complex situation like that, I would ask the questions respectfully, as Councilor Alcocer did, rather than insulting someone's speaking abilities and demeaning them and making them feel uncomfortable and embarrassed in front of the public that they represent. I would absolutely not ask the questions the way he did and treat staff that way.
So you're embarrassed by the way that he asked the questions?
Absolutely.
Right, okay.
Someone insulted my public speaking skills in front of the people that I represent and on camera.
That,
Absolutely.
and at the beginning, I did make notes too that at 123, when Mr. Martinez first spoke, he said, "I wish you were better prepared. I wish you could be better prepared in the future." Correct?
I saw it on tape. Absolutely. That's his opinion. He's welcome to it.
So I didn't take note of those. What I did not see is I didn't see the part where Councilor Martinez scoffed and leaned and whispered something, and I didn't see the exchange of a small piece of paper between Mr. Martinez and Mayor Pro Tem Alcazar.
Absolutely. As the video was playing, I tried to interject at about 1:35. There's a point where he leans back. You can't make it out on the video. Like I said, everybody's out here. It's pixelated. You can't see it. I saw it. I perceived it. And again, I want to reiterate, I did not file a complaint for Councilor Martinez scoffing. I would never file a complaint for somebody scoffing. That would be petty, it'd be minutia, and it'd be a waste of people's time. My complaints were filed on everything that came after that. And so I tried to point that out. We can watch it again. And as I mentioned earlier, and already covered this, I went back and I can't find the point in time where I saw a note get exchanged. Again, I'm not filing a complaint about that. I'm just showing that was something that was going on, that was distracting me. And I'm, if anybody wants to dispute whether a note was passed, again, I want to go back to Councilor Martinez's statement where he said, she also passed me a note requesting I be her second to have the issue come up at a future council meeting. So we can't find it on tape, but I don't think anybody's disputing that it happened, certainly not Councilor Martinez in his statement.
But you're stating that the way that it reads here, Councilor Martinez exchanged a small piece of paper with Mayor Pro Tem Alcazar, but Mr. Martinez is stating that he was passed him a note. If somebody passed me a note, what do you want Mr. Martinez to do about that?
I really don't know how to answer your question. It was something that happened that distracted me, and personally, I think that as those two things are totally irrelevant to what he did at 140, which had nothing to do with notes being passed or whispering. What he said.
You were just saying it kind of threw you off in your presentation.
Yeah, all the activities were. You know, it was a pretty awful council meeting.
Okay.
Worst one I've ever had.
I understand. I guess. Other question. Oh, so you said that wasn't really your complaint about passing the note and stuff. So what, if you could say, like, what is the gist of your complaint? Like, what would you say is the complaint?
Exactly what I put in my complaint that you have.
Well, it's a whole bunch of stuff.
Put in my complaint that at 1:40 he insulted my public speaking skills, completely embarrassed me in public by stating my orations all over the place, saying that I say one thing and say another, which is exactly what he said, nearly verbatim from what I remember from the November 7th meeting. So he's taking something that he did in a private meeting, and he's continuing to say it out in a public meeting. Like I said last night, that's bullying and that's intimidation.
Okay. So
and then later on, forcing me to say a yes or no question, just like what we saw last night with Councilor Charles, that same kind of Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde personality behavior that we see frequently. We've seen it all night last night. Okay. 1 minute saying this nicely, quietly, the next minute yelling at someone, forcing them to say yes or no questions, and then again finally after that, at about 1:41, which is the most awful comment I've ever heard in public service, which I think illustrates a lot about the way Councilor Martinez views his position on council. We have the authority to do whatever we want. We are the city council.
Okay. So, I mean, if I were to just summarize kind of the three major things, is that he embarrassed you, that he's bullying, and is intimidating. Would you agree with those statements?
Well, I'm going to stick to my original complaints, which was that his behavior was hostile.
Hostile, okay.
And unethical.
Okay, that's all I have for the video. Does anybody else have any questions about the video?
Ms. Charles, Ms. Alcacer.
No, I have a few others, but not that, about the video.
You want to go?
Okay, go ahead, Ms.
Yes, do you, we were given some emails. There was the issue of whether he ordered you to do things without going through the city manager. Is it possible for you, if I pass you this book, to find some of those emails that might relate to it? There's some type of guideline, but can you take a few minutes to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you find one, if you'll read it, please.
I'm not familiar with this book and how everything is ordered, so this may take a minute.
Find it.
I can, also kind of generally, recall some of the incidents. A lot of those incidents were, there was direction, as I discussed last night, regarding the development of some ordinance changes for our small cell node design manual. And like I said last night, I had emailed Councilor Martinez just to show him a draft of that, because he had been very vocal when that was being considered. And some of the feedback that he had directly given me was feedback I needed to run through an attorney. And his email was, "This is not good." And also emails during the whole St. John's Baptist Church process. There were emails that, my recollection serves me correct, where I was on part of a group of people where he was giving orders to develop this list, this matrix, and quantifying this. I think the city attorney was on there as well as the city manager, kind of collectively giving multiple people direction to develop additional information that we didn't have in order to represent that at council. So those are generally the things off the top of my head. I could keep looking through this book. I'm just not sure how long it might take me to find. I'm just not familiar with the ordering of it. I'm sorry.
Maybe you can do that at a separate time and give those to us, if you will.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else? Ms. Alcacer, anything else?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Okay. Ms. Charles? Okay. Mr. Bradshaw?
Okay. So, Mr. Milan, when you filed your grievance,
yes.
Grievance of actions by Councilor Martinez, where did this get filed? Who did it go to?
I emailed it to the city manager.
Okay. Did you, when you were hired, sign the harassment-free workplace policy? Are you familiar with that?
I believe I did. I signed a lot of paperwork that day. It's not directly ringing a bell, but I'm sure that I did. Signed a lot. I'm sure Crystal's highly competent and had me sign that.
Okay. Crystal, could you pull this up on the zip drive? Yeah, A5. See it. Okay, could you scroll down to E, procedures?
There it is.
Yeah, it's going to do it on its
Oh,
own.
you
It
went too far.
fast.
Went too fast. Sorry, I'm looking for it a second. Oh, sorry, general provision D, D2. I'm sorry, you're a little bit, yeah, just go up just a little bit. Okay, so in D2 it says, if a harassment complaint is against the city manager or members of the council, the report shall go directly to the mayor. If the complaint is against the mayor, the complaint will go to the city manager. So why didn't you give your complaint to the mayor?
I thought the protocol was to go to the city manager.
That's all I have.
Okay. Anyone else for Mr. Milan? Mr. Milan, do you have anything else?
No.
I just needed to respond to your.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say I'm really glad that I was incorrect on the procedure, because I have no confidence that if I had filed my complaint with you, Mayor, that any action would have taken place on it. So I'm glad that I was wrong.
Mr. Milan, I'm really, really shocked to hear your characterization, not only tonight, but also of me and my husband last night, that if staff disagrees with the mayor, I will stand against the staff. I mean, I don't think you understand what the process has been here. It's not what happened. I'm not against the staff. Rather, I was for making sure the charter was being followed and due process was afforded everyone involved. And I don't know why you're so belligerent to me. I'm very shocked about that. But let me review the timeline. March 15, Mr. Henry's factual report was released, which basically said, and I know you kind of disagreed with it last night, but that the 4 complaints against Mr. Martinez were not sustained, and the complaint by Rodriguez be recommended it be sent to council for review. And Mr. Henry, we didn't bring it out last night, but he told me last spring that the standard for determining sexual harassment was that it had to be severe and pervasive, which he could not make the determination, and so then that's when he said it had to go to council. Mr. Henry also added to the report that he could broaden the
Order and question, Mr. Henry, is this not out of order? This seems to be some deliberation and personal response.
The mayor's making a statement. We already talked about not asking questions.
I'm not asking questions.
But
That's right.
I'm not sure how this is the progression of the meeting. Is there something that is necessary that requires it for the progression of the witnesses?
I felt like there was a mischaracterization last night by Mr. Milan, and I wanted to go through what the process was.
Ma'am, you're essentially rebutting his testimony.
Mhm.
You're not under oath.
Oh, do I need to be under oath?
No, ma'am, you're not a witness.
Okay.
And so you're the presiding officer. So I agree from a legal standpoint with Councilman Alcazar, that's a bit out of order.
Okay. And?
I'm calling it, I was asked if, and from a legal standpoint, it's out of order.
Mhm.
You have to follow your parliamentary procedures if there's a point of order in order to take the next step.
Okay, so somebody has to make a motion for me not to speak and vote on it. Is that what it is?
It's a point of order. So usually your parliamentarian will actually note whether it's, out of order or in order. You don't have a parliamentarian designated at the moment. Usually your city attorney acts in that capacity. So if there's something necessary to facilitate the progression of the witnesses moving forward under the protocols, by all means, Mayor, proceed. But if it's a statement rebutting testimony, if you feel it's a mischaracterization, you're more than welcome, since you're not on, the target of this, You can put it on any agenda you want in the future to discuss it or clear the air, but for the meeting itself tonight, I believe it is out of order for you to be making rebuttable statements to testimony that's been provided.
Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
May I make a statement?
Yes, sir. You sure may.
This appears as an attempt to silence anybody who the majority disagrees with, further silencing of voices by me. And you are the presiding officer of this meeting. I think you should go ahead and continue your statement.
Okay.
Excuse me, is that giving her legal advice?
It's my opinion.
Are you an attorney?
I am not.
You know, it's just really,
if you would like to be a witness for when Mr. Martinez is talking, maybe you can do it that way, but just to use an agenda item, we all hear things we don't like and hear things said about us that we don't like.
well,
but we
that's
aren't
what
able
Mr. Milan is complaining about.
to
And I
speak
didn't think
up
that was so
at the
bad.
time and say, you know, or take the opportunity because of where we sit to do it. If we did that, we would never proceed with anything.
The point is, Mayor, there's a time and a place where you would have the ability to do that, but right now isn't it.
There's a whole, I'm trying to educate the public. You are trying to turn the citizens against me. That's what I feel like last night. It was very rude and very ugly. You felt like Mr. Martinez was rude and disrespectful to you. I felt it was even worse last night to me. And so, I don't know. I didn't think he was that bad on the videotape, you know. But anyway, go ahead.
We probably should not get into name calling because this could go on all night.
Yeah, sure could.
We have a lot to say about this and that and this one and that one. So I think we should continue with the process.
Yeah.
Okay. I will think about this. Maybe I'll be called. I don't know. We'll see. But we need to communicate what's going on to the citizens, and not being allowed to talk prohibits that ability to educate the public on both sides of the issue.
I'd like
But to
to
only
validate
get
my
one
statement.
issue, it's just not fair. So, okay.
I'd like to
So I'll
validate
move
it's
on.
taken 8 months for these complaints to be heard. So again, that's why I stated what I said, that I have no
Well-
confidence that if my complaint had gone to you, it would
But
have
it was, and I think you want to blame the mayor because you just said something about, I would never give the complaint to you, Mayor, because you would never do anything, which, like, okay. The whole tie-up to this, and this is what I was going to say in my comments, was that we didn't have procedures. We did not have procedures, and we finally got the procedures. So it just took a while. It took till June 4th to get these procedures. Yes, ma'am.
I'm just wondering, I'd like to continue with the process.
Okay. Thank you. So, I mean, we could blame everybody, but it's just the process that we have to go through for due process for everyone involved, is my opinion.
Does anyone else have questions for?
Yes.
Okay, let's move along with that.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Anyone else have questions for Mr. Milan? Okay, thank you, Mr. Milan. And
Okay.
Mr. Xavier, I just know you as Xavier Atuna. There we go.
Mayor, before we continue.
Yes.
Point of order.
Uh-huh.
There needs to be a warning issued.
To
for
who?
the outburst, for the minor comment that was made.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Gave legal advice. It was a burst from the audience.
And who is that? Okay.
Third row.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Just so warned. So don't do it again because we'll have to escort you out. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, good evening. Xavier Antu. I am the Assistant Planning and Zoning Director for the City of
Is your
Leon
microphone on? Okay.
Yes, for the
Thank
City of
you.
Leon Valley. I'll stand for any questions that you may have.
Well, there was a comment about the November 7th meeting. So would you, I can't ask questions, but that's what Mr. Milan said that you were here for. So.
I'll ask you. Yes, on November 7th, he said that you were a witness to the interaction between he and Councilor Martinez.
I was present for that meeting, yes, ma'am.
And what did you overhear?
There was numerous statements going back that were exchanged back and forth. The comments that were made were somewhere along the lines of Mr. Milan not being truthful with the comments that were shared with Mr. Morehouse and to I believe, Mr. Bobby Anderson. But in that tone, in that context, I believe was pretty abrasive, in my opinion, from what I took from that meeting.
Did you make any statements at that time, too?
I did not, no,
Okay.
ma'am.
You just overheard those comments?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you talk with Mr. Milan afterward about that?
Well, with regards to the incident that occurred?
Yes.
Yes, we did.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Ma'am.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Atuna?
I would
Mr.
like
Bradshaw?
I would like to read a letter that I believe everybody on the city council received today from Mr. Bobby Anderson.
Okay.
It says, "Dear Leon Valley City Council."
Excuse me, but I think it's out of order, and if I remember correctly, it was not from Mr. Anderson.
It is signed by Mr. Anderson.
It was from Josh Stevens.
Yeah, correct. He is the one who forwarded it. And
Was this the meeting with Mr.
this is in response to that
Stevens?
meeting. He couldn't be here to testify.
Just for the record, it's not been turned into the city secretary. It's not part of the record.
I can turn it in.
So
I can turn it in. As soon as I read it, I will hand it over to the city secretary.
We need a comment or a copy needs to go to Mr. Martinez.
Martinez was copied on this email.
Okay. There is a section in here for compelling documents, presentation of documents, things like that, if that's going to be presented, but it's up to you, the council, in what order you want to allow it or take it.
Was the November 7th meeting, did Bobby Anderson attend that meeting? That's what I'm wondering. It's not a question, I'm just wondering.
I don't believe Mr. Anderson was
He
present.
was not there? Okay.
It was just between yourself and Brandon and Mr. Martinez. Is that correct?
And Mr. Morehouse was present at that
Mr.
meeting.
Morehouse.
Correct.
Morehouse.
Okay. So I would like to proceed and read the letter.
I would object to it. I stopped reading it after it indicated what he was telling us what to do at this meeting, and I found that offensive in himself. If he wants to come, he can do that.
He's on a business trip, I believe, so he cannot be here. This meeting wasn't announced until last night at 10 p.m., so he could not make it to be a witness. But I find it interesting that 2 binders of information was able to be presented and included yesterday, and you actually handed it to a witness and told him to find things in the binders to testify against, but we cannot read a letter that was given to us by a citizen of Leon Valley as evidence.
Just for the record, that binder was all emails that you already had. I was just trying to put them in a chronological order for you.
And I believe that was explained last night. Wasn't new information.
I believe you said that one of them was given to us, but the other one may or may not be new information.
That's correct. And so you were told that those would not be considered complaints.
So which binder did you give to Mr. Milan to read from?
Aren't the emails?
The first one, the one that you have all the emails from.
When will he be allowed to? Maybe Mr. Martinez's, can Mr. Martinez call him as a...
on number 15 on our protocols?
Yes.
For compelling documents? He can actually present it then, even though it's not compelled. The note is the email is a written statement, but it's not under oath. It's not testimony. The statements within it have to be factored in for that purpose. But I think it's perfectly acceptable if it is presented at the right time.
Mr. Bradshaw, did you understand what Mr. Henry said? It would go under compelling documents number 15. Right now, we're still on the presentation of complainants, and then we have presentation of called witnesses, presentation by respondent, council inquiry and then compelling documentation.
Okay, I disagree with it.
Probably do under council inquiry as well.
Council inquiry?
Yes.
Okay, all right, because I think
I'll
we need
hold
to
it,
hear
but
it.
I still disagree.
Okay, I understand. Okay, if there's no other questions, you are dismissed. If you'd like to leave, or if you'd like to stay, you can. It's up to you. And same with you, Mr. Milan, if you'd like to leave, if you're finished, if there's any other questions?
I understand I still have the opportunity to provide a rebuttal, so I'll be staying.
Okay. All right.
So now, sorry, Mayor.
No, that's okay. Go
Will we
ahead.
hear a response from Mr. Martinez? to
Well, I
these
believe that
charges?
the council said no to that.
Didn't-
We didn't vote on it, so let's go ahead and vote on it. So go ahead and make the motion.
I would like to make
Oh.
a motion that we listen to Mr. Martinez's statements in response to Mr. Milan.
Okay, that's a motion, and there will not be a second, and so it'll die for lack of a second. And so, Mr. Martinez, you'll have to wait to give your rebuttal to Mr. Milan. Okay, that's the way it's going. So let's move then to the next witness, which is Ms. Frederick.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have a prepared statement I'd like to read, if that's okay.
Reminder, you're under oath.
I remember. On several occasions during city council meetings and town hall meetings, I have had to endure Councilman Benny Martinez arguing the law with me when I have attempted to provide legal counsel on the dais. He raises his voice and pounds his fist on the table as if to bully and intimidate me into submission. His manner is hostile and intimidating. I have not ever disrespected him personally or as a councilman, but he is constantly irritated and seemingly annoyed by anything I say as city attorney. As the city attorney, I expect to be treated with respect as a professional. I also expect to be treated with respect as a human being. Councilman Martinez not only does not respect me on a professional level, he also does not respect me on a personal level. In fact, he does not seem to have any respect for the rule of law. He is especially hostile and demanding when my legal opinions negatively affect citizens with whom he has a personal relationship. In these instances, he has a total disregard for the law and demands that the city not enforce the law against certain citizens, again showing a total disregard for the law. He constantly tries to provide legal advice and quote laws on the dais in an antagonistic manner towards me. He has also provided legal advice to certain citizens appearing before City Council against my legal advice to do so. Mr. Martinez is not an attorney, nor has he been trained in the legal profession to provide legal advice to anyone. I constantly feel stressed, intimidated, and bullied on the dais by Councilman Martinez, and in order to do my job effectively as the city attorney for Leon Valley, I must be able to do my duties in a hostile-free workplace. This includes all meetings held by City Council. This is no longer the era where employees can be disrespected, harassed, intimidated, and verbally abused by an employer. This is the 21st century where laws have been passed that give employees the right to work in a hostile-free environment. Mr. Ryan's report stated that claims for hostile work environment only exist if the environment is created because of a protected classification under the city's personnel directive and the city's ethics code. It has been stated by some that because of that, my claim should be rejected. However, the legal analysis and application of the facts relative to hostile working environments was incomplete. The Fifth Circuit in Harville versus Westward Comms, LLC stated that whether an environment is hostile or abusive must be determined by looking at all of the circumstances. The U.S. Supreme Court stated in Harris v. Forklift Systems, Inc., that the circumstances may include the frequency of the conduct, its severity, whether it is physically threatening or humiliating or a mere utterance, or whether it unreasonably interferes with an employee's work performance. The Supreme Court further explained in OnCal v. Sundowner that the objective severity of harassment should be judged from the perspective of a reasonable person in the plaintiff's position, considering all of the circumstances. Mr. Martinez's conduct is humiliating and dehumanizing, and it interferes with my job performance because he intentionally undermines me during city council and other meetings. Because of his position as city councilor, citizens look to him to have their best interests in mind when speaking. His actions render me ineffective in the public eye when he says things during city council meeting like, city council can break the law if they want because we are city council and we can do whatever we want. If someone doesn't like it, they can sue the city. City council is not above the law, and it was irresponsible for him to make such a statement. Councilman Martinez and all other councilors have a fiduciary duty to the citizens of the city of Leon Valley to protect the city from any and all liability. When I attempted to correct him on that notion, he shouted me down and insisted it was true. As city attorney, I expect to be respected on the dais. I expect for my legal opinion to be respected even if you don't agree. Showing respect is not agreeing with me, but merely providing me with an opportunity to rebut the assertion without being shouted down. I would not go to Mr. Martinez's place of business arguing with him about the computer business, for which I have no training, shouting at him and arguing with him in front of his customers. I deserve the same respect at my place of employment. Prior to filing this complaint, I had spoken with Mr. Martinez on several occasions about his behavior toward me on the dais. He would always consent to do better and show more respect, but with time, it only seemed to get worse. It is imperative that the citizens of Leon Valley trust that I'm a professional who has been practicing municipal law for over 20 years, that I have never rendered any legal advice adverse to the interests of the city of Leon Valley, and that I'm more than competent in my profession and that I only act in the best interest of the city. That is almost impossible with the hostile environment that Mr. Martinez creates on the dais and in the city's daily operations. Not only is Mr. Martinez disrespectful on the dais, but he's also disrespectful when requesting information in our day-to-day operations. He makes requests of staff without going through the city manager, as is required under the charter, and makes demands that staff drop whatever they are working on to research and answer his questions immediately. First, he has no respect for the fact that we have a small staff compared to larger cities. I personally perform the legal work of 2 attorneys without any legal or support staff. Thus, not only am I expected to perform all aspects of municipal legal work, including legal research, I must also perform my own clerical duties. I sometimes have to work late and on weekends just to keep up or complete assignments. Second, he does not respect the fact that sometimes his questions and/or requests take time to research, and not everything can be dropped to perform research for a question that is not even associated with anything pending for a question that is not associated with any impending legislation from council. Most of the time, his requests are for citizens who have a problem with the law being enforced on them, and he's trying to find a way around enforcing the law that was passed by council and bully the employees into waiving enforcement. Mr. Martinez, in his reply to my complaint, made many untrue and fabricated statements regarding me professionally. In short, he has accused me of shutting him down. This is pure projection on his part. I have no authority to shut him down on the dais. The mayor is the only one with that power. I have tried to interrupt him when he starts giving legal advice from the dais, but otherwise I wait until he is finished before I correct him on his analysis of the law. I've never disrespected him or put him down, as he has stated, and then privately apologized. I have never had anything to apologize to him for. It should be the other way around. He has also stated that I do not provide the City Council the full facts so that they can make an informed decision. Not only is this statement a fabrication, but it borders on defamation. It also suggests that I'm unethical and unprofessional. Even if it is just his opinion, not all opinions are insulated from being considered defamation. The court in Bentley v. Bunton stated that even subjective assertions or opinions which imply or misconstrue facts can be actionable as defamation if it is done to injure a person's reputation. I go out of my way to make sure counsel is aware of the law regarding a particular subject matter at issue and invite them to ask questions if they do not understand or discuss it with me if they disagree. It would not be in the best interest of my client not to keep its governing body fully informed of the law or any other information that would serve to protect my client. I have also initiated legal guidance on certain topics such as the Open Meetings Act, the government and social media, ethics, and a plethora of other topics that I have become aware of and that is necessary for counsel to make informed decisions. I've been a practicing attorney for over 25 years, and not once have I ever been accused of any unethical or unprofessional conduct. Not once has there ever been a grievance filed against me with the State Bar of Texas. Finally, Mr. Martinez stated that my position with the City of San Antonio was as a lawyer in economic development, that I have not been a municipal attorney and am learning on the job. I was a senior assistant city attorney for the City of San Antonio. I worked with all city departments utilizing community development block grant funds. I started out as an assistant city attorney 1 as a prosecutor and was promoted twice in the community development division of the city attorney's office and retired after 20 years as an assistant city attorney 3. Thus, with 20 years experience in municipal law, I have developed an expertise in municipal law. Certainly, as with all municipal attorneys, municipal law is so vast that it's impossible to know every nuance of municipal law. So I can say that since I've been with Leon Valley the last 3 years, I've learned quite a lot for the betterment of my client and continue to learn in the day-to-day practice of law. Just like many other professions, licensed attorneys in Texas are required to take a minimum of 15 hours of continuing legal education to stay abreast of the field and the laws. To wrap up, I applied for the position of city attorney because this has been my dream ever since I started with the City of San Antonio in 1995. All I ever wanted to do here is my job. The staff and I work very well together. We respect each other and we're a team. So not only was I able to fulfill my dream, but I thought I had the dream job. Then it seems overnight, the abuse began. I've been made to feel like I'm the bad guy for trying to protect the city from liability and any possible illegalities, when all I want to do is my job as the city's attorney by enforcing the laws promulgated by its governing body and advising its staff and governing body to keep within the law. I understand that there will be disagreements as to the law and the operation of the city, but there should be some modicum of respect and civility in making the case. I should not have to endure disrespect, defamation, bullying, or harassment because someone in authority disagrees with me. Again, times have changed, and employees no longer have to withstand abuse in order to keep their job. Whatever decision you make, I ask that you take what I've stated into consideration, because I do not want to work in a hostile environment any longer. I just want to be able to do my job in peace. Thank you. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Frederick. Any questions for Ms. Frederick? Yes, Councilor Charles.
Ms. Frederick, most of the times I don't need to ask you if there were witnesses, because it sounds like it happened during council meeting.
Right.
So there were a lot of witnesses.
Yes.
How did those incidents made you feel? I mean, you said pretty much, but at that time, did you think about doing something about it at that time afterward, or?
Of course. I did speak with Mr. Martinez on several occasions. One particular, we were in Houston for a TML conference, and I took him to the side, and we walked in the exhibition area, and we talked, and he agreed that you know, if he disagreed with me, we could talk about it after, but we weren't gonna, I asked him, you know, let's not make a scene on the dais. Let's talk, and if you have a disagreement with me, we can talk about it afterwards, or you can motion for me and we can step out to the back. But since then, things just got worse and worse. His promises didn't matter.
So did anyone encourage you to file a complaint?
No. I mean, when I saw, I mean, it was just a whole bunch of things. I mean, Mr. Prophet was yelling at me at one point, and I, on the dais, and at a zoning commission meeting, and the Mr. Martinez and his antics on the dais, and the way Mr. Martinez treated Brandon Milan, it's just like it all built up, and I couldn't take it anymore. And I just felt like talking to him does no good, that I had to do something to make this stop.
Well, it sounds like your interaction with Councilor Martinez, your interactions were many.
Yes.
And so you decided to come forward on your own, and how would you like for this to end? How would you like for it?
I just wanted to stop.
How could you foresee this ending for everyone? What action would you see happening? What would you want to happen?
I don't think it would be appropriate for me to say.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Alcacer?
Has any council person other than Mr. Martinez ever treated you in this manner?
No, not really. Not really. I mean, I think you and I had a little small disagreement at first when I first got here, but that was settled. And we went on, and I've never felt anything but respect from you since then.
Are you aware that your predecessor complained of similar things?
I was not aware until I filed my complaint.
And then what did you become aware of?
When I filed my complaint, Ms. Kinsler said that I don't know how to pronounce her last name. Contanero, that she had the same complaint.
I don't have anything further right now.
Thank you. Mr. Bradshaw?
Yes, Ms. Frederick, in your testimony you just gave, you stated that Benny Martinez said that city council can break the law if they want.
Well, I was paraphrasing, but it was right from that meeting, May 18th.
Okay,
When I was trying to tell him that, no, you can't do whatever you want, you can't break the law, you have to comply with state law.
Okay.
And his point was that he could do whatever he wanted, the council could do whatever they want, and I took it to mean that he felt that council was above the law, and that even if they're not above the law, then people can just sue us. And I couldn't let him say that, because that is not in the best interest of the city of Leon Valley.
I understand you're interjecting during that meeting. I understand that you would give your legal opinion on that. So the state law says that the rule is 200 feet of zoning
That is
areas?
irrelevant to these proceedings, and I'm
Well,
not going to answer
in the
that
context
question.
of the argument that we just watched,
I'm not going to answer
Mr.
that.
Martinez, I believe, was talking about in that instance we can do what we want. He didn't say we can break whatever law we want. That's why I was had an issue with the way that
He
you said it.
said, and you heard him say, whether it had to do with 200 feet or not 200 feet, that we can do whatever we want. We're city council. How else is somebody supposed to take that?
I did hear
to
that,
mean?
but in the context of the whole discussion, that the debate that was going on was that the city could expand the measurement of the area. That's the way I
Councilman
took it.
Bradshaw, you can take whatever you like from that.
Okay.
That's your opinion.
Okay.
I have my opinion.
Of course, yeah. Okay, and then in your written complaint that you submitted on December 18th, you said that he raises his voice and pounds his fists on the table as if to bully and intimidate me into submission. Do you have any specific dates that he pounded his fists on the table?
I gave all that to the investigator. The investigating attorney, Ryan Henry, viewed all of the videos from City Council where he did those things. I don't have them in front of me. It's probably in the report, or Mr. Henry can provide you with those links.
Okay, and it's in your appendix, or in your, I guess,
Yeah, I
in the
believe that's
report
in
where
the
it
March 15th.
references.
It's in the March 15th one is where the specific dates would have been referenced.
Okay.
The pounding of fists, I don't think was in the most recent one. Any of the ones that's what is on the video would be in the March 15th memo.
Okay. Do you believe that the way that Mr. Martinez has treated you in the past, it could be racially motivated?
I don't know what's in his heart. I can't testify as to whether he's racially motivated or not. I've never gotten that impression that it was, and this is the same thing I told the investigating attorney, which is the reason why he felt that my complaint was not sustainable under our code and under our personnel directive, because I am a protected class, but I don't know what's in his heart. So I can't say one way or the other.
Okay. And then, and your letter, it's on letterhead. Was it a typewritten? I mean, I'm assuming it was printed out and handed to the city manager.
Yes.
It wasn't emailed. It was a hard copy.
I handed it to her.
That you sent to her. Okay. And as the city attorney, are you pretty familiar with the policies, codes, and ordinances of Leon Valley?
Yes.
Would you say you're the expert on the codes of Leon Valley?
No, I'd say the directors are the experts on the codes. I interpret the codes. I don't know them by heart.
Okay. But you're pretty familiar with the codes, would you say?
I'm familiar with the codes, yes. Certain codes I know because they come across frequently, but some codes I don't know, and they're brought up to me by the department director to help interpret the law, and that's what I do.
Okay. So did you sign the sexual harassment and unlawful harassment policy A5 that's required by the city?
I don't recall, but whatever was in my packet to sign when I was hired, I signed it.
Okay. But you also did not follow the direction, is that correct, of the policy says complaints against city councilors go directly to the mayor?
That's irrelevant at this point. With regard to me, it's irrelevant because I report to the city manager and my complaint went to her.
Okay, but it says directly, if a harassment complaint is against the city manager or members of the council, the report shall go directly to the mayor. It's in a policy manual that
I report
you
to the
signed.
city manager, she reports to council, and she did tell the mayor about it.
Okay, but it didn't go directly to the mayor as stated.
Obviously not. I'm here telling you, I mean, I don't know how many times I have to answer that same question.
Okay. So why didn't it? I guess, why didn't you follow the procedure?
I just told you. I report to the manager, and I gave the complaint to the manager. I didn't look up the policy on who to report to. I gave it to the manager who I report to.
Okay. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Bradshaw. Anyone else? Councilor Charles.
I just want to make this statement. I think in most instances, it's expected that the employee will give the complaint to their supervisor.
Yes. That's how it was at the city of San Antonio, so I didn't think it would be any different here.
Yes.
So are you saying you can do whatever you want?
No, I can say you follow the policy and you give it to your supervisor.
The policy states goes directly to the mayor.
Mr. Bradshaw,
I
I'm
don't know if
afraid
I
that's
can
not quite
help maybe
what it
put this to rest. Maybe I can help clarify something.
Excuse me just a second. Let me
Oh,
be
sure.
sure Ms. Alcacer had something to say, and then I'll let you speak.
I was going to say, I thought that was brought up to begin with as what happened with the procedure, and that was that the first complaint came from a city councilor, and whether or not it should have gone to the mayor, it went to the
manager.
The city manager, and then the city manager in turn took it to to try to get advice from the city attorney, and she specifically said she had a complaint also, so that she couldn't help, and so that's when TML was contacted, and it was their interpretation that it should be an outside counsel, and that's how it all, where everything ended up with Mr. Henry. At this point, it is moot, however it should have been done or not. And it reminded me that there was a complaint that you provided to the mayor about one of us.
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
I don't want to reveal any attorney-client privilege, but I was trying to give some legal advice to one of the new council members, Councilman Bradshaw, and he had a problem with that. And I felt like I want to nip this in the bud before it even gets started. I want to stop the behavior that I experienced with Mr. Martinez to not have that happen with Councilman Bradshaw. So I wrote an email to the mayor and asked her for her intervention in the matter. It took a while before I heard back from her. And I think, I don't know how long it was. I get, how long was it?
I asked for the intervention, so, because you,
The weekend? It's like over the weekend.
No,
No.
I'm sorry, Mayor, it was longer than
Months.
that. It was like probably a week or two.
No, it was not a week.
It was a week because
It was not.
okay, well.
I think it was a
I'm not gonna
Thursday,
argue.
and I was here on Wednesday, and I met Mr. Bradshaw and you.
Okay.
Yeah.
A
So-
day later than a week.
Okay, well.
So it seemed like a
I
long
think I was
time
out
to
of
me
town, too.
because
You know, sometimes I don't have all my emails 24/7, as you know.
I understand
Yeah.
that, but
Mhm.
it felt like a long time to me
Mhm.
because I wanted to get that resolved.
Mhm.
And I didn't know, since I didn't hear back from you, I didn't know whether you were going to take an interest or you were going to just let it go.
No, I did talk to Mr. Bradshaw, and so I had followed up. I just didn't follow back up with you, but I had followed up with him. And then I followed back up with you when I
But
was
why
here.
him and not me? Because I asked for the intervention.
You know, I can't remember exactly why, but
I could
anyway,
look at the timeline of it, but.
But I did. I talked to you first before I talked to
I
Ms.
actually, after that incident, I talked to Ms. Kunstler and I talked to the mayor about it. And then I wrote a formal response to you both, to all three of you. And then we met. It was the following week. I mean, it happened near, like, let's see, a Tuesday. And I think Wednesday was your letter. And then I was up in Austin all week. And then when I came back, we met the following week. So it wasn't a full week or about.
there's just someone in the audience with their hand up. You might want to let them know they can't speak.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Charles. According to what the two majority counselors have said, there's no citizen comment. I'm sorry, whoever had their hand up. I can't see who that is. So, I still can't see. Oh, hi. How are you doing? So, there's no citizen comment. That's been determined by Councilor Alcacer and Councilor Charles. Mr. Bradshaw would like to have citizen comment, but the majority is saying no. So I'm sorry.
Did I answer your question, Ms. Alcazar?
Yes, and do you think things changed after that, or did the disagreement pursue, or did it end?
With Mr. Bradshaw?
Yes.
I think that we left in an amicable situation. I thought we were amenable after that.
Okay, thank you. And Mayor, I'd like to get entered into at some point the emails that exist from the prior city attorney in relation to some of these same things.
I think they're in the book, aren't
Yeah,
they?
yeah, they
Yeah,
are.
they're already in the book. I saw them, yeah.
And just for clarification, I believe if any council want to, as Mr. Bradshaw did, want to include stuff, there is the point for that.
for the council inquiry and you know, compelling of documents. If you have anything that you want to make sure is included, that's the time to do it.
But just to follow, well, I can't ask a question, can I? Well, if I ask a question, you know, what was the gist of the letter if you?
That's what
if
I
you
was going
could-
to actually.
Telling him what to ask,
No,
Mayor?
I was.
I'm just
I
trying
was
to,
actually
if I had something to say.
I was going to bring
It's
that up.
hard, y'all. I mean, not,
is it,
for me not to ask questions. You saw it in the video. I ask questions all the time.
since Ms.
It's really
Alcazar
hard.
brought it up, can I read the letter of complaint that's against me, and as well as my response?
Okay.
Well,
Is that
Go
okay?
ahead.
Is that
Yeah, she brought it up. Yes, I think that would be.
letter with Ms. Out, with the intervention letter, or were you talking about the other city attorney's letter?
I think you were talking about both, but Mr. Bradshaw, go ahead.
I was talking about the intervention letter.
Go ahead.
The intervention letter was which one? From you to her, from her to you, or from the mayor?
It was from her to
The mayor.
the mayor, and I was copied on it, I believe. Correct. And then I responded to that too, right? Give me a second. I gotta pull it up here. Actually, I don't think I have a copy of it here, and I can't get into my other email from here. Mayor, can we take a brief recess so I could?
Sure, let's go ahead. We've been at it for almost 2 hours, so at this time, let's take a recess at 7:20, and let's take a 15-minute recess to 7:35. We are recessed.
Especially if they're not cotton. Well, we need pants. I need to bring my air pants.
All this recording, just so you know. So
I know you do. I know you do. And I just had no vacation. Got back at 2 o'clock on Tuesday night. This last time, this time, I just about this, and I'm just not able. Where am I? What am I? I'm going to be on the 4th of July tomorrow, and then, you know. Anyway, so, but I'll just, you know that, and I appreciate it. October 26th is our. So today I got my 2 A's in charge. Lately, I don't see, I have a checklist for everything, so I got the checklist off, checks off today, and that's what I have to do. I have that list, and well, it makes it, oh, you got it, you know, having to do it at the last minute, do this, do that, no, then. Oh, my blood pressure, my blood sugar, I'm taking care of that, so.
That I gave typically, what I did was, this is a list of targets, so we can ask specific questions or dates and things, we can actually reference this, it's kind of helpful.
Okay, yeah, I thank you. I was, should have done that myself. I brought it to do that and then have gotten distracted. It's just, they begin to try to mislead and direct away from it so it won't come out. Charges.
Well, I'm about to turn.
It's on page 2.
Yeah, no, I have to take this part out.
Oh, okay, that was the part that I was supposed to get.
That complaint actually revealed privileged information, so he's going to start reading it. He risks, that as a law.
Because it wasn't, I mean, he's going as though we're in a legal case and opening the door and all that junk.
Which is not. If he starts reading anything that's
I'm glad I'm not having to walk the tightrope you're walking. I don't know if fall off one of the vestments might go crazy.
And other people are saying that eyes and other things, so there's something in the air. Is there one that's that coffee? Did you get a ibuprofen or anything with the tape? Can you take Tylenol? Oh my gosh, so what does the doctor say you should do? No, I right now, yeah, they're not so bad right now. Yeah, but I didn't know, I thought you were supposed to have done it.
But I need to go in for the oral challenge, and I'll find out how much payment and medication I can get, and then I'll go.
Stroke symptoms too. So Friday's not a holiday for the staff? We need a change, well, it doesn't always come up that way.
I'm here tomorrow.
Since we can't sleep, what about all the restaurants? What about all the restaurants? None of that stuff, I mean, just like going over their heads. What about, she has talked over and over about everybody too, he has, what about all the other people? Where do I, she doesn't have hers, it's not here, oh, there's one over there. Did you get a piece of cake right there?
I had a cake, piece of cake earlier. Oh, did you? Now I'm eating chocolate bars.
Yeah, they used to have them. There's little tiny bars there.
Counselor Alcacer? It is. They can hear you.
All right. If everyone could take their places, we'll continue. We're back on the record. We're back on the record on Wednesday, July the 3rd, 2019, on the 312 hearing continuation at approximately 7:38 in the evening. And thanks for everyone's cooperation. Do appreciate it. All right. I believe Miss Frederick, you were up. Where is she? I don't see her. I saw her, but I don't see her.
I believe her and Mr. Bradshaw were still out in the
Oh,
foyer.
okay. So we'll wait for Miss.
While we're waiting, Mayor,
Frederick. Yes, sir.
may I just mention to the council, with what appears to be some, not struggles, but as you guys are trying to remember dates and stuff like that, what I've done is I've provided you the last report that I had that actually lists out, you'd all received the report, but it lists out the charges that I had read yesterday. So if you want to...
But I've got a page that's not. Oh, was that the attorney-client?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So on page 2 of this is when they start. So if you want to use it as a helpful reminder, of the documents or the things that do exist.
Okay.
It's there as an aid.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that. Did everyone understand what Mr. Henry just said? He just gave us all another copy of his June 26th report, 20-page report, but he just wanted us to use it as a reference, if we'd like. So thank you for that. Do appreciate it. Okay, so we're back on the record, or back on the, record with Denise Frederick, our city attorney. You're finished with your statement, and let's see, who was questioning? Mr. Bradshaw.
Yeah, I was going to read the letter from Ms. Frederick, the request for intervention letter, and I briefly discussed it with Mr. Henry about attorney-client privilege information, and I wanted to make sure that you're okay, Ms. Frederick.
I don't have any problem with it. I wrote it so that it could be a public document.
Okay. I just want to read my response real quick just to see if there's anything in there that was
Well, I think it'd probably be better in context if you read my letter and then your response.
No, I agree. I agree. I think you're right.
Or I can read my letter.
You want to read yours? That's fine.
It's up to you.
Can we actually can we put it on the screen and she can read it? Yeah, I have it on there. That's probably better. You read yours and then I can read.
Is there going to be a question, follow-up question on these?
Under complaints, and it says request for intervention. Oh, no, wrong one. You can leave that open, but you can do the other one first. There you go.
This email was from me to Mayor Riley on Thursday, June 6, 2019 at 10:33 a.m. Good morning, Mayor. I hope this email finds you well this morning. I'm writing to you in my capacity as City Attorney for the City of Leon Valley and your capacity as presiding officer of the governing body of the City of Leon Valley. This is not a formal complaint, but a request for your intervention in a matter that occurred on June 4th, 2019 in my office at City Hall, to wit. On or about 11:30 p.m., June 4th, 2019, after City Council adjourned for the evening, I asked Councilor Bradshaw if I could speak with him in private in my office. He consented and followed me to my office. While on the way to my office, Chief Salvaggio was speaking to him. From what I could discern about the same topic I had asked to speak to Mr. Bradshaw about. After a few minutes of asking the chief if I could speak to Mr. Bradshaw alone, I motioned for Mr. Bradshaw to take a seat. The topic of concern was an email sent by Josh Stevens personally attacking me and the chief of police. Mr. Stevens in his email also reiterated emails between me, City Council, the chief of police, the city manager, and an attorney for the Texas Municipal League from earlier that day, where I had asked for TML's legal opinion on a matter that you, me, chief, and the manager were to discuss in a closed-door closed-door meeting. Mr. Stevens also discussed in detail the topic of conversation we had in our meeting. I was taken aback by this since it is my opinion that all communications I have in private with city officials where I provide a legal opinion and/or legal advice is confidential and privileged communication and cannot be released without the permission of the Texas Attorney General or without the privilege waived by the entire City Council for the City of Leon Valley. This has been the protocol of the City of Leon Valley since I began employment in 2016 and has not, to my personal knowledge, been breached. I asked Councilor Bradshaw to meet with me in private so that I could advise him of that protocol and the legal ramifications of breaching same. I took into consideration that Councilor Bradshaw is new to this city's government and its protocols. I thought I'd give him professional courtesy and provide him guidance without the embarrassment and humiliation of bringing this up before council. I felt it may be a case of misunderstanding on his part and that he should be afforded my legal advice on the matter as the city attorney. After we were seated, I began to explain that I had received an email from Josh Stevens detailing confidential communications. He asked me how did I know it was him that provided that information. And when I started to tell him why I deduced that it could only be him, he turned red-faced and began talking over me. I continued to try to keep it civil, still trying to explain and speak to him calmly, but he only got more irate. He stood up over me, shouted that he did not work for me, when I interjected that I was only trying to help him. He also stated that he did not want to have a private meeting with me because I was up to something and would prefer to be in public, that I should take this up with City Council and TML. Meanwhile, I remained calm, trying to get him to calm down. He stormed out of my office and ran to you. The behavior demonstrated toward me by Councilor Bradshaw is completely and totally unacceptable under any circumstances. It was uncivilized, disrespectful, and unprofessional. This is not the conduct of a leader of the community, no less an elected official. Even if he did not agree with what I was saying, he could have given me the courtesy of hearing me out, and then we could have discussed the matter in a civilized manner. We could have even walked away with agreeing to disagree. At that point, I would have had to make a decision that would have been in the best interest of my client without any further discussion between us. He did not allow the opportunity for this to occur. His solution, it seems, was to get angry, shout me down, stand over me, which is very intimidating from a man, continuing to yell, talk over me, and storm out. I do not know why I have been singled out for him to display this type of behavior, especially since he had no idea where I was going with my talk with him. He's been trained in rules, protocol, and procedure by the city secretary and has certified that he received his ethics training. Knowing that he is new, I was merely trying to expand his training. I certainly did nothing to provoke him. Chief Salvaggio can attest to my demeanor when he was walking Councilor Bradshaw to my office. If Councilor Bradshaw is honest, he will tell you that my demeanor was nothing but respectful and civil. I remained respectful and civil even throughout his flagrant display of anger towards me. I have never seen him treat anyone else like that. When Chief was talking to him about the very same topic before me, he didn't behave like that. So I don't know, and I'm left to wonder if it has anything to do with the fact that I'm black. I certainly felt that way after and immediately reiterated my feelings about this to the city manager and Chief Salvaggio. But regardless of his reasons for treating me with such incivility and disrespect, I do not deserve to be treated this way. This situation has made me physically ill, so ill that yesterday I could not complete a full day's work. My left shoulder and neck were in severe pain, and I vomited twice while at work. Angela Trejo, the city's administrative assistant, is a witness to my physical illness and the fact that I came in late and had to leave early yesterday. I do not feel that anyone should be subjected to this kind of disrespectful and hostile treatment in a workplace. It would not be tolerated between coworkers and should not be tolerated from anyone, no matter who they are. I am presently apprehensive about giving him any legal advice as a city councilman. I am now afraid that he will get angry again and display this sort of abusive behavior if he doesn't agree. This is part of what is making me ill. The thought of having to go through that again with him or anyone else is daunting. So I'm asking you, Mayor, to intervene in this situation with your council member and prevent this from happening to me or anyone else again. If it happens again, I will have no choice but to file a formal complaint. Thank you for your immediate attention to this matter, and thanking you in advance for your help. Denise Frederick.
Thank you.
Okay, so this was my response to the request for intervention that Ms. Frederick sent. On Tuesday, May 21st, 2019, I was sworn in as a city councilor for Leon Valley City Council Place 5. I was both humbled and honored to be elected to this position by the citizens of Leon Valley. My entire campaign was focused on listening to the concerns of the citizens. In fact, my campaign slogan was, "I will represent you." While out campaigning and talking with Leon Valley citizens, many times I would ask the question, what do you wish you could change about Leon Valley? Several citizens, at least 5, brought up concerns regarding aggressive towing of vehicles by Leon Valley Police Department, including solely for having expired registration stickers. I promised these citizens that if elected, I would investigate the matter. During my first City Council meeting on May 21st, there was a presentation by Leon Valley Police Department Chief Joe Savaggio regarding the towing and impounding of vehicles for expired registration stickers. I prepared for this meeting by studying both the Texas Transportation Code, Section 683.071, Subchapter E on junked vehicles, as well as Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Article 8.08 on junked vehicles. I also compared the Leon Valley Code with other cities in Texas to ensure that my understanding of the law was correct. The cities I reviewed included San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, Fort Worth, Austin, Dayton, and Waller, Texas. Based on my research, I found that the Texas Transportation Code says that for a vehicle to be considered a junked vehicle, it must be both wrecked, dismantled, or partially dismantled, or discarded, or inoperable and has remained inoperable for more than 72 hours on private property or 30 days on public property, and displays an expired license plate or does not display a license plate. This differs from the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, which states the definition of a junked vehicle to be a motor vehicle that displays an expired license plate or does not display a license plate. During Chief Savaggio's presentation on junked vehicles, I was surprised that the Texas Transportation Code definition of junked vehicle and the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Section 8.08, appeared to be altered from what I learned in my preparation of discussion of this ordinance, including the reading of the Texas Transportation Code, Section 683.071. The slides presented by Chief Savaggio made it appear that both definitions were identical, including the formatting, numbering, and lettering of the ordinances. During the presentation, Chief Savaggio even stated that the ordinances were, quote, exactly the same. The chief concluded his presentation by stating that Leon Valley cannot change the law because it is state law, and it could not be preempted, it could not preempt the Texas Constitution. He advised the council that we cannot change the law of Leon Valley regarding expired registration in the definition of junked vehicles. He then suggested that this is a state legislature issue, and if we want to make a change to the law, we could contact the governor of Texas, our state senator, and our state representative. The PowerPoint slides from the chief's presentation of Texas Transportation Code, Section 683.071, as well as the actual text from the code are pasted below for your comparison. Also, the slide comparing Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 8, Section 8.01, and the actual text from the Leon Valley Code are included below that. So can you scroll down, Crystal? Oh, can you go down? So there's the first slide. That's the Texas Transportation Code. And then go down, and that's the Leon Valley Code. And what I was trying to show is, sorry, can you go back up just a second? I know it's hard. That the A1 to AB1 to B also, they show exactly the same. Okay, can you go to the next thing?
Excuse me, Mr. Bradshaw, Ms. Charles has a question.
Okay.
I'm not sure, I'm not understanding how both Ms. Frederick's intervention letter to the mayor and your response has to do anything with Benny Martinez.
I have a question. It's coming. I'm almost done. We're almost
About
done.
Benny Martinez's hearing?
Yes, yes. Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Keep going.
All right, if you'll continue, please.
Sorry, can you go down? You can go down past this. This is all definitions of the code and the difference between the slides that the chief presented and what the actual code is. Okay, so right here. This is my letter. Continue. I felt that the chief's altering of the formatting and selective editing of the Texas Transportation Code and the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances was misleading to the City Council, and I challenged the chief as to what the Texas Transportation Code actually says. I mentioned during the council meeting that I was having difficulty comparing the state code versus the Leon Valley Code, and I tried to point out the differences in the Texas Transportation Code regarding definition and applicability. I believe the Texas Transportation Code is very clear in stating what junked vehicle means. Definition in Section A and what it applies to, applicability in Section B. At this point, I was told by Chief Salvaggio that I was misinterpreting the law and that he wishes we could have talked about this offline before bringing it up in the council meeting. The city attorney, Denise Frederick, also joined the conversation by telling me I was interpreting the law incorrectly. I then read some of the ordinances from the cities of Austin and Dallas, Texas, which supported my point that a junked vehicle must be wrecked and inoperable and have expired registration stickers. At this point, the city attorney told me that a vehicle that has an expired registration is inoperable. We spent some time discussing the definition of inoperable, but it was clear that the chief of police and our city attorney had already reached a conclusion on this issue. Councilor Malika Alcazar chimed in and seemed to agree with me regarding definition and applicability in the Texas Transportation Code and stated that we were not taking vehicles from private property, which is contrary to what I was told by several citizens who had vehicles towed out of their driveways. The mayor asked if we could ticket vehicles for expired registration instead of towing the vehicles, in which case Chief Salvaggio responded that we cannot ticket vehicles for having expired registrations and that we must tow them after giving the appropriate notice. The mayor also asked if we could add the definition of inoperable, and the chief responded that we already had a definition and it was the same as the state of Texas. I finished by stating that I believe that I was correct in my understanding of the law, as well as the cities of San Antonio, Austin, Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston, and Waller, Texas, in the interpretation of the law, and that the city of Leon Valley is misinterpreting the law. After the meeting, I was told again by Chief Salvaggio that I should have come to him privately to discuss this issue instead of bringing it up in the city council meeting. On June 1st, 2019, I received an email copied to the mayor and city manager and blind copy all council members from Chief Salvaggio, where he again attempted to show that the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 8, Section 808, and Texas Transportation Code were exactly the same. Again, I feel this was misleading, as neither of the codes show these ordinances formatted, numbered, or lettered as stated in the chief's email. You can skip past that. You can skip past that. Oh, I responded to the chief's email by requesting a meeting with him and Ms. Kunstler before the next council meeting at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, June 4th. The meeting was to point out the discrepancies that I saw between the Texas Transportation Code and the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances. The morning of June 4th, 2019, City Attorney Frederick emailed the Texas Municipal League legal counsel asking if the city can exclude expired registration or plates from the definition of junked vehicle, and copied and pasted the incorrect definition of junked vehicle from Chief Salvaggio's email regarding Texas Transportation Code. I replied to this email to TML, clarifying my question as follows. Dear Sir or Madam of TML, actually the question posed below is incorrect. I'm not asking if the city can exclude expired registration or plates from the definition of junked vehicle. I'm asking for clarification on definition and applicability, as I see a discrepancy between the Texas Transportation Code, 683.071, and Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Article 8.08. As you can see below, the Texas Transportation Code is broken into two sections, definition and applicability. In Section A, definition, it states a junked vehicle means wrecked, dismantled, or partially dismantled, or inoperable, and has remained inoperable. Then in Section B, applicability, it states that the subsection applies only to a motor vehicle that displays an expired license plate. My question is, does a vehicle have to be both a definition of junked vehicle and B, applicability, expired license plate, or can the city tow vehicles only based on having expired registration and not meeting the definition of wrecked, dismantled, or partially dismantled, or inoperable? At first, the TML Assistant General Counsel, Christy Drake Adams, replied and deferred to Ms. Frederick, since she was already advising on the matter. However, a second email stated, Councilmember Bradshaw, Ms. Frederick asked, this is her email, Ms. Frederick asked that I respond to your question. In order for a vehicle to be junked, a junked vehicle under the Transportation Code 683, it must be both legally expired or no plate and mechanically wrecked, dismantled, etc., inoperable. This response seemed to agree with me that a junked vehicle under the Texas Transportation Code must be both wrecked, dismantled, and inoperable and have expired registration or no plate. Even the email response from the City Attorney Frederick seemed to agree that I was correct, but I was surprised to see that she said she was confused as to what my point of contention was and that she did not understand what I was arguing until now. After all the time we spent discussing the issue in the previous city council meetings, I felt that my point was clear. And this is the email from Ms. Frederick. Mr. Bradshaw, I agree with Ms. Drake Adams. I appreciate that you were able to put your concern in writing. I was confused as to your point of contention, and I did not understand what you were arguing until now. Thank you for pointing this out to us, and we will make an adjustment to our code to comply with state law. The definition in current law is more restrictive now than previously statutory definitions when our code was written, because now it requires both legal and mechanically inoperable. Under the prior statutes, a junk vehicle was one that was legally inoperative, interpreted by many cities to be either legally expired plate or mechanically wrecked or dismantled, inoperable, just as Chief Savaggio and I were saying during council. A little bit before 5 p.m. on June 4th, I went to City Hall to meet with Chief Savaggio, the City Manager, Kelly Kunstler, the City Attorney, Denise Frederick, and Mayor Riley. We met in Ms. Kunstler's office. I was shocked to find out that between the time that I had left work to come to the meeting at City Hall and the time that I arrived, City Attorney Frederick seems to have backpedaled on her understanding of the law and was now questioning the definition of inoperable again and the use of this disjunctor connector or in the state code. In the email, June 4th, Councilor Ms. Drake Adams and I are taking a second look at the statute and are in consultation with regard to the definition of inoperable in the statute and the fact that the definition uses the disjunction connector or. If or is used, then how can it be both? I will get back to you upon conclusion of our analysis. Thanks. Okay. This was very frustrating to me, and I felt like I was being given excuse after excuse as to why we cannot change the Leon Valley Code to match state law regarding junked vehicles. Throughout this entire process of seeking clarification on the Leon Valley Junked Vehicle Ordinance, one of Leon Valley's citizens, Josh Stevens, had been asking me for updates regarding the law. He had watched the council meeting on May 21st and was interested to know the outcome. I had given him some updates and let him know that the TML Assistant General Counsel agreed with me on the definition of junked vehicles. I also let him know that I was frustrated that after my meeting at 5 p.m. on June 4th, our city attorney and chief of police were now questioning the meaning of inoperable and the use of the disjunction connector or. We had our regular city council meeting at 6 p.m. on June 4th, which lasted until approximately 11:20. After the council meeting, City Attorney Frederick approached me and asked if she could speak with me privately in her office. I consented and grabbed my backpack and computer and followed her out of the council chambers and into the hallway. When we reached the hallway outside of council chambers, I was approached by Chief Savaggio, who told me that, quote, I need to be careful who I associate with. I asked him what he was talking about, and he reiterated, you need to be more careful who you are in contact with. He followed me down the hallway and into Ms. Frederick's office and said, quote, we have a whole file on Josh Stevens, end quote. He also stated, it doesn't look good that you appointed Josh Stevens to the Charter Review Committee. He mentioned that Josh had made threats against the chief and the city attorney. I told him that I had no knowledge of any of these threats. He also said, quote, it was totally inappropriate for Mr. Stevens to say he was going to run against Catherine Rodriguez in 2020. During this time, Ms. Frederick was trying to tell Chief Savaggio that she was going to talk to me about all of this and that the chief needed to leave us alone. Once he left, I took a seat in the chair across from Ms. Frederick, and she proceeded to tell me that the things that we discuss or email are all, quote, attorney-client privilege information, and that I cannot discuss anything that we email or talk about with the citizens of Leon Valley. She started to say that I could be in violation of the city charter by discussing these things with citizens. At this point, I grabbed my backpack, which I'd set down next to my chair, and I stood up and stepped backwards to leave the room. As I was leaving, I told Ms. Frederick that I had come to them in private at their request, and now I felt that it was being used against me. I told her that I do not work for her, the police chief, or the city manager, but that I represent the citizens of Leon Valley, and this was a concern that was brought up in the city council meeting by a citizen. I stated that I was done with private meetings and that from now on all discussions in city business will be discussed in city council meetings where it can be open and transparent. I feel like this was being used as a tactic to trap me into violating some part of the city charter and that it could be used against me in the future. I proceeded to leave the city attorney's office and went back into the city council chambers and told Mayor Riley that I needed to speak with her. As we walked out of the city hall, I relayed to her what had happened and my frustration with the chief of police telling me which citizens I can and cannot be talking to, and with Ms. Frederick telling me that I cannot speak to the citizens regarding city matters and how I felt that the whole thing felt like a setup. A few other points regarding Ms. Frederick's email. request for intervention from Thursday, June 6th. I deny Ms. Frederick's assertion that I was standing over here. I merely stood up to leave and took a step back as I was leaving and explained that I was done having private meetings. There was also a desk between us, so how could I have stood over her? I also dispute the assertion that I was shouting and yelling at her. I may have raised my voice slightly from more than a normal speaking volume, as she was trying to tell me how I may have violated the charter, but I was simply making the point that we were done having private meetings. I deny that this was full-on yelling. Also, this was not to single her out, as I also stated I would not be meeting in private with the police chief or the city manager or any other city staff in the future as to protect myself from being entrapped. I also deny that I have certified that I have received my ethics training as Ms. Frederick claims in her email. I have never claimed to have completed the ethics training course, as I have only been a counselor for less than 1 month and only received my city-issued tablet less than a week ago. Finally, the statement that Ms. Frederick made that she is left to wonder if the way she was treated has anything to do with the fact that she is black is simply appalling. I adamantly deny that this dispute has anything to do with race. I would like to request digital copies of security footage, both video and audio, of the council chambers hallway of Ms. Frederick's office and the council foyer areas from the hours of 11 p.m. until 12 p.m. on Tuesday, June 4th, as I believe this will support my claims. Respectfully, Will Bradshaw. That's the end of the letter. So after this response was sent, so that was on Tuesday, June 4th. Oh, sorry, that was the meeting was June 4th, and I think, I can't remember, do you have the date of Denise's?
June 6th.
June 6th. Okay, so 2 days later, you sent the request.
Response was June 11th.
So it was a few days later, I came down to the council chambers to review the security footage.
And that's when
and
we met.
the mayor was here, and Ms. Frederick was here, and that's when we agreed to go into the mayor's office to talk. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And during that discussion, my understanding, basically, we agreed to disagree on this issue of the junked vehicles.
So it was my understanding during the meeting that we didn't talk about the junk vehicles. I don't remember even talking about the junk vehicles. I remember talking about your behavior and what I expected and how I felt, and you defending yourself, but then us coming to an agreement that the way you behaved, you wouldn't behave that way anymore with me, and that we could get along. I could speak to you in private if I needed to as a city councilor, and me as the city attorney, and that, you know, all the relationships would be civil.
I agree with you.
And then,
we did say that we would. I actually apologize, I believe.
Yes, you
for
apologize.
for the way that you felt that I treated you, and that.
Okay, that's not.
Well, that.
That's not even an apology.
Okay.
Mr. Bradshaw, I know Ms. Charles is going to ask you, how does this relate to Mr. Martinez's complaint?
Ask the question, please.
Okay, go ahead.
What I want to ask is, I did not hear how it related to the hearing for Benny Martinez at all.
Okay, I'll state that. Basically, can we just agree that we shook hands?
Yes.
At least, and
I think the continuation of this questioning is out of line.
okay, I just wanted to get to that point. So my question is, why did you not ask?
Again, the questions are out of line. It has nothing to do with Benny.
Why did you not
Excuse
ask
me. Wait
Mr.
till you're
Martinez for
called
an
upon,
intervention?
and then let Mr.
Why didn't you not ask Mr. Martinez for an intervention with the mayor like we had?
I learned from Benny Martinez that I can't talk to you one-on-one, that I do need the mayor's intervention before I file a claim, because I tried to talk to Mr. Martinez several times as I testified, as I stated today, and that did no good. Why, you know, I had a relationship with every single city council person, so I didn't feel like I needed to go to the mayor to ask for an intervention when I had a relationship with him as a city attorney and as what I thought we were friends. And we could talk.
Okay.
And he presented that way, himself to me that way, as a friend, that we could talk, and that he agreed that he wouldn't behave like that anymore. But he lied.
How did he lie?
Because he continued to act that way. when he promised not to behave that way on the dais anymore, when he promised to, if he had a problem with me or with what I was saying, that we would go to the back or we would take some time away from the dais to discuss the matter. No, he continued to argue with me on the dais about the law, spew legal opinions that he has no training to make, give legal analysis, which he has no training to do, and give legal advice on the dais.
So,
and whenever I would try to correct him, he shout me down and shout over me. And every single, except for you, Councilor Charles, Mayor and Councilor Alcazar are witnesses to this.
okay. So I know in your letter, also your statement of grievance against Mr. Martinez, you said that he's gone behind your back to the Texas Municipal League for legal advice.
Yes.
So I guess would you consider what I did going behind your back to the
No,
Texas
because
Municipal
I
League?
went to the Texas Municipal League for you.
Okay.
The reason why that question to the Texas Municipal League at the time when I asked the TML for an opinion was because at the time that issue was up for discussion, one of the citizens had come up here and asked if we could change the law to exclude registered plates, unregistered plates from being a junk vehicle. That's what I thought was the issue. When you were talking about the issue, I don't want to use the same terminology that Mr. Martinez used for Brandon Milan, but I didn't understand the way you were
the way I was presenting my question. Okay, that's fair.
It wasn't clear to me what your issue was. So that's why that question was different than what you were querying about. So we got that straight. I forget what my point was.
Okay.
But
so we're talking about the Texas Municipal League.
okay, so when I said that he went behind my back, is that I had already given my legal opinion to Mr. Martinez on that topic. He was forum shopping because this was another incident where some citizen that he's a friend of complained about something. I'm not going to get into details or specifics because it's attorney-client privilege, but I gave him my legal opinion on the matter. He went to TML, put in the wrong question, and got the answer that he wanted because he manipulated the question. Instead of going through me and saying, Denise, can you contact TML for a second opinion? And that way I could form the question based on the issue that was at hand. Then I had to go through a whole lot of stuff to get it straightened out with him and with TML that what the question was that he put to them was the wrong question, and also that we already have something in our code when the TML lawyer was trying to tell us, oh, you can put this in your code. Austin has this in their code and San Antonio has this in their code. No, we already have it in our code, but Mr. Martinez did not want to accept that. Okay. So that's what that was about. And I felt like Mr. Martinez was going behind my back trying to have a gotcha answer, which he kind of did all the time.
So is for council to go to the TML for legal advice?
I'm not going to give you any legal advice because I already instructed them that they have to come through me because I'm the city attorney and I represent you. I represent the city, so they have to come through me.
So the council is not allowed to go to the Texas Municipal League for advice?
You can go, but they're not going to answer you without my permission because it's just like any attorney. If you get an attorney and then you go to another attorney, that other attorney is not going to give you any legal advice because you're already represented.
Okay. So what is your desired outcome of this hearing for Mr. Martinez?
Well, like I told Councilwoman Charles, that as a city attorney, I don't feel that it would be appropriate for me to say any, to give my opinion on what should happen.
Okay.
I think that that's y'all's decision.
But in your complaint on December 18th, you say settlement desired. I desire him to be removed from his seat on city council.
And I also said what?
And at the very least, publicly censured for his behavior.
Okay.
So you want
I
him,
gave him a choice.
so you
I
want
gave him a
him
choice because
removed or publicly
I
censured?
was asked by the investigating attorney, actually kind of pressured to give an answer as to what I wanted. And if the investigating attorney recall, I really didn't want to answer him.
Okay, thank you.
That's correct.
All right, anything else? Ms. Alcacer?
Question I wasn't sure we covered because we've gone so tangent. We had brought up something about RLUIPA. What does that stand for again?
Oh, my goodness.
Religious.
I have it.
Uniform.
Hold on just a minute.
Yeah.
Religious freedom?
It's with the St. John Baptist Church issue.
The religious land use, Denise.
Yeah, I know what it is. I just don't know all of the words in the acronym off the top of my head. But,
okay, but it has to do
it's
with
the Religious Land Uses and Institutionalized Persons Act.
Okay, so that, when you made a reference that he interfered with, gave orders to, or undermined your authority without going...
Excuse me, if you could, they cannot hear. Yeah,
All
thank
right.
you. I appreciate it. Yeah.
That Councilor Martinez interfered with, gave orders to, or undermined your authority without going through the city manager in relation to the public right-of-way definitions as well as the RLUIPA issues.
He just, in this situation, I believe that he disagreed, no matter what we said. This was a point where he was demanding that we answer him right away. And I think he put that to the city manager that we were supposed to drop everything and answer his questions right then and there. And the city manager tried to explain to him that, you know, the staff is overtaxed and we have a lot of work to do, and it takes a lot to research all the questions that he asked. I, for one, did answer my questions right away. The questions that were legal questions, I answered them. He didn't want to accept that, and he continued to make further demands in that email. There's an email exchange. It should be in your packet.
If you can help me locate that and just let me know at a future date so we can, I mean, in the near future.
Some of that is attorney-client privilege, so...
I think this is what we have already. You're saying I find it.
What's the date of that?
This is April 15th, 2019. As the top one, and the back one is...
I don't even know if I have the emails in order in that little clip.
Usually they start back to front, so. The first one is originally November 28th, 2018.
I'm going to say it was November, December, January, yeah.
That was just an example of his demanding attitude towards staff and me and the manager.
Okay, are you able to separate out from this what's attorney-client privilege and then give it to us?
You probably have it in your package.
It is.
You're privileged to that, so you can
Okay.
read it. You just can't read it to the public.
Let me compare it, Denise. It's in here. I just want to make sure it's the same exact document.
And that's all I have.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Ms. Charles, any other questions? And Mr. Bradshaw. All right, very good. Thank you, Ms. Frederick. I believe you're completed, and if you'd like to be released, you may be.
Okay.
Right.
I'll just wait to see if I have to rebut anything.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's true. I hadn't thought about that. Thank you for that. The next one is Officer Azar. Thank you, Officer.
Officer Azar, Joanne Azar. I've been on the department for 6 years. I've wanted each of y'all coming in, I guess, from the start. Never had any problems with any of y'all.
I'm sorry, is your mic on?
Is it?
There you go.
I guess
Thank
I got to
you.
come forward a little bit. I've been on the department for 6 years. Never had any issues with anybody coming in and out, except for Mr. Benny Martinez. Our first issue was when he came in demanding that we take down the signs that were put up, warning that you couldn't bring weapons in, yelling and demanding that I remove the signs. I had no authority to put them up or take them down. So I kept doing my job and wanted him. So I had made my statement, and I didn't follow the procedures that I guess I signed. I gave mine to the sergeant because we follow a certain protocol with the police department. So I don't have any other statement besides I was angry when, someone's yelling at me. I get it enough from the public. I didn't have to hear it from a councilman. They take a leadership, so I didn't think I would have to take that from someone here. So if you have, I think we had videos also that show a couple of that. I think I missed the first video from my recorder.
I'm sorry, was this from your body camera, just
Yes,
to
ma'am.
clarify?
The first one from...
How you doing? We gotta wander everybody, sir.
It's gotta stop.
Go ahead and put everything right here, please.
That's gotta stop.
Go ahead and pick up your arms. Move away from the table for me.
This has gotta stop.
Go ahead and turn around for me. You have something on you? You have something on you?
Pretty good job, right?
My cell phone?
Okay. You want to put it on the table so that I can warn you again? Because it beeped.
Really, but
Sorry, sir. Well,
might be his ring.
oh, okay. All right, go ahead.
We have it from at the airport.
You got to come.
You can't do this, but then she's gonna warn you real quick.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. A little bit. You want to step?
It's gonna be on the other side of the wall. Mason.
Next.
Yeah, go ahead and stand up.
Go ahead
I'm
and
gonna go
put-
to laundry. You're gonna matter place on the table.
Here you go. Thank you.
I don't think it's.
We shouldn't be doing this.
They're just following order, sir.
I know, and they're wrong.
No, sir, they're just following order.
I know, it's not you guys, it's the chief, and it's wrong. We set policy. Sign in or...
No.
See, we had two councilmen, people come in before him, and nobody said anything but him. So I don't understand why he had to be the one. He could have followed in the same pattern, come in, and not said anything. If he had a problem, he'd taken the chain of command and followed it with you or anybody else, just like I have to.
Okay. This is just a comment. I didn't hear him yell. I did hear him say.
Like I said, I didn't videotape the first one.
Oh, you didn't?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
And that was the one where he came in yelling that and demanding that we take down the signs. And that was the first videotape that I did not get. And that was the first comment that I made that I didn't get.
But the comment we
I
said.
thought you weren't allowed to.
I'm not asking a question, I'm just making a comment. I think I can do that. At least I'm going to try.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I
Yeah.
thought it was.
They said they couldn't ask questions, but I think I can make a comment. And I just heard we set policy. That's the other thing I heard. So just wanted to say that. Okay, anyone else? Ms. Charles?
So it seems in your testimony that you had 3 separate incidences with Councilman Martinez?
That I was able to get on video, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
2 on video and 1 that I wasn't able to.
So you said you talked to your sergeant after each of those?
Yes.
Okay. And did he advise you in any way?
Just to make sure that I download my recorder and
Mhm.
we're able to put them on disk.
Okay. When did you decide to, did anyone encourage you to file
No,
a
ma'am.
complaint?
It was, I asked on how the procedures go, and they just said I have to write something down on paper.
Okay, and who did you submit that to?
To my sergeant.
Okay. And then he forwarded it on?
I would assume.
Yeah, okay. There were witnesses
Well-
in these incidents, we saw that,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
I don't have to ask you that question. So thank you.
Ms. Alcacer?
Did you feel that Counselor Martinez made your job difficult and unpleasant?
Yes, ma'am. I felt that if, after the first instance, that I had to have my body camera on, or else there would be consequences that, I had to record everything.
And how did you get that position to have to?
I volunteered for it. I thought meeting the public that were coming into these hearings and council, it was a great opportunity to meet people that live in Leon Valley instead of driving around and waving at them or going to their houses and for disturbances or whatever problems that they have. It was a different way to talk to people.
And did you enjoy it with other people? And
Oh, I even spoke to his wife on how we met at, she saw me the night before at Peter Piper's, and he tried dragging her inside of the city hall office. So I was like, okay, I guess, I kept the pleasant conversations with everybody, even tried to with him at times.
Did it ever work?
I figured I'd just stop and just smile and wand.
Okay, so you were doing your job basically.
Yes, ma'am.
And was it embarrassing in front of the public?
Yes, it made me belittle.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Bradshaw?
First Officer Azar, I want to say thank you for your service. I know it's not always easy being a police officer, that you're not always treated by everybody with respect. So thank you for that. And then you mentioned when you filed your complaint, you filed it with your sergeant?
Yeah.
Who is that?
Udi Ellis, Sergeant Udi Ellis.
Can you spell that?
Not at this moment, no.
URDIALES.
URDIALES.
ALES.
Yeah, I wouldn't remember that either. Thank you. Okay, Sergeant Udi Ellis. When in your experience from your letter, I think I count, it says May 1st, 2018, May 15th, 2018, then June 5th, 16th, 19th, 2018, July 9th, 17th, 21st, and December 18th. So I think it's 9 different instances where you encountered Mr. Martinez.
Well, those are all the times that I wanted
For
people at.
wanting
Yes.
duty. Okay, thank you. And did Mr. Martinez ever refuse to be wanted when he came in?
No, like I stated in my statement, he got wanted every time. He
But
never refused.
But he complained about it?
Yes.
Every time? Okay. Did he call you personally any names? Did he demean you in any way?
No. He mentioned the chief, that it was all the chief's fault, which I'm part of the chief's department.
Okay, so, yeah. And did he tell you not to do what you're doing, or try to prevent you from wanting him or anybody else?
No, but when someone yells at you and tells you to take down something, what does that tell you? He's demanding you to do something.
Okay. So, and then you filed your complaint on January 2nd, is that correct?
I would say that's what's on there, yes.
So in all these incidents, they started in May. Why did you wait till January 2nd to file your complaint?
Well, there's a process. I was talking to how it works, or I don't know. I didn't know the process.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So, do
Ms.
you
Alcacer.
enjoy your job?
Up until now, yes.
Okay. And if Councilor Martinez says that police obtain their police powers from the citizens, if Officer Azar cannot take criticism, possibly she is in the wrong job. How do you feel about that?
Well, ma'am, I've taken a lot of criticism, and also from, Councilman Edwards' wife on a traffic stop. So I've done, I've taken a lot of criticism, and not only from, other councilmen's wives or, people from the city. It's everywhere. Protesters, we went through a lot. So if I can't get through that, this is employment. Who do we take our complaints to when it's in our own job?
So you weren't expecting it from a city council person?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is that it? Councilor Charles. Okay. Anything else? All right. Thank you, officer. Do appreciate it. All right. Officer Breton, you're next. Thank you. Do you have a statement? Yes, sir. All righty. Thank you. And excuse me, y'all were under oath and witnessed. I needed to say that, or sworn in. I did apologize for that. So just to remind you. Thank you. Okay.
I'm also Jorge Breton, working for Leon Valley since 10 years ago, including 2 years reserve. Within those 2 years reserve, I've been in the city of Floresville and the school district, Edgewood. Learning that, as an introduction to my statement, our mission as police officers is to enforce the law in a fair and consistent manner, recognize constitutional rights regardless of race, ethnicity, creed, or gender, protect people, life, and property. At all the times, act with professionalism. Saying this, I'm going to start with my statement and doing a small background on my encounters with Council Member Martinez. I initiated this on July the 29th, 2017, 11:50 hours, while attending a family disturbance, aggravated assault with a gun, and a suspect barricading inside the house. Several officers, including Officer Vasquez and me, were wearing a tactical gear, observing the house, if somebody came out or not, the suspect. We noticed an individual coming in front of the house. We didn't know who he was, if he was coming from inside or not. We command him to stop, show his hands. Subject did not follow our commands. As a matter of fact, he just saw us, start running away. We followed him, chasing him, commanding several times, stop, show your hands. He never complied with our commands. Officer Bell, who was at location also, he stopped individual on the side of the house, gunpoint. We approached to them, continuing telling the subject, shows your hands, again, no complying. Upon we approached them, we assist the individual to the ground. Then we hear they said, I'm Council Martinez, I'm Council Member Martinez. Okay. We, Corporal Guerra approached, and he said, okay, yes, he's Council Martinez. All right. Then we came back to our post. We left the individual right there with Officer Bell and Officer Guerra. At that time, our concerns were, or my concern, that we were exposed to a critical situation, life or death situation, for the encounter that we were facing. Not in our lives, but his life too. And my understanding, he was armed at that time. Things could be wrong, very wrong at that time if we see his gun or try to reach his gun. He's a concealed carrier. I made that note to my supervisors. An internal investigation was conducted, which the conclusion was that we were not wrongdoing. That's my first encounter with Councilmember Martinez.
Excuse me, do you have that video?
Yes, we have a footage on that.
Can you play it for us now?
Yes, Crystal allowed us to do that, yes.
Hey, get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Let me see your hands! Let me see your hands! Lay face down! 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 Put your face on the ground! Right now, get on the ground! All the way down! Face down! Face down!
I am city council. I am city council.
Hold on, guys, hold
I am
on.
city council.
So why you come right here?
I am city council.
He's city council. Well, he comes right here. Let's put him back to his house. Put him back to his house. Go. Come on, sir, you gotta go back to your house. We gotta get you back to your, where's your house? This house? 6307?
No.
Oh, come on, we gotta get you back past this residence as quick as possible.
What's going on?
We have a situation over here with a weapon possibly involved.
I'm okay. I'm okay. You can go.
All right, where's your home?
Right where they're saying.
Okay.
I'm okay.
You are? Okay, sir. All right. I'm glad you're okay, sir. Yes, sir. Leon Valley. Yes, sir. Glad you're okay. It's Officer Bell. Yes, sir?
After that incident, I didn't have any other encounter with Councilmember Martinez. We didn't coincide in any other place. But in 2018, beginning in April, a group of people, self-called auditors, were causing disturbances by protesting in front of Leon Valley City Hall. During these actions by protesters, the security of Leon Valley was affected, actions for which the police department, under the direction of our chief, Jules Sabayo, initiated security checkpoints in the facility due to terroristic threats made by the protesters. Leon Valley police officers were taking turns to guard and secure the facility, employers and visitors. Council member Benny Martinez, in multiple times, he showed his disagreement with the security checkpoints to enter right here to the council member chamber. Councilmember Martinez stated that the checkpoints were unnecessary and absurd. Councilmember Martinez was not only against the checkpoints, but he began to be hostile to our officers by conducting the checkpoints. How? By his behavior. In my particular case, when Martinez showed to the council member meetings, while slamming his property, portfolio, papers, and personal belongings, he increased the tone of his voice, stating, "This is ridiculous. This check is unnecessary and a waste of time. The auditors will win the lawsuits. This, excuse my language, this bullshit is going to end soon, and you will see. I will bring this situation to the agenda to finish it." We have a recording for that incident that I mentioned right now. You can play it, please.
Sir, how you doing?
Hello there.
All right. Let me check you real quick, sir. You know the process.
That's unnecessary.
Can you put yourself right there, please?
I really resent this.
Yes, sir. Did you talk to that with the city mayor?
I have.
Okay. They didn't give me any order to make any exceptions, so that's what I'm doing.
I resent this. It's unnecessary. And I don't like it.
That's the footage that I have. I was assisting with the checkpoint right here. In other occasions, I was right here also assisting. In several occasions, my body cam was not working. Why? Because I work in the morning, so the battery life didn't last that longer. Okay, but the statement similar to that happened. It was concurrent. Immediately after this incident, I contacted Crystal Caldera, who was right here, and my supervisors to advise what was going on. That's why these recordings are made, just to support these statements that I made. After that, the several incidents that happened, or continuous contacts with Councilmember Martinez, I dated right here on August 7 and 21st, September 4, 17, 18, 25, October 1, 16 and 20, November 6, 16 and 27, December 4 also, all 2018. And not other member from the council members, or even mayor or other employee from the city has the same behavior as Councilmember Martinez. Some people, citizens, yes, they have that kind of behavior, but not one from here. He's the only one. And one example from that kind of behavior from other people is the daughter of Mr. Edwards, council member, former council members. We have a recording for that too.
I don't know if that's applicable to this hearing, is it?
What does that have to do with Mr. Martinez?
Because they said that they hang around together saying that we're not serious. They don't take us serious as a city. That's why.
I think so. Does he refer to Councilman Martinez?
No, she referred to Councilmember Edwards, that's saying that they got together to say this. And that's my statement.
I think that's a little out of the bounds, personally. If it had to do with Mr. Martinez, like we've seen the other ones, I think that's appropriate. That's my 2 cents. What about you? Anybody else?
Mr. Henry,
He said it was up to us
It's really
to
up
allow
you.
it or not.
What I'd suggest, though, is that he provided to the council. If you want to watch it later, you can, and decide for yourself. I'm not sure it needs to take this time up.
Okay.
Okay.
I motion that we just stick to the incidences involving Councilor Martinez. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Second?
Yeah.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries, so we do not need to look at that video right now. Thank you.
I still would like to look at it later, too.
Okay, you can do that. Any questions then for Mr. Breton? Yes, Mr.
Yes,
Earls.
officer, so when these incidences occurred, each time, did you immediately talk to your sergeant about them?
Exactly, yes. I advised him
Okay.
about the situation, yes.
Okay, at what point were you advised to submit a complaint? Or were you?
If I recall, by December, Chief Slavayo suggested me, advised me, hey, you want to file a complaint for this because it's so many incidents, you can do it. It's when I did.
Okay.
Well, turn it on January the 2nd, if I'm not wrong.
So
Yep.
you decided to come forward because there'd been so many incidences, and then you talked to your supervisor, and then that went to the chief, and he encouraged you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And of course, there were witnesses because you were wanding in the foyer.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Alcacer.
At any of the times, did it take place in front of other citizens, or was it just, those videos we saw were just him?
No, there were more citizens. There were more people present.
And so was it embarrassing to you to go through this type of thing, or is that what you expect to go through from a council person?
No, it was embarrassing, not expecting that behavior.
And the Mr. Martinez complained to the police about what he called excessive use of force at the time at the time he was interfering with the incident that you had. Did you ever see that?
Yes, ma'am. On my understanding, yes, he complained about it. That's why the internal investigation.
And
Well, 3 slashes with a wet noodle. I violated the law. Goodness, excuse me, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I didn't have that turned off. I apologize.
It happens.
It does, and I don't like it, and I apologize.
And so are you
Ms.
able to
Alcacer.
say what was the result of the internal investigation?
Not wrongdoing from officers.
No wrongdoing from the officers involved.
That's correct.
And yet Mr. Counselor Martinez felt that you should have new training and everything had gone wrong, and his presentation was how he would have done it as if he were a police officer.
Yeah, he mentioned some suggestions for that, but that's all.
That's all I have, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Alcacer. Mr. Bradshaw.
Okay, Officer Breton, thank you again for your service, your many years of service to both this community and your previous service. It looks like from the video you showed the body cam footage. Was that your body cam? Specifically the July 2017 video, and it looked like a tense situation that you guys were in.
Was not mine. Was Officer Bell.
Okay, but you were, I couldn't really tell in the video which one you were. Were you the one escorting him not to the house?
No, it wasn't me.
Okay. And so you may not know this, but it looked like in the video walking back to Mr. Martinez's house, he was touching his face. Was he bleeding, or you don't know?
I don't know. I didn't see him.
Okay, okay. But you were there when all that happened. Is that correct?
We just followed him when he was running away from us until behind or next
Behind
to the
the
car.
vehicle.
After Corporal Guerra identified him as Councilmember Martinez, since 2 officers were there, Officer Bell and Corporal Guerra, we took our positions back because we were in a high-risk situation.
Right, all right, I understand. So
That's I came back. I just leave him to them. After that,
after
I
that
don't
you
know what
left and they
happened.
took him. Okay.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, thank you. And your complaint from January 2nd was submitted to your sergeant as well? Is that?
Through my chain of command, yes, sir.
The chain of command. Okay. And let's see. And you said that Chief Salvaggio suggested that you file a complaint?
So yes, Ms. Sales, if you want to file a formal complaint for all these incidents, go ahead. So, okay, I will do it.
Okay. And so you filed your complaint on January 2nd, the same as Officer Azar?
I don't know if she did the same day, but
Was it
I
just a
did mine.
coincidence that it was the same day?
I don't know if she did the same.
You
but I did mine.
you weren't aware that she was submitting a complaint?
I hear that she filed a complaint, but I didn't track her time. So
Right, okay.
yes.
Okay. And then in your issues with the wanding, some of the same questions, did Mr. Martinez call you any names or tell you not to do your job?
No.
He didn't refuse to be wanded?
No.
Okay.
The matter of fact, he tries sometimes to avoid the one in place. That it's important to mention that. Yes.
Okay. And you did say that he said things like, I think this is from your complaint, that we need to stop wanding. That was a quote. Who do you think he was talking about when he said we need to stop wanding? Was he?
Like stop wanting him or wanting people.
Okay.
That it was unnecessary and ridiculous.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes, Councilor Alcacer.
How did he try to avoid being wanted?
walk into that door, in the back door. One time he tried to turn on the doors. And if you walk through that way, you can come to this way without being one and all in the front. If there's a lot of people over there, you cannot be watching right here. Sometimes only one officer right there wanting. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you, sir.
No problem.
Okay. Any other questions? Ms. Charles?
Do you have any suggestions or how you would want this to end up? Or what to happen?
That will I leave in your hands, but I just say this: if you have a person who is not compliant with the teamwork that we're trying to build in this city and respecting the citizens and employees, well, that's a big consideration to take care.
Okay. Thank you, officer.
No problem.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Chief, were you sworn in yesterday? I don't believe so. So you're the next witness. So if Ms. Pasale, if you'll please swear the chief in. Okay, thank you. Chief, do you have a statement or what?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. If you'll begin, please. Thank you.
First and foremost, I've got some things that I want to, before I even begin my statement, to clear up. Some things that were said yesterday, some questions that were brought up today, most of them by Councilor Bradshaw. So let me say that on the comment of witnesses being turned away yesterday, we didn't even know there were witnesses. Nobody's told anybody there were witnesses. Once we were told, I offered Councilman Martinez's attorney to let the witnesses in, but we don't have a list to know who the witnesses are. She rudely stated the charter and procedures don't require her to do so. I ask you, as such, how can we let people in as witnesses if we don't know who they are and nobody wants to tell us? Did Councilman Martinez provide a list? No, he didn't. Did Councilman Bradshaw provide a list who was running interference for her? No, he didn't either. So did we not let the witnesses in when you identified the issue, Councilor Bradshaw? We brought her in immediately.
Not immediately, no.
Again.
She was out there. I went
And it
out.
was brought up to us. We brought her in immediately. We had no idea. And
I went out there,
right,
as chief, and talked to, I don't see the officer here in the room, but I said, she's a witness, and he said, we're figuring things out, and we're
Correct.
full, and he would not let her in.
Correct.
So it was not immediately. It
We
was
brought
not
her in-
until I
we
went and
brought her
talked
in-
to the mayor and Ms. Kinsler that
Yeah.
they let her in.
Exactly.
Yeah, I talked to Ms. Kinsler about it.
So
Ms. Kinsler
absolutely.
intervened to bring her in.
And we were going through the process to try to figure out, because we were already full. Nobody had told us anything about witnesses, or we would have reserved rows for them, just like we did these witnesses here. Had we been told, we would have gladly accommodated, and we gladly accommodated. So getting up here and saying those statements that we were refusing witnesses, there was no witnesses turned away intentionally. It was the fact that nobody was cooperating with us so that we can ensure the security of these citizens and this building. And so I'd ask that be put on the record first and foremost. Second, the idea about the additional security and the disbelief that we have additional officers in this room, well, I'll tell you exactly why. Additional security is due to the hateful and inflammatory propaganda, and that's exactly what it's been, Councilor Bradshaw, by you and parts of your team being espoused on social media, to include by your friends and board appointees, Councilman Bradshaw.
Excuse me, Mayor, this is out of line. Personally attacking a city council member.
You brought this up earlier. You brought this up earlier, and I am a witness to what you're saying is why. You brought it up and lied to this entire room.
I lied to the room.
You lied to the room about the number of people, police officers that I have in the room and had in the room. You spread misinformation. So I'm going to correct that for you today so everybody knows.
Okay.
So you can go correct it on social media as well, sir.
You're under oath.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And it is these intense and completely misleading statements, as well as the propaganda mailed out to thousands of citizens in our community, that forced us to adopt additional security measures. To not do so would have been negligent on our part and would have exposed the city to additional scrutiny and litigation, something we are very concerned about. In addition, there were not 38 officers in here, as you said earlier. not even close. There were 17 officers yesterday.
I did not say there's 38 officers.
I'll let you
17 officers
respond after
yesterday
he finishes.
and 14 today. Only 3 of those were on overtime, and only 2 were invisible in here in a uniform, and 2 in the lobby. Most of those you never saw. That's a fact. Last, Councilman Bradshaw, the misinformation for you earlier on the junk vehicles is wrong in this meeting, has nothing to do with what we're here for. The meeting you were talking about, I was only addressing whether the inspection stickers can be removed from our ordinance, nothing more. You continuously change what the discussion points were about. I'm not going to sit here and go through this today because it's got nothing to do with this and the investigation of Councilman Martinez. But I categorically deny your version of the so-called incidents that you described earlier as well. That said, I don't see any relevance to this investigation, nor is this about you. It has nothing to do with you. This is about him, and I'd ask that we quit wasting these citizens' time talking about things that has no bearing on the investigation that we're here to talk about.
Okay.
So,
can I just say
sure.
something? It was brought up by Ms. Alcacer about the intervention, and so that's how it flowed, is the way I recall.
It did need to be read in its entirety.
No, but
and
it was, since we read her letter in full, I think in all fairness, we had to read his letter in
She
full.
read it in full because she was asked to by Councilman Bradshaw.
Well, but
That's
still,
a little misrepresentation as well.
I think it
ma'am.
just had to be fair
I don't
on
think
both
it had
sides.
anything to do with this, ma'am, quite honestly.
Okay, but I
And
just wanted to
respectfully.
clarify that. Did you want to say something now, or you want to wait for Chief to finish his statement? Okay, please do. Thank you.
So, even though I look like I'm very willing to be here, I stand before you today as an unwilling participant in this 312 hearing. Don't get me wrong, I'm volunteering to stand before you today, but I never wanted to. The police department and I have been the ire of Councilman Martinez for over 2 years now. He has constantly harassed our members and I for quite some time. Despite this, I did not want to join the complaints of my fellow employees, choosing instead to deal with Mr. Martinez head-on every time he crossed the line with his behavior. This changed when Councilman Martinez got up in front of council and denied all wrongdoing, which I knew firsthand to be untruthful. In this statement, he brought up a board member who is an open criminal investigation for a complaint brought forth by a citizen, saying I trumped up the bogus charges. The criminal complaint, by a neutral citizen, mind you, has been a point of contention since the citizen filed it. I'll go further into that complaint in a little bit. Now, I will tell you that out of respect for everybody's right to privacy, I'm not going to bring up the names of these individuals that are being investigated. I'm not going to bring up a lot of names. I'm going to skip their names inside these emails that I'll present to you on a little bit as well, and in my statement here, because I don't think it's appropriate, and it should have never been brought up by Councilman Martinez or anybody else, because he has a right to not have to deal with this in public. It changed when I witnessed Councilman Martinez give a statement to the media, denying all wrongdoing, attacking the accusers as being involved in a witch hunt, and falsely claiming the city manager orchestrated the complaints in an attempt to get him removed from city council. It changed when I heard so many of a very tiny group of your team calling all of this politically motivated without yet hearing from the complainants. Don't forget, none of this was brought up during election time a year ago, despite the city manager and I already having a plethora of documents with Councilman Martinez overstepping the charter and the law, none of which we shared with the media or his opponent, which was a fireman that we had known for years. We don't believe in doing backroom things, and that's not the way we operate. It changed when I saw Councilman Martinez and several other members of council repeatedly giving misinformation to the public that he had been exonerated of all charges and that one of the sexual harassment complainants had pulled her complaint. The report never exonerated Councilman Martinez on any of the charges, not one. To mislead the public and re-victimize your accusers in public to the media and this community is beyond my belief. It changed when I heard Councilman Martinez continue to say this is a First Amendment right to talk to staff and the public in any manner that you so please. Beyond the fact that it's not true, why would anybody think it's within their rights to talk to employees in a belittling and attacking manner all of the time? It changed when I saw the disgusting attack against women for speaking out at what they considered inappropriate behavior by Councilman Martinez. These attacks took me back 30-plus years when it was common for the accuser to blame the victim. As a man with a beautiful and strong wife of 32 years, beautiful and strong daughters, and an extremely beautiful granddaughter, it frightens me to watch the circus this has become when all the victims wanted was to be heard and to have their complaints listened to and considered. In my humble opinion, this has set back women's rights by decades in this community, and I'm appalled that the victims haven't been able to get closure and be allowed to begin healing. It is for these reasons that I stand in front of this hearing committee to tell my story in hopes that everyone seeing this will know this behavior is not isolated. It is not political, nor is there any conspiracy by staff, which after reading some emails of lately, I can't say the same thing about the team that y'all are part of. Councilman Martinez's behavior is the problem, and I hope I can adequately demonstrate this to you today. Let me be clear. Everything I'm about to bring up with Councilman Martinez is germane only to him. He has all these emails, participated in all of these events, and starred in many of the issues I'm going to speak about today. During my almost 3 years here as your chief, I've never had another counselor interfere or question a criminal investigation. No one should be allowed to do this. And it's against the law. Something I've pointed out to you, Mayor Riley, on many occasions when those things were coming up, and we'll talk about that as well. And criminal charges could have been filed on multiple occasions for the actions taken by Councilman Martinez and members of this council. The only one continuously stepping over that line is Councilman Martinez. So let me first touch on the 2 complaints by my officers that you just saw for the continued harassment in regards to them simply doing their job. The supporting documents can be found at tab 1 when I give you your folders. A decision was made to begin searching people in bags when they came through the door during official governmental meetings. It was explained to me when I came on board that I was in charge of security. I was given a handbook, and I was told security of the occupants and the building was my responsibility. I take that responsibility very serious, and I take these citizens' lives very serious. Based on death threats against several city staff members, to include a threat to burn the whole building down with everyone inside, I made the determination to search, which 75% of the local municipalities do, and many others are planning to do. For us to ignore that sets us up for failure and sets us up for lawsuits, because the rest of the communities out there are doing this. And if we're not doing what the rest are, we can easily be sued. Councilman Martinez showed up to the first meeting and quickly turned around and went back to his car before entering the premise. Why do you think he did that? Only one can assume he was carrying a pistol. We're going to discuss this further in a minute. Over the next several months, every time Councilman Martinez presented himself to the security checkpoint, he would complain, make a spectacle, embarrass the officers in front of the public, and undermine the officers' authority. You recently saw the video whereas 2 other council people walked in at the same time as Councilman Martinez. You didn't see either one of them throw any fits, act inappropriate, or take anything out on the officers. In fact, both of them smiled and joked with the officers. That's leadership. That's doing the right thing. This professional behavior should have been a clue to everyone, and especially to Councilman Martinez, that his behavior is not appropriate. The officers complained to me about his behavior on multiple occasions, and I asked him on numerous occasions to stop. The reason that these weren't put in writing at the time is the officers did not want to make a complaint, and that is their right. You can see those emails where I numerous times asked him to stop. Actually, can you pull up those emails, please, of mine? It's in the one that says Chiefs. Let me see is there, can I scroll it? I don't know. I don't. It was after tab 2, tab 1. So this email, how do I get it to scroll up just a little bit? Can you scroll up just a little bit so we can see no, the other way, down, I'm sorry. So as you can see, this email on Thursday, October 4th, 2018, to Mr. Martinez, Ms. Kinsler, and you, Mayor Riley. I'm going to read the bottom one so everybody can hear it out there and understand. While I understand your objection, I'm officially asking you to quit berating the officers who are doing their job and conducting the security checks. It is inappropriate for you to take your frustration and anger out on those officers. I am always available if you would like to discuss it with me personally, but please be cognizant of the fact that you are having an immediate and profound impact on the morale of those officers and our police department. I ask you with all sincerity to cease any more conversation with your officers on this subject and take it out and up with Ms. Kinsler or I. I stand ready to discuss when you're available. Anybody want to guess what his response was? There wasn't one. So, actually on this one there was, not on the next one. Still believe this unnecessary item should be stopped. If we change the way we operate to accommodate issues, then they win. That is what they're trying to do, provoke a reaction. It's got nothing to do with the security and safety of our personnel. Let me find the next one here. Again, we go through, tell them you're missing the points I'm continuing to try and make. The first being the total lack of action when it comes to the norm and security sets us up for civil litigation once something happens. The norm today, and had been for some time, is to get security checks in anyone coming into a council meeting. We both have a fiduciary responsibility to always assess the liability that our policies create and make the necessary corrections. That is what we have done here, and I would appreciate your support in my decision to protect the safety of our staff and citizens we both serve. Heard a lot about us not being here for the citizens. I've heard a lot about that on social media and actually in some meetings and comments today. If you want City Council to discuss this, by all means, please get a second and place it on the agenda. I will be happy to bring forth the facts for all to see and discuss. The second point, can you scroll back up so we can see who all was on this email? The second point I'm asking for is to quit berating the officers who are stationed at the door and doing their job. It is inappropriate for you to make the comments that you make every time you're searched. It is not their fault, and have a city council member treating them with contempt does no one any good. Can I please get your support on this point of contention? This was to Councilman Martinez, and courtesy copy to Mayor Riley and Ms. Kinsler. This issue, which had already been going on for months, could have been resolved then, and this would not have been an issue today. Once we began searching, it was brought to my attention that Councilman Martinez had been carrying a weapon into open meetings. This is a violation of Texas Penal Code 46.035, unlawfully carrying by a licensed holder. Had he been caught violating the law and carrying his weapon, he would have been subjected to arrest and criminal prosecution. As a former licensed to carry instructor, I know this is taught in the class that all license holders must take when they get their license. Instead, Councilman Martinez continued to complain and assert that he is within his rights to carry his pistol to the meetings. Ms. Kinsler asked me to gather some information, which I hope is in here. In this, one of the things he came back with at the time was to say that that Council Martinez again expressed his. Let me find it here. I'm sorry. Council Martinez can complain and assert that he's within his rights to carry his pistol to the meeting. See tab 2, which I'll give you in a little bit. Email dated October 3rd, 2018. Even getting the mayor to try and convince me to let him carry his weapon. Mayor, you and I met specifically to discuss his weapon and whether or not he could be allowed to carry the weapon at his urging.
In 2016?
No, it was in 2018, ma'am.
Oh.
So you met with us and with Councilor or Ms. Kinsler on the subject. In this email and in previous emails, Councilor Martinez had claimed that previous city attorney Roxanne Cochinero had given him permission to carry his weapon in council meetings. He also claimed that Scott Houston, an attorney with the Texas Municipal League, had given a presentation stating he could do so as well. Ms. Kinsler reached out to Ms. Cochinero about this claim. In an email found in tab 2, dated December 31st, 2018, she's working on New Year's Eve, Ms. Cochinero stated, based on my professional experience as the Leon Valley City Attorney, and let me show it to you. I might be missing in this. Is it in there? Dang it. I hate this thing. Am I going the wrong way or the right way? Take it back up, please. Yeah, please do that, Crystal. So that, yeah, I saw her face too. Stop. So, I'm sorry, go back up. Right there. So, Ms. Kinsler received an email once she went back to her, and she said, and I'm not going to read this whole thing, it's pretty long. She provided the meeting minutes during this time period. She said, based on my professional experience as a Leon Valley City Attorney, Councilor Martinez often misquoted, misunderstood, and even fabricated words regarding my legal advice to the Leon Valley City Council. It appears that he continues this disservice. She provided the meeting minutes of January 19th, if you can go down to the meeting minutes, please, where City Council voted 4-1 to not allow weapons in open meetings. In fact, on page 3, it states, Councilmember Benny Martinez was opposed to this, saying that the state already regulates it. That's in 2016, January 2016, this council, not this council, but the council at the time, and you, Mayor, voted, and you didn't vote, but you were over the proceedings, and y'all agreed that no weapons would have been brought in there. Yet he continued to do so for 2 more years. Including her email at tab 2, if you can scroll right there, Ms. Cochinero provided a presentation by TML attorney Scott Houston dated July 25th and January 9th, 2018. Looking at the 2015 presentation, page 4 states, handgun license holders are subject to a number of further restrictions relating to the concealed or open carrying of a handgun. For example, a license holder may not conceal or open carry a handgun, and you see the big long list. If you can scroll down to number 8, and it says, if the license holder is given written notice pursuant to Penal Code Section 30.6 and 30.7 that carrying is prohibited into any meeting of a governmental entity that is subject to the Open Meetings Act. All our meetings at council are subject to the Open Meetings Act, every one of them, and we're given notice. And look at the Scott Houston presentation dated January 9th, states the same. As Mr. Martinez asserted that he learned he could carry the weapon inside a governmental meeting from presentation by Mr. Scott Houston, I went further and reached out to him by phone. You can go down to the next email, please. And then by email. In an email dated December 17th, 2018, Mr. Houston stated to the email that I sent, which was extremely long, I think 5 pages long, with all the laws and everything, he said, that's about as complete an explanation as I've seen, and I concur with your analysis. That was in reference to the December 14, 2018 email that I sent him laying out the understanding of the law. So that's in there as well. There are only a few of these times that Councilman Martinez brought up his displeasure, or these are only a few of the times, or demanded that the searching at the door be discontinued. There was only a few that you saw today. It was constant. After much discussion with him in person and through emails, I decided to place the item on the agenda to discuss, which we did a few months ago. The item received unanimous approval to include Benny Martinez voting for it. This is despite me being asked multiple times to pull it. I don't know why I'd be asked to pull it, considering the fact that we've been beaten up for so long about these issues. This could have been more easily accomplished had he followed the charter and asked for the item to be placed on the agenda for council discussion, which he could have done any time over those last year-plus time period. On June 5th, 2018, if you can scroll down a little bit, during a city council meeting, Councilman Martinez told a story about a young girl who was stopped heading to the pharmacy to get medicine for her ill mother. He stated he was concerned, and this is public if you want to go up there and look at the video. He was concerned about the vehicle being towed and not allowing her sick mother to come pick her up. This was the first I'd heard of it, and he didn't provide any specifics for me to go back and research. After the council meeting, he advised me that the issue was concerning a family that he helped support, and he didn't believe we should have towed the vehicle. He's interceding on behalf of somebody that he helped support. Does that sound legal? He further stated, is there anything that could be done to help this family? I took this as a request to have the ticket dismissed or not charge her for the towing and storage fees. I told him to email me the information and I would look into it, not thinking that we'd actually put it in writing and do so. Unbeknownst to me at the time, Councilor Martinez had previously sent a text to Ms. Kinsler concerning the amount of the tow, also stating, not saying it was right. You can see his
Chief,
picture.
you're incorrect.
Oh,
That's
sorry.
not a text. He private messaged me on
Okay.
Facebook.
Private message, my bad. Go back up, because, like, you'll see it, no, I'm sorry, right there. No, back to the private message. You can see his face there in the bottom left corner. No doubt it's him. Sent the private message to Ms. Kinsler concerning the amount of the tow, also stating, not saying it was right for her to drive without a valid license, but her mother is currently out of work due to health and she's a student. And I ask because, unfortunately, they are financially dependent on me currently, and I now have to pay $295 a release when I could have had to pick it up within 5 minutes. And as you can see, I'm quoting it, the language exactly as it's stated there. In reality, this was nowhere close to the truth of what occurred. Yet, as we've seen tonight, the intentional misinformation was already put out for everyone at the council meeting as truth. This screenshot will also be in their book. The following day, June 6, 2018, I sent Councilman Martinez an email. I didn't know about this. Titled, Impound Lot Concern from June 5th, council meeting. On August 6, 2018, I think it's in there. Yeah, right there. On August 6, 2018, Councilman Martinez sent an email to Ms. Kinsler and Mayor Riley stating, look at the police activity. There are a lot of citations given the vehicle impounded. Again, language or grammar is his. Do we have a policy or procedures where someone is given a choice to call someone to get the car or be impounded? Again, we've never heard any issues before. All of a sudden, we're advocating for a person that is personal to him, and you're going to see that throughout what I'm talking about today. I responded to Ms. Kinsler on August 8, 2019 with the procedures for towing the vehicle, stating it's the officer's discretion whether to tow the vehicle or not. We have no policy, or nor do I ask them to tow vehicles. They tow vehicles when they see it as appropriate and according to the law. That email is included as well. On August 21st, 2018, Councilman Martinez sent me a response. If you can scroll down to the ticket, please. Just for the record, so Ms. Passley, don't beat me up later, I redacted these to the point where it's not really what we would normally do on an open records request. I did that because I don't believe that these people's personal lives should be out here in front of everybody here today. If you ask me the name, I'll get it for you and the rest of the information, but I felt it was inappropriate to do. And so this is not an official request or a release of information. If the media requests that information, it will be released to them in a different redacted form. So if anybody decides they want to release these books to you when I give them to you, you're going to be violating the law because it's redacted to a point that is way overboard of what it should be. You're welcome, Ms. Pasley. So on August 21st, I received this ticket, number 164072, as you saw. If you can go back up, or where was that? I tell you, in 32 years, I've never had a councilman or any official attempt to intercede on behalf of another person whom had received a citation, especially one in which he has a personal relationship. How do you think that this is making me feel when one of the council people that can make determinations on my career, my officer's career, is sending me tickets and making discussion with me about the cost and about the poor girl mom being sick and just trying to go pick up medicine? I'll tell you how I took it and how I felt, is I'm being asked to do something illegal. Several council members have had family members, wife and kids, including one of our former council members in the room, get citations, and they never came and asked about the incident or asked for any preferential treatment. That's the way it's supposed to be. We shouldn't be having these discussions. I responded back to him on August 23rd, 2018 with my findings. Again, the facts were nothing like had been stated in the city council meeting, and he should have not interceded on behalf of another person in a criminal investigation, as minor as the criminal investigation may be. He never replied or gave any idea why he was interceding on the behalf of the ticketed adult. This was an 18-year-old adult. This interference and questioning of incidents involving persons in the legal process was not unique to this incident. As stated earlier, the open investigation on one of Councilman Martinez's closest friends has led to intense harassment and intimidation by Councilman Martinez. The incident occurred the week of July 20th, 2017, whereas a citizen stated that a current city official, let me go back and reiterate something, whereas a citizen stated that a current city official had approached her in her business and gave her direction. You can see this email in tab 4 dated July 18th, 2017. Keep going down there. No, it's not that one, please. Go back up. Yeah, I think so. So, in this email, she said she had said a city official in an official City of Leon Valley shirt gave her 30 days to get her sign fixed. This was brought to us. I didn't ask for it. The identity of the suspect was established, and the information was brought to my office for investigation as official oppression, abuse of office, and or impersonating a public servant. I can tell you that at the time, I liked this man, and it bothered me a lot. Not only what he had done, but actually that he was being accused of doing the same. At this point, instead of filing any criminal charges with the district attorney, I asked to speak with the individual in hopes of eliminating any need to go further. The city official met with the fire chief and I to discuss the complaints on August 9th, 2017. You can see the email in tab 4 dated August 8th, 2017. The individual admitted to doing what he did, but that he didn't mean any harm when doing so. I'll remind anybody that has a legal background of culpable mental states of intentionally, knowingly, and recklessly, or criminal negligence. You don't have to always intend to do what you did. The individual, he was asked to stay away from the business, but instead, as later reported by the victim, not by me, not witnessed by me, nor did I want this to be true, he came back twice more. In the citizens' opinion, she was being harassed and intimidated by this city official. Let me reiterate that. In the citizens' opinion, she was being harassed and intimidated by this city official. Not my opinion. As such, criminal charges were drawn up and presented to the district attorney's office. On September 18, 2017, an executive session was held to discuss this complaints. The information is in there as well. Councilman Martinez continues to state that the individual in a criminal investigation was exonerated by City Council. This is completely untrue. If for no other reason, as a City Council has no authority to exonerate someone when in regards to a criminal allegation. In reality, as stated in the meeting minutes for the September 18th, 2017 City Council, the meeting minutes for September 18th, if you go down, it says, City Council reconvened, and this was your words, ma'am, Mayor. City Council reconvened in a regular session 8:43 p.m. No action was taken. In addition, when the video was watched, the mayor clearly states that based on the deliberations, the findings were inconclusive and no action will be taken. That's not an exoneration. Not at all. But yet, he came up here and told the media, and he told the council people, including council people that are new, that he was totally exonerated by the council. Remember, this is one of the reasons I joined these complaints. Since this date, there have been several meetings and discussions involving this individual and his criminal case. This is unprecedented in my 32 years of law enforcement. Unprecedented. I've never seen anything like this. On August 7, 2018, Councilman Martinez attempted to intercede again on behalf of this individual when he sent an email, then it should be the next email, to the city manager and mayor stating, maybe it's not in there, it's okay. So-and-so contacted me today. He just found out from last night that the business is closed. He said the business name. Since the business is closed, he's requesting all redacted information and all police information. He said there should be not be any criminal investigation anymore and the case should be closed. Let me read that again. This is not this individual saying this. This is Councilman Martinez stating in his email, so-and-so contacted me today. He just found out from last night that the business is closed. Since the business is closed, he's requesting all redacted information, all police information. He said there should not be any criminal investigation anymore, and the case should be closed. You see it there? Is it in there? And that was sent to Kelly, Ms. Kelly Kinsler, and you, Mayor Riley. Ms. Kinsler responded, should be the next one. Good afternoon, Councilman Martinez. First and foremost, please be conscientious of not getting yourself involved as a city councilor in a pending investigation. I wish you would have listened. On September 9th, 2018, the city official wrote an email to Mayor Riley and all members of council. In this letter, which is in the next, should be the next one down, the city official states, I'm not going to read the whole thing, it is long. And so in defiance of the City Council's unanimous vote to take no action on this issue, a criminal investigation was undertaken. Y'all never told me to stop a criminal investigation. Y'all know that's against the law. He went on to state, so therefore, the purpose of this letter is to ask you all, and the grammar in there is his as well, the officially elected representatives of the citizens of the city of Leon Valley to again take up this issue as soon as possible in no longer than a month's time so that we can finally get it resolved and be able to remove this black cloud from our daily lives. That's a full year before the statute of limitations even run out, or whether the district attorney's office is going to do anything. And with this official city council action, hold the city of Leon Valley staff members that are or have been involved with this criminal investigation accountable for their actions against us. Mayor, he was asking you and this city council to investigate your police officers for filing criminal charges on him that a citizen of this community filed. We don't have a choice in this matter. We don't make these determinations. A citizen comes forward. We don't decide which citizen we're going to ignore. He also stated, we further request that all of the meetings of the Leon Valley City Council that are held to resolve this issue be held in a public setting. Mary, you know, I'm usually pretty calm with you, and I respect you a lot. But on that day, I was pretty upset. And I caught you right over here in this room. And I told you in no uncertain terms that if you or the council or anybody did what he was asking, I would file criminal charges on every single one of you. Remember that? Ma'am?
I don't, was that a year and a half ago?
That's a year
It's
ago.
not
Not even a
ringing
year
bell,
ago.
but I'm sure
That's okay.
I'm sure that happened. I
That's
can't
okay,
recall
because
it
we had a
right this very
meeting.
minute.
We had a meeting.
Yeah.
And I met with you, ma'am, and the city manager in her office.
Yeah, I'm sure.
During this meeting, I apprised the mayor that interfering in an investigation is a violation of the Texas Penal Code. At your request, I followed this up with an email. If you can scroll down to the next thing. On September 15th, 2018, that says, which detailed the possible violation of the laws that would occur. I don't have it written here, but since you don't remember it, ma'am, I'll try to refresh your memory. Good afternoon, Mayor. I'm seeing the below listed excerpt from the Texas Penal Code at your request. These items are in reference to the attached email that was sent to you and the council. See attached. In this email, Mr. Yarnell is not asking for copies of the reports. He has asked for the following actions to be taken. So therefore, the purpose of this letter is to ask you, and I went through the whole thing, same thing, everything that he said that I already read. Respectfully, ma'am, as previously discussed in Ms. Kinsler's office, what Mr. Yarnell is asking you to do in a criminal investigation will be a violation of the Texas Penal Code and the City of Leon Valley Home Rule Charter. I will let Ms. Kinsler go with the violation of the Home Rule Charter that is being asked council to publicly violate. I will focus on the criminal aspect only. Please see the following from the Texas Penal Code. Scroll up a little bit, please. So I quote you the laws, and I go through all the penal code chapters that would be violated if y'all were to take us for a public humiliation as was requested. Despite this, on October 1st, 2018, an executive session was held to discuss the matter. In this meeting, Councilor Martinez and another councilor attempted to get the city manager to order me to drop all charges against the city official. Think about that. If council, the city manager can start ordering police departments and police members on how they're going to investigate crimes, why have your police department let you make the decisions? And it's against the law. I was so disturbed by this meeting that I emailed the city manager stating my fear for losing my job and that of my officers for simply investigating a criminal complaint from a citizen, something I had no choice but to do. I'll tell everybody here publicly. I still fear for losing my job, for doing our job, which has unwittingly happened because we unwittingly happened to be crossing a good friend of Councilor Martinez. I wish this was the only time, but again, it's not. That's the email right there. So let me read it to you. Everybody out there can hear it. The meeting last night continues to bother me and concern me. Point blank, it was wrong. And I fear for my officers and my own employment due to the criminal investigation we've been asked to investigate and now drop. I strongly feel I'm being pressured to close the open criminal investigation by Mayor Rowley, Councilman David Edwards, and Councilman Benny Martinez on their friend and volunteer of 40 years. That was y'all's statement in there. He's been a friend and a volunteer for 40 years. I'm also shocked that Mr. Martinez would blatantly say in front of others that you, in your position as city manager, have the power to order me to drop the criminal investigation. Yes. He has now been told by two different attorneys that this is not
Chief,
so. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bradshaw has a question. I hate
Henry,
to interrupt you, but we have interrupted other
The
witnesses.
chief is reading information that came from executive session. Is that kosher, I guess?
So you don't have any protection when you break the law.
He's reading discussions that happened in executive session.
Actually, no. What he's talking, yeah, all right. Actually, no, that's actually not a violation. If you want me to explain it later why it's not, I'll be happy to. Okay.
He has now been told by 2 different attorneys that this is not so. I've advised the mayor multiple times now, twice in your office, and even emailed her at her request of the laws concerning this matter. And this was before this meeting. What am I missing? In addition, why would it be okay to use city resources to pay for legal advice for the person under criminal investigation? This was asked for and turned down by the people in the room. I know the mayor thinks she's trying to help a citizen by taking the lawyer to meet with the citizen to explain the law, but the taxpayers should not have to foot the bill for a lawyer who has been accused and remains a suspect in a crime, nor should our elected officials be interfering in aiding someone who has criminally offended another taxpayer in our community. Do you have any advice on how to handle this further? Should my officers, detectives who investigated the case, and I begin searching for another job? Please advise how to proceed. Very respectfully, Chief Savaggio.
Chief, as I'm recalling, I believe he asked for our help because the Pilgrim Cleaners had shut down, and that he thought would affect the case.
Man, we can go back up there and read that whole email he sent you. Had nothing in there about Pilgrim Cleaners or anything about it shutting down.
That's my understanding. So that's what I'm recalling. But yeah.
So scroll back up, and I'll read the whole email.
No, well, I'm just saying that's what I'm recalling, and was wondering if it was still an open case if the complainant, if the whole case.
That was never discussed,
Anyway,
ma'am, in our meeting with you, nor was it discussed in the executive session. We can read it all. I really don't want to waste their time.
Go ahead.
Okay, scroll down then, please. On August 23rd, 2017, I received a complaint from a citizen who lives in the Forest Oaks subdivision. The complainant gave me an address where a shed had been recently built in the setback of the property and a foot or so into the alleyway. That evening, I checked the location and found the shed to be built in a violation of the city and state codes. I checked with community development, and they stated there was never a permit issued to build a shed at this location. As such, and in accordance with what we do with all violations, I instructed the code enforcement officer to send them a notice concerning this violation. You see the email there. At this time, I didn't know who the owner of the home was. Not that it should have mattered. The letter was mailed out on August 28, 2017. It can be found in tab 6 as well. That's the letter. On September 5th, 2017, Councilman Martinez again reached out to Ms. Kinsler, interceding on the behalf of the homeowner. Let me repeat that again. Councilman Martinez again reached out to Ms. Kinsler, not the person who received the letter. Councilman Martinez is reaching out on her behalf, trying to intercede. In his email, he states, so-and-so contacted me regarding a letter from code enforcement. There is something wrong here. What was wrong here was the fact that he was interceding. The house again, grammar is his. House is 35 years old and does not meet codes. How can they correct the items listed within 10 days? Does Heather need more training or have letters reviewed before sending them out? Already we're attacking one of our staff members. There was no additional training needed. The shed was in violation, and we had a citizen complaint that we investigated. We didn't go out and ask for that complaint, nor did we want that complaint. We have better things to do. Yet, we went out and investigated it as if any one of these people sitting behind me were to bring forth the complaint. And quite frankly, most of them have. On September 21st, 2017, I attended a Chamber of Commerce meeting where I spoke on the Leon Valley business audit being conducted. Councilman Martinez was in attendance in the meeting at Henry Povitaco, as were the homeowners of the house with the illegal shed. After I finished speaking, I was followed out by Councilman Martinez, who stopped me in the parking lot. This was witnessed by Ms. Kinsler. Councilman Martinez stated, is there something we could do to make an exception for the family's storage shed? What am I being asked to do? I'm being asked to drop charges. I'm being asked to ignore another citizen's complaint. He stated, after 25 plus years of having the shed, we should be able to ignore this situation. Ignore the situation. I advised him that we had a citizen complaint on the shed and that the law as currently written does not allow a police officer to ignore it. Councilman Martinez advised that he was going to get with council and attempt to get a variance process placed in the code that would make exceptions for special circumstances. Special circumstances. What's special about it? Except that it's his friends. He stated not for everyone, just for special ones. I asked him how we were supposed to know what is a special circumstances and who was special. I further asked him if he would write down what laws he wanted us to ignore and give us a list of those people that were so special so that I could consider not enforcing those laws on special people. You know, I was being facetious. He did too. He stated, you know I can't do that. To which I advised him, then how do I know what laws to ignore and who to consider special? He smirked and walked away. I summarized this conversation in an email to Ms. Kinsler the following day. And it says, yesterday at the Chamber of Commerce meeting, Councilman Martinez pulled me aside and spoke to me about this very issue. This was in reference to an email that was sent by Mr. Martinez to you, Mayor, myself, Councilman Edwards, and Ms. Kinsler. Yesterday at the Chamber of Commerce, pulled aside, blah, blah, blah. Councilman asked if there's anything that could be done to make an exception for the storage shed that was built into the easement. The councilman stated he felt that after 25 plus years of having the storage shed, we should be able to ignore the situation. They had attended the council meeting and had asked if there was something that could be done outside of the Board of Adjustments. Outside the Board of Adjustments. I explained to them that they would have to speak to community development, as that is not my area of expertise. I explained the same to Councilman Martinez and reminded him that the incident was only being looked into because we have a citizen complaint. I further explained the law or code does not give me as a police officer the ability to ignore the law or the citizen. I explained to him that the proper way to go about rectifying the situation is to go through the Board of Adjustments and ask for a variance. He explained that process takes a long time and will cost them money as they have to get a survey of their property, like everybody else does. This was the same complaint that they had when we spoke inside Henry Puppy's Taco at the chamber meeting. Councilman Martinez asked again if there was ability for a variance. I explained to Councilman Martinez there is nothing that allows me to do anything more than I'm doing, which is not giving the citation for the legally placed structure. I had not given a citation. It had been 6 weeks, 5+ weeks at this point. We never took them to court. I explained to them that as long as they're working to resolve the situation, that I would not do so, meaning give him a citation. Councilman Martinez stated he was going to get with the council and attempt to get variance process placed in the zoning code that will make exceptions for special circumstances. He stated not for everyone, just for special ones. I shook his hand and told him good luck. I believe this is what drove the email below to us last night. Respectfully, Chief Savaggio. Please scroll up. I'll read this email. In accordance with the Code of Ordinances, Section 10.02035, variances by council, I believe as a city we need to take a hard look at the violation of their storage shed. Extenuating circumstances prevail. This storage shed building has been there for 28 years. I don't know how he knows that, because I repeatedly asked for them to bring us the documentation so we'd be able to consider that. They believe they received a building permit. I've been told Pat Wright, previous Public Works Director, approved this building. They in the city of Leon Valley cannot find any reference to a building permit. Normally, that would mean it didn't happen. To move the shed, a heritage tree must be removed, which is not true either. They need to remove the front porch. Due to the facts and the time frame involved, I believe this qualifies for a variance by council per section such and such. I'm copying David Edwards as a possible second to this request. Okay? Ms. Kinsler responded back to him, again, we need to be very careful about asking somebody to comply and others not. Even if the city council were to amend the current applicable zoning laws, we cannot grandfather any particular case into the the new code. At the next City Council meeting on September 30th, 2017, Councilman Martinez approached me in the council chambers before the meeting. He loudly and angrily stated, and we were standing right over there by that door, "You need to drop all charges against thee, as we lost all the paperwork and they should be grandfathered." I asked him how he knew we did that, and he stated, "Because they got permits and the city can't find them." I explained to Councilor Martinez that they can't produce any paperwork that shows when the structure was built or how long ago it was built. He stormed off to the dais, abruptly ending our conversation. Again, we've been working with this homeowner for more than 5 weeks, never gave a citation, and I had pleaded with these people, asking them, look, just bring the documentation of their claim, bring the permit or anything to show when it was erected. Nothing was ever provided, and to this day, as far as I know, have ever been provided. But Councilman Martinez took their side against the city. Against the city. It's not just the staff. This is the city that we're trying to protect. Took that stand against the city. Another bone of contention for Councilman Martinez and the police department is bandit signs. This was one of the first things he discussed with me as an issue in Leon Valley, even personally asking me a question on the subject during my interview for police chief. You can see tab 7, email dated August 27th, 2017. Council and city leaders as evidence of this claim, where I went back to y'all and said, hey, look, there's a bunch of signs we've picked up. Here's pictures. I know y'all wanted me to make this a focal point of our administration, is to clean up the bandit signs and the junk vehicles. That was the direction that I got from y'all. In fact, we won praise and admiration from the public and Councilman Martinez for picking up bandit signs that we found in the right-of-way throughout the city. And this includes emails from Councilman Martinez and calls from Councilman Martinez about bandit signs. That is until July 29th, 2017, when we picked up 2 yard sale signs found illegally placed along Seneca. The officers who picked up the signs did not know whom they belonged to, only that they were illegally placed in the public right-of-way. July 31st, 2017, Councilman Martinez wrote, the incident on Saturday, and we'll talk about the incident he's talking about, basically shut down so-and-so's yard sale. Well, his wife's. I placed 2 legal signs at the intersection of Rue Sophie and Seneca, and one at Evers and Seneca, and on Seneca across from Teles Tamales. Misspelled, it's his. About 4 o'clock, I went to retrieve my signs. The 2 from Rue Sophie and Seneca were missing. I picked up the other 2. These signs were placed legally according to the guidelines. I want both signs returned and an apology from whomever removed them. We have a law in the city. There's a process. City Council knows the process, and there could be a charge for returning signs. It's not what he said here. I want both signs returned and an apology from whoever removed them. The city manager responded to his demand, asking him if she had a permit, talking about his wife, for the yard sale signs. In response, he stated she did get a permit for the yard sale. He didn't answer the question. He even quotes from the city ordinance, section 3.04.015, number 5, which states, garage sale signs should not be placed in the right-of-way. Garage sale signs should not be placed in the right-of-way. It's amazing to include this section, considering that the signs were placed in the right-of-way. The city manager replied back to him on August 3rd, 2017, stating, Counselor, in an effort to close this out, I did return the signs to Pat during the council meeting on Tuesday night. I'll ask you, will we have done that for a citizen? I pick up signs, probably 100 a week, try to keep this neighborhood clean. I've never brought a sign to Ms. Kinsler and had it returned at council meetings. The 2 signs that were picked up were in a right-of-way, and there was a video of the sign, so I will simply file this away. Trying to get him to understand, right? That's not one he needs to take on. Instead of accepting that he was wrong and in violation, he instead begins questioning the right-of-way and states placing yard sale signs in this space should now be okay. These emails are here, as you can see. Over the next 2 years, Councilman Martinez repeatedly disagreed with anything having to do with the current ordinance dealing with political signs and bandit signs. Yet he refused to get a second and bring it in front of council. You saw an email earlier where he was quick to put on there, Councilman David Evers will second mine, and you'll see that several times. Why is this not being brought to council if there's such an issue? Despite having the ability to put the issue on the council agenda, he chose not to bring it up until it was time for his re-election, where he wanted to place signs on public property. He knows better. We talked to him about this the year prior. Despite having discussions about bandit and political signs for close to a year, he wouldn't provide any direction on what he saw as an issue. On April 10th, 2018, Councilman Martinez wrote an email to Ms. Kinsler and you, the mayor, stating, I would like this placed on the next week's agenda as an emergency item. It's an emergency item because Councilman Martinez wants to place his political signs on the city's property.
I'm sorry, which date was that? August 8th?
April 10th, 2018.
Where's that?
April 10th, 2018.
That's what I'm saying. There's not an election in
No,
August. I was
it's
confused.
the other way, I think. It's the other way.
Yeah.
Keep going. So, and as you can see, no, it was actually, scroll down, the first one is, that's right there was, so he took my April, hold on, I'm sorry, ma'am. He took my April 13th, 2018 email, so we know he got it. Scroll back up, please. April 10th, I'm sorry, on April 10th, he provides the ordinance for the city of Grapevine. This should solve our issues with political signs. This needs to be revised to mention Leon Valley. I'm asking David Edwards to be my second. I would like this placed on the next week's agenda as an emergency item. We didn't place anything on the agenda as an emergency item for any business that was wanting their signs the way they wanted them, or any citizen that wanted their signs. We didn't do that. Ms. Skinner says Councilor Martinez and Mayor Riley, Ms. Pasolay, and former Councilor David Edwards were all courtesy copied on this. An emergency item must involve the health, safety, and welfare of the citizenry. Would you like us to place this on the regular agenda item after we get Dr. Edwards' second? And what enhanced enforcement are you referring to on the sign issue so I can address it with Chief Savaggio and or Denise? Finally, just thinking out loud here, should we really attempt to change an ordinance involving political signs with its political season, or should we wait until after our election is over? Scroll up, please. Yep. We can wait provided political signs can be placed at the early polling places and at City Hall for Election Day. Notice the self-serving request instead of doing something to change the ordinance for all citizens, not just the politicians. Ms. Kinsler reminded him of the conversation from the year prior about this subject in that email when she states, reminder, the sign ordinance is no different this April than it was last April. I cannot ask the Leon Valley Police Department to allow violations of the law for a day. She went on to say, signs cannot be placed on city property per our city ordinance, our sign ordinance. If you would like to revise the city sign ordinance to add these sign zones, just let me know. These emails can be found, as you can see, I'm going to be at tab 7. On April 10th, in response to the emails above, I sent Councilman Martinez an email discussing the sign ordinance and his constant jab from the dais about enhanced enforcement. This repeated jab by Councilman Martinez is uncalled for. It makes the officers and I feel like we're doing something wrong by enforcing the laws that we are sworn to uphold. He did this as recently as a city council meeting on June 18th, 2019. Just our last meeting. I continuously ask for a definition of enhanced enforcement. Still don't have one. I spent hours providing a 7-page response about right-of-way, which had already been researched and provided to him previously by our city attorney. That's a lot of wasted time of your taxpayer money and these citizens' money here behind me. The next incident has already been talked about by Officer Patone during a statement and earlier tonight. But let me give you the rest of the story for you. On July 29th, 2017, around noon, Councilman Martinez saw an incident 4 houses down where police vehicles and officers were set up around a crime scene. Instead of staying away, allowing the officers to do their job, he proceeded to enter the perimeter and look around. All four corners of the incident were covered by police vehicles, but only 3 were manned by an officer. I readily admit, and I told this to Councilman Martinez, it's not what is best, but most of the time we only have 3 officers on duty that y'all provide us to secure the city. We were waiting on SAPD to come and man the 4th one. The street where Councilman Martinez came from was being watched from a distance by an officer. When Councilman Martinez walks into his view, 2 officers began giving clear and precise demands of get down and get on the ground. From one, just one, because we didn't want to waste the taxpayers' time here tonight. How many times did he say that? How many times did he say, get on the ground, get on the ground, get on the ground? When you don't get on the ground, when you're told to get on the ground, you're resisting arrest. When you don't get on the ground, when you're told to get on the ground, you're going to be put on the ground, especially in a high tense situation. Instead of complying with the uniform officer's direction, Councilman Martinez began to run from the officers. Councilman Martinez ran from an officers that are telling him to get on the ground. None of these officers knew what the suspect looked like, nor did they recognize Councilman Martinez. Not that it should have mattered. As the officers were catching up with Councilman Martinez, he began to holler, I'm a councilman, I'm a councilman. Even worse, as you saw, he's not getting on the ground as instructed. He got down on one knee.
Mayor.
He put his hands up.
Excuse me. Yes,
Can
sir.
we watch that video again that Chief is describing? Because that's
Sure.
not the way that I
Sure.
remembered it.
All right. Are you finished with your,
No, I'm not.
You can finish the statement on
you
this.
want to finish it and then we'll look at it? Let's do
Sure.
it that way. Yeah. Thank you.
Unfortunately, the officers were forced by his actions to take him to the ground to be handcuffed. Before the handcuffs were even applied, one of the senior officers arrived. He ran a little slower than the rest of them, and had him picked up off the ground, and they walked him home. So here's what else you don't see on the video. The officers at the location do a complaint of a violent felon who assaulted a female and a man with a gun. When the officers arrived, the male was inside the house, and they were presented with a female that had been viciously assaulted. The officers set up on the house and were preparing to try and call the suspect out when Councilman Martinez walked into the crime scene. There's lights on these cars, everything's going, and it is a tense situation. The officers, thinking it was the suspect was a Hispanic male with a beard, left their secure positions and were exposed to the suspect for at least a minute as they dealt with Councilman Martinez. They were exposed to the suspect with a gun for at least a minute as they dealt with Councilman Martinez. Had the suspect in this case wanted to harm officers, he would have had ample opportunity to do so. Thank God he didn't want to, as it could have been very bad. Instead of accepting responsibility, Councilman Martinez came in to give a statement that was nowhere close to the truth, to include hearing the word gun and an officer saying, I remember vaguely hearing something like, when I order you to lay flat, I mean it. This was yelled in anger. Any of y'all hear that today? Councilman Martinez also claimed he was in the process of getting to the ground. He brought these claims in a letter titled, as y'all described earlier, Police Use of Excessive Force, dated July 29, 2017. Scroll down, please. This is his first version that he brought in to come talk to my lieutenant and the detective. On page 2, he states, and this is what I really believe kind of sums up what we're going through with Councilman Martinez. Go to the next page, please. Well, actually, before you go back up. Look in the bold. I'm sorry, go back up or down. In capital letters, all the time I was yelling, I am on city council. That wouldn't be what I'm yelling. I'd be yelling, I'm getting on the ground. Not I'm a city councilman. Next page, please. Number 4, this was his questions he demanded to have answered. Number 4, why didn't the police capitalize listen when I was yelling, I'm on city council. Probably because they couldn't hear him, because they're hollering, get on the ground. This sums up what we're dealing with Councilor Martinez. He's somebody special, special circumstances, special people, day in, day out. Lieutenant Gonzalez and and Detective Brooks showed Councilor Martinez the body camera footage. Well, first they asked him, so if I told you that it didn't happen, as stated in that first statement, if I told you it didn't happen, what would you say? He said, well, you'd have to show me. Okay. So showing the councilman the body camera footage that y'all saw earlier. There's actually another one as well. It shows the officer never said the word gun, and they never said anything about when I say lie flat in anger. They also showed him where he went to his knee, but was certainly not on the ground when he was put on the ground. And how long was he given the opportunity, and how many times to get on the ground? As such, his final statement ends up being very different than the first. I'm not going to go through this completely. Councilor Martinez and I discussed the incident in front of the city manager a few days later. Next one, please. Keep going, please. Right there. So we agreed when Councilor Martinez was faced with the evidence and the truth, he agreed to withdraw the complaint, and we both agreed to use this as a lessons learned for everybody involved. And I truly meant that. My guys could have done better. I absolutely could have done better. But despite this, as Councilor Martinez was preparing to run for a second term in 2018, he began to fear the release of the video and began making claims that the recordings had been altered. Got this from Ms. Kinsler. It says, Councilman Martinez made allegations the body camera tape that Officer Bell was wearing this summer during the incident on Rousseau was altered. This is a serious allegation. Last week, Councilman Martinez accused the city of going on a witch hunt regarding so-and-so and insisted that we apologize for the witch hunt, which involved the signage at this location. These are both serious allegations. I'd like to request that the Public Corruption Unit of the FBI review these two cases for me in an effort to determine if either accusation is accurate. At bottom, as always, everybody expect to follow policy, code, and the laws of the state of Texas, the United States. I want to be able to either assure the council we're doing this or taking action against those that aren't. I can tell you that long before Ms. Kinsler asked me to do that, we had already done that. As councilors making that claim, we're forced to go through a lot of work to get Coben Technology to look at the tape and to verify it wasn't altered in any way. In addition, Coben Technology confirmed that they have a proprietary watermark on their video. I don't know what that is. That cannot be altered. I don't have that with me. I just ran out of time. But if council wants that video, that email from the company stating that they had reviewed it and they can't be altered, I'll gladly find it. Now we know we have it. Now, Mayor, Council, and both the public in attendance and online, I ask you, if this was truly political, why didn't all this come out in this political race in 2018? Why would we wait until 2019 when he's not running for office to bring these things forward? We could have been bringing this stuff forward all along. He's not running and wasn't running in 2019. So that political thing, I don't understand it. These are but a few of the issues I've personally had negative dealings with Councilor Martinez over the past 2.5 years. I've witnessed many of the other incidents or been immediately notified as to the incidents once it occurred. For instance, Lieutenant Gonzalez came to me the night of National Night Out and advised me of both the incidents between Councilor Martinez and Councilor Rodriguez. He told me about the comments made in October 2018 where he'd asked Dr. Rodriguez if he wanted to take a bath with her. I ask you, in today's society, who does that? Lieutenant Gonzalez also detailed for me in October 2017 where he provided the full story as to the conversation between Councilor Martinez and his wife that was detailed yesterday. Councilor Martinez, no. Ms. Martinez, it is never okay to talk about bending you over and licking chocolate ice cream, whipped cream, and sauce out of the crack of your derriere. That is not a private conversation when you have it while sitting in the front seat of a police car with one of my officers present. And it is not appropriate to do so in front of an employee of this city. It is behavior that I wouldn't allow from one of my officers, and it should never have happened. As you can see from last night, Lieutenant Gonzalez was embarrassed by these incidents and did not want to make a formal complaint, of which I accepted. Another incident that I want to address that were brought up yesterday and today are past incidents with Bobby Anderson, who is not, Councilman, a resident of Leon Valley. By far, hands down, not even close, he's the most hateful, abusive, and difficult customer our city has to deal with. His abuse of employees, of city employees, past and present, have caused our city administration to call officers to witness or stand by whenever he comes into the office. In the past, he's been told he can't come into the community development office without first making an appointment, just to keep him from abusing the young ladies working in the office. Chief Valdez spoke with him, and I was a witness. Chief Valdez explained to him that customer service is not being abused by the customer. He was advised that any further issues result in legal actions being taken. This is who Councilman Martinez chooses to advocate for against the city and the city staff, to include the young ladies working the front counter being abused. This is wrong, and is not the duty of a councilman to take sides in any legal discussions, which is what Councilman Martinez constantly does and refuses to stop or even accept that it's wrong. The last thing I want to point out is the dynamic that was expressed about once one person has the courage to speak up, others will follow. That is exactly what happened here. My officers weren't forced to complain. And Ms. Kinsler had nothing to do with him joining the complaint. That distinction is on me, as they both had previously complained about Councilman Martinez's behavior, but at the time did not want to turn it into a formal complaint. Nobody wants to be the first to complain, especially when you fear for your job, which, as I've explained and they've both explained, we all do. Once Councilman Rodriguez summoned up the courage to do so, I explained to both of them that she had complained, and they both readily requested to join the complaint. They were not forced. They were not coerced. They were given the opportunity. The city manager did not do this. It was me. And it had nothing to do with any conspiracy. It simply has to do with being tired of being mistreated, and there is strength in numbers when finally speaking out against this type of behavior. I stand ready for any questions.
It's after, you wanted to see the video again.
I just wanted to see the body cam, and then after that I would recommend that we dismiss until the next.
Okay, thank you. We'll talk about that. Let's see the video, please. Mr.
Please stop.
Hey, get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Let me see your...
Stop. That's at least 5 in that short period of time. He's on a knee. He's not getting on the ground, even though he's been ordered 5 times. The officer in the background is standing right in front of the door where the suspect was in that house.
Hands! Let me see your hands! Lay face down! Face down! Face down!
How many more times do you say, let me see your hands? Let me see your hands. Face down. Face down. He's telling him get on the ground. Keep going.
It looks to me...
Face down! Face down! Face down! Face down! Face down! Put your...
Chief, it looks like his hands are up when he's yelling, let me see your hands.
His hands are up.
Let me see your hands. Okay. Just want to...
Face on the ground! Right now! Get on the ground! All the way down! Face down!
Officer Bertone had to put him down because he was sitting there with his knee on the ground. He did not go to the ground. Never did.
Face down!
I don't know why. And how many times did you hear somebody mention the word gun? How many? You didn't? You didn't?
I am city council. I am city council.
Hold on, guys. Hold
I am city council.
So why you come right here?
I am city council.
He's city council. Well, he comes right here.
Stop the video. How long have they been standing in front of a house with a man with a gun? And why are they talking about he's city council? Not because they brought it up, because Councilman Martinez continuously brought it up. They should have cuffed him. The normal citizen would have been cuffed. But instead, he's asking for differential treatment. Keep going.
Hey, let's put him back to his house. Put him back to King's house. Go. Come on, we gotta go back to your house. We gotta get you back to your house. Where's your house? Where's your house? 6307? No. Oh, come on. We gotta get you back past this residence as quick as possible.
What's going on?
Okay. We have a situation.
Okay.
Do we remember it the same now, sir?
I just wanted to see that everything was the same as, this is the first time I'm seeing it. So
Yes, sir.
that's the second time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, it's about 10 after 10, and I think last night we finished about 10:22. So,
Mayor?
yes, sir.
May I ask something from the city council? I think I'm the last city employee to give a statement, and just in case I end up having to leave to New Mexico, I don't think mine will take more than 15 minutes. If I could go ahead and get mine on the record now, just in case I end up needing to leave the state.
Okay. Is that agreeable to everyone? So,
Well, before we move from there, Mayor,
won't be able to ask you any questions. Is that right? So how are we going to handle that?
I mean, it's up to you. I don't know how many questions you'll have afterwards. I think I can go through it pretty quick.
Yeah, but Mr. Martinez wouldn't be able to rebut you.
Sorry, when are you going to be back from?
I don't know.
Oh, is it? Okay.
My daughter's having a baby.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm trying to.
Well, but that we will create an incomplete record if we can't have you to come back to testify for rebuttal. So how should we handle that? Should we just wait, or I don't know, but.
Mayor, I actually, and I don't know what the council's temperature on this is, but if we're going to stop tonight, then the vast majority, if not all, of the next time we convene would be Councilman Martinez. We can't go to tomorrow. The open meetings act only lets us carry over one day, so we have to actually set it for another day. And I really don't want to drag this any longer, but under your ordinance, he's entitled to 14 days notice of any new documents. If you set it in 2 weeks, then he has the ability to, prepare his defense on everything that he's seen with the documents. And you come back then, and I don't know how long you're going to be gone, Ms. Kinsler, but I don't know if that will give you sufficient time to go and come back if they need to ask you more questions.
Actually, 2 weeks will be our budget hearing, so I just thought I'd probably have to maybe fly back for the second budget hearing. But I just don't know how many, so much of mine has already been actually admitted by Chief Salvaggio. Mine's really just a statement, so it's up to you.
But again, we've still go into questions, and then Mr. Martinez doesn't have an opportunity to question you. I mean, I think we'll be here till 11, at least, or longer. I don't know.
Well,
stay later.
Yeah, I'd find staying later. I'm the one that has to be here at 6:30 in the morning, so that's up to you all. Whatever you all. I don't want to personally delay the proceedings because I'm out of state. Just offering it up.
I'd like to finish up the complaints. At least we'll have that part over.
I'm okay with Ms. Kinsler giving her complaint tonight. You said about 15 minutes, and then
I think that's about right.
And then setting a date for the follow-up when Mr. Martinez can come back and respond to the complaints.
But my question hadn't been answered. Will you fly back then?
Yeah,
When we have
I'm going to fly
in
back
order
for
to-
budget meetings and whatever else I need
Okay,
to. If
so
that
just
ends up happening.
so we can have a complete record.
Have to figure
that
it
was
out.
my concern. Is
Just
that
if we could do it as soon as possible. Maybe I won't be gone, but I don't know.
Okay. All right, Chief, then we'll have to pass on you for questions, if y'all can remember all the questions you want to ask. We'll have to what?
Sorry, we can review the video to ask questions at the next
Oh,
meeting.
that's true. That's true. We could do that. Okay, So it's amenable for the council to ask Ms. Kinsler to give her 15-minute statement? Okay. And no questions? That'll be the next
Chief would be
meeting?
subject to recall.
You're subject to recall, and then Ms. Kinsler would be subject to recall. Okay. All right. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you,
I
ma'am.
appreciate it. And I believe you've given us a binder of what, your whole statement and all of the supporting documentation. Is that what's up here?
Yes, ma'am. It's everything you saw today. Y'all have a copy of that and my entire statement, so you shouldn't have to
Thank you.
watch it on video.
All right.
Give rebuttals.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you for affording me this opportunity. And yes, I will figure out a way to fly back to make certain that your hearing is complete. Since I'll have to be back on the 16th, 2 weeks certainly from yesterday would be the 15th, so then I would only have to fly back once. But whatever works for you, I'll make it work.
Thank you.
Sure. So, as a city manager of this great community, I am probably the individual with the most complaints against Councilor Martinez. However, I chose not to file an official complaint myself when others were. Why? Because I'm the city manager and I wanted to let the process run its course and hope for a positive outcome afterwards. I.e., I was hoping Councilor Martinez might change his abusive and demeaning behavior towards his fellow councilor, our employees. I've tried my best to stay out of the complaint process personally and report what is given to me, to handle this as properly as I know how, and to not be meddling in the investigation or creating any kind of conflict or perceived conflict in my position. However, I've changed my mind. What I have gotten for not complaining about all the times Councilor Martinez gave me direct orders rather than an order from the entire body, and about all the times he has been rude, unethical, and unprofessional towards me, I'll tell you what I got. I got blamed for orchestrating these complaints that have come before you. I believe you have witnesses before you that will tell you that I clearly did not orchestrate them, but in fact, Dr. Rodriguez told you that I continually asked her if she was certain about what she was feeling because I would need it to be documented and in writing. I also tried to steer clear of the investigation, except to provide to Mr. Henry what was requested and what he needed. I never offered an opinion, nor did I get myself involved. What else have I gotten as a result of trying not to file my own complaint? I've had Councilor Bradshaw, and we have the video of it, stating how we stooped so low as to come up with these allegations. Come up with these allegations. And you have notebooks upon notebooks of emails, and I'm not going to go through them all tonight because Chief Salvaggio did a wonderful job of going through many of them. I have had the mayor's husband call this, quote, a clear abuse of power that was organized by staff with the cooperation of 2 council members. I have had the mayor be interviewed on a television station stating that I did not have the authority to begin this investigation, after she and then you all received a 7-page legal memo outlining why I did have the authority, and after she knew I had consulted with the Texas Municipal League. If you look at my timeline, the mayor knew about this the same day that I spoke with the Texas Municipal League and with Mr. Henry. And Mr. Martinez knew about it within an hour and 8 or 13 minutes. What else have I gotten for not filing my own complaint? I have been put in a position of attempting to try to assure staff that their complaints would be heard, in spite of them sitting in a courtroom watching Mayor Riley and Councilor Bradshaw sit behind Councilor Martinez and support him as he sued the city of Leon Valley, represented by Darby Riley and Ed Cano. How, as a city manager, do I explain that to staff? How do I explain to this team that the mayor and Councilor Bradshaw are not biased when staff personally sits there and witnesses these things? I have had an officer who served, and this is on tape, an officer who served Councilor Martinez with the complaints, explaining to the officer how I needed to be fired for this when he looked at the documents that were being served to him. The staff, the uninvolved counselors, and I have been targeted on social media by a very loud minority who have slandered us and who have inundated your city secretary with so many open records requests that she is unable to keep up with her job. What else have I received for not filing a complaint? I've had to try and maintain the morale of a team who is extremely supportive of each other, who puts in many, many more hours than the city pays them to. Why? Because they care. And who is on this same staff that cares so much is unsure as to why the treatment of them has been turned into victimized rather than accused. I will, with satisfaction, though, thank the many members of this community who contact us regularly to support us. What else have I received for not filing a complaint and attempting to stay out of this? I have watched Councilor Martinez himself explain to the media how I orchestrated these complaints and how I was on a witch hunt. This investigation somehow became my fault. You saw repeated emails, and there are so many more in your notebooks, where I literally beg Councilor Martinez to follow the charter. I beg him to follow the law. So many times. I started this job in September of 2015. By November of 2015, I was already concerned with Councilor Martinez's ethics regarding our phone system in Leon Valley. He has asked for documents he should not have. You have copies of those emails. He has spoken with vendors before an award was given and interfered with transactions. By 2016, Councilman Martinez was already being accused by the former city attorney, Roxanne Cotroneo, of lying, misrepresenting facts, and yelling at her on an issue regarding the Leon Valley Economic Development Corporation and the Chamber of Commerce. Councilor Alcacer actually walked into Ms. Cotroneo's office while Councilor Martinez was yelling at her towards the end of this confrontation. And finally, I asked Mayor Riley to intercede and have him stay out of the LVEDC and Chamber of Commerce issue. And there's an email in your books regarding this. He also asked Assistant City Manager Caldera and I to use a particular company in 2016, and we explained that we must go to the entire body for these types of decisions regarding vendors. In 2017, things continued to deteriorate. There were approximately, and I'm not going to go through each of them because you have them in your books, there were approximately 11 instructions for either me or one of my teammates, but primarily me, to do things that should have been a council decision, not singular. I repeatedly explained to Councilor Martinez that policy decisions must come before this entire board and not just a single counselor. And almost every time I did this, I copied Mayor Riley to ensure she was in the loop. I also explained to him on several occasions that I was concerned about him violating the charter by giving me instructions rather than coming to me through the body. One time, he interfered with a contract, an attempt to interfere into a criminal investigation. One incident of not obeying a lawful command by a law enforcement officer during what was believed to be a hostage situation that you just saw. 3 misquotes or misrepresentations of the law during 2017. Inappropriate contacts with the tribbles who had sued the city of Leon Valley, which ultimately led to him asking Chief Salvaggio in my presence at Henry's Puffy Tacos to ignore the law in this case. He also was with me at a grand opening of an African restaurant in 2017, warning me that if we did not stop the Tribble case, he's already been in discussion with them. We are going to be sued, that we were going to get served that week, and it was going to be for $100,000. I have no idea where the $100,000 came from, but that was what I was told. And guess what? We did get sued. To this day, that case has not been resolved. By 2018, the city's police department was accused by Councilor Martinez of altering video footage of the incident at Russo Fee and Seneca and mishandling an incident at the Pilgrims Cleaners. I referred this complaint to the district attorney's office, who had it looked into and who found that neither the video footage was altered nor did the police department do anything wrong with the Pilgrims Cleaners case. 2018, it continued. The Community Development Department also alleged in early 2018 that Councilor Martinez was unprofessional and unethical. He raised his voice to them and advised him how they should grandfather in the aquarium so they didn't have to comply with city codes. He said the previous city manager had grandfathered them in. You have an email in your book about this. This was complaints from Nina Nixon Mendez and Felicia Novan. He also is accused of angrily giving directions to the same department on the U-Haul rezone and the Mr. Rubio case by various staff members who were there at the time. By February of 2018, Councilor Martinez is warned by me about not giving direction to staff and how this is contrary to your home rule charter. Right after this, Nina Nixon Mendez resigns and explains to me in a letter that that she has never been treated with this much animus by a counselor in her 22 years of practicing. She left very angry that Councilor Martinez treated her with such disrespect and that he gave her direction to approve permits which in her professional opinion should not have been approved. The Assistant Community Development Director resigned shortly thereafter and explained that one of the reasons she was resigning was the inaccurate and legal analysis always provided by Mr. Martinez and her dissatisfaction with Councilor Martinez's actions towards staff. You also have those in your packet. Councilor Martinez in 2018 also gave direction to staff, or to me actually, that should have come from the body repeatedly. One time direction was given to me, and you have this email, to give Andy Garcia a promotion or more money to keep him so he would not resign. Councilor Martinez was given misinformation by a citizen on why Mr. Garcia resigned, and to this day, our city enjoys a great working relationship with Andy Garcia and Bexar County. 2018 also was the year when Councilor Jordan admonished Councilor Martinez of his treatment towards staff at the dais, bullying, misrepresentation of facts, and his temper tantrums on the dais. You have that email in my book as well. There were several more misrepresentations of the law and the code in 2018. There are accusations of the police department being hard-nosed about the sex offender ordinance. Keep in mind, as they're being hard-nosed, these are convicted sex offenders. We're not being hard-nosed. Our department is not being hard-nosed. You created an ordinance for sex offenders to stay away from the park and the library. Convicted sex offenders. There were instructions given to me for the library cabling project. Although I really tried to believe that Councilor Martinez was trying to help, he interfered by literally writing out the statement of work and said he wanted 3 or 4 companies to compete for the project. Again, something the staff should have been doing. In 2018, I was personally contacted by Councilor Martinez on my Facebook page regarding an impounded car that he interfered in. He said he would have to pay for this because he is supporting another woman and her child. In this case, he directly tried to interfere with the officer's citation and impound, and you heard earlier, Chief Salvaggio confirmed this. In July of 2018, there was controversy over our police chief beginning to wand patrons for meetings. Our chief had reasons for his actions, and he runs security for this building according to our personnel manual, which was approved by you, the council. Chief Salvaggio, our officers, and I were continually belittled for doing this rather than thanked for our attempts to ensure the safety of all residents and council. Councilor Martinez was certain that the chief's professional opinion that security was needed was a policy decision. We went ahead and brought it before this body just to attempt to calm things down. However, I am still 100% convinced that you approved the policy manual, which appoints the chief of police to act as security of this building, and he should have acted, and he did. In late 2018, I was told to stop being the charter police by Councilman Martinez, and that we should be flexible with the charter. You have that email as well. I was told in this same email that the charter was a guide only. The charter actually is the constitution for the city of Leon Valley. There was interference with the company in 2018 on our library cabling project. There were issues with Councilor Martinez carrying a gun into city council meetings where he misquoted the previous city attorney who she claimed that he could, and you've seen that already. In late 2018, I received a concern from Chief Salvaggio as I was literally told by Councilor Martinez in front of the chief that I could order the chief to drop a case, and it was a case that had to do with Martinez's very good friend and longtime volunteer. Chief Salvaggio also was concerned about Dr. Edwards and Mayor Riley's interference with this case, and with Mayor Riley attempting to get the citizen who was the offender legal help. And Chief Salvaggio talked to you about that earlier. Finally, after I turned over the staff complaints, Councilor Martinez took it upon himself to turn a complaint over to several media outlets about me. This is a personnel matter, and it's retaliatory, and it should have been handled as a complaint by this board rather than distributed to the media outside of this room, a complaint I saw for the first time from the media. I have given you a notebook for consideration, not for charges, but to corroborate what the staff and the counselor have been going through. There's a timetable in front of this notebook which should coincide with my summaries of each of the calendar year. And that's why I'm not going to take up or waste your time to rehash any of these emails, because you've seen most of them. Most of them you already had. And by chance, if there's any that you haven't seen, they're outlined and formatted for you in the notebooks that I gave you.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions?
I don't believe we're going to ask questions. Is that what we decided? Just
No,
to
I
wait?
think we'll wait for whenever, but thank you. For your
Thank you.
Mhm. Okay. So did you say 2 weeks?
That's my recommendation.
Okay.
He needs 14 days at least to, process and prepare. Yeah. So.
She needs the
Sorry,
microphone.
yeah. Every city's different. I have to remember where the mics are. The ordinance allows him 14 days notice of the documents that are used, and while many of the ones provided he has been given, and I have an index of all the things that he has been given, there are several new ones here. So if that gives him the opportunity to prepare his defense for everything, and then you can kind of include everything in your discussions. But that's just my suggestion.
Okay. So That would be
And that'd
July
be-
17th.
Yeah, can,
I don't know what day that is.
15th, would 15th be workable? Or is that, because he got the documents
Not the
yesterday?
14th day.
Well, today's the
Is this, what
the
day is
3rd.
the 17th?
The 17th is a Wednesday.
But he got the documents yesterday.
But he got some today. There's 1 or 2 today.
I don't think any of them from Silvagio were
Or
new.
new, okay.
Well, Ms. Kinsler will be here on the 15th for budget hearing, and she only wanted to fly in once, if that's workable.
That's going to be the 16th, not the 15th. The 16th is our council meeting.
Because you don't count the,
Mhm.
yeah, no, it couldn't be the 15th. That's, and not unless he would
Yeah.
consent to
Or
it.
you could stay to the 17th, right?
From the text I just got, it's not looking like it. But could we do mine before the budget hearing? Is that possible? Because that's 2 weeks.
Well, I mean,
I
technically,
thought the 312 had to be a special meeting.
the 312 does have to be a
Right.
special meeting.
So could we call the 312 the special meeting before the budget meeting, an hour or two before, an hour before, and then continue it just like we did this time into the next day? Because then you get
Yeah,
Tuesday and Wednesday.
As long as you're not gonna, we'd still need a different one for his presentation. So,
Right.
but you could do one just for any rebuttals or anything you have for Ms. Kinsler, which would be short. And he could hear that, and then, a different meeting that's after the 16th, so that he can actually present everything. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Or you just have to figure out another one sometime after the 16th.
Well, let's do it 15th and 16th, that way they can coincide, be like a continuation.
I mean,
Can't do it on the 16th because we have our regular city council meeting that night before,
No,
starting
I
at
mean
6
the
o'clock.
16th and the 17th.
Yeah.
So do that, do it like the 5 o'clock on the 16th and continue 5
Into the
o'clock on the
17th?
17th.
And the 16th would only be Ms. Kinsler?
Yes.
I'd say Ms. Kinsler and Chief Savaggio. Right, we
Okay.
didn't question.
Okay,
Chief-
so like your rebuttal questions of those two?
On the 16th, yeah.
Okay,
I see.
let's hear from Mr. Martinez.
You can also FaceTime me in. That would help.
You have to remember, I have a business to run. My business closes at 5 o'clock. I have customers. My customers are number one. So it makes it even a 5:30 meeting makes it very hard for me to get here on time. So think about that, please.
Okay.
Why can't this go on to, 14 and 3 is 17. Our council meeting is on the 16th. Why can't it be the 17th and 18th? What is the rush, Monica? Why are you so hard-nosed about this?
Me.
No, Mr. Martinez, it's not Ms. Alcacer, it's Ms. Kinsler's schedule that we're looking at.
If it's, I know legally I can do that. I can just FaceTime in.
Yes, legally, that can still count as you providing testimony if you have particular,
Yeah.
questions for her at that time. It's up to you how you want to do it.
Are we able to put it on the big screen or no? The last time it was just right here.
Crystal, use your mic, please.
I can put her on the large screen as long as you don't have a subsequent PowerPoint going at the same time. But she doesn't have to comply with the Open Meetings Act in regards to the guidelines of the audience being able to see her. That's for council only. So we can get I can get an iPad or something, and she can FaceTime in that way if the council so chooses, whichever you would like.
Okay.
I can stick her on a phone and just put her up there. I mean,
And she may be here, but it's, from what I'm reading, and I might probably not. I'll be here for the budget meeting. I'll make that happen.
So the budget meeting's on the 16th.
Oh, excuse me.
Sorry. And how long does that normally take? Is that all night?
It's a regular city council
City
meeting.
council meeting, okay, so probably not doing the same.
It'll be the budget plus
Well,
other stuff. We
Yeah,
just.
I would
just
recommend we
don't forget.
do budget meeting on the 16th and then 17th, 18th. Continue this 312, and if needed, Ms. Kinsler can FaceTime in.
Yeah, and if before then, I'm going to drive all night the 16th, and so I should be available the 17th and 18th. As soon as council's over, I'm leaving, so, unless something happens before then.
Okay.
And so, Mr. Martinez, would 5:30 still, I know it's tough, but you've been able to make the 5:30, so can we still keep it at 5:30 on the 17th and 18th?
I will make the 5:30.
Okay, thank you.
That'd be fine.
Appreciate it. Okay, so what I hear, the schedule then would be, we will reconvene the 312 hearing, or continue the 312 hearing on July 17th and 18th, beginning at 5:30. And, well, I'm just wondering who.
Mr. Bradshaw, is that a motion?
Yeah, I was just going to say, do we
I
need to
was
make a
gonna
motion?
say,
I'd like to make a motion, we begin, reconvene the 312 hearing on July 17th at 5:30, and with the, I guess, the option to recess and reconvene on the 18th.
Okay. Is there a second?
I second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Bradshaw and a second by Councilor Charles to reconvene the 312 hearing on July 17th at 5:30, with the option of going to the 18th if we need it at 5:30. Just a point of discussion, we would begin then with Chief Savaggio's questioning, because that's where we left off, and then Ms. Kinsler's after that.
Yeah, we've asked all the council, but I don't think anybody's considered whether or not Dr. Rodriguez was available.
Okay,
I don't
I'm
know.
sorry. Dr. Rodriguez, are you available? Okay, thank you. And who else? Okay, that's it. Yeah, got it. Thank you. Okay, so all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? The motion does carry, but I just wanted to be sure we got the list in order down. So it'll be Chief Savaggio questions, then Ms. Kinsler questions, and then Mr. Martinez's rebuttal of all of the complainants.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Good evening.
Before you vote?
See you tomorrow. No, we already voted.
I will not be here the 17th. I'll actually be out of town in Boston for a training starting the 14th and will not return until August 1st.
Oh, no.
So I can do it from FaceTime as well, but I wanted to make sure everybody was fully aware of that. I just heard in the back what time or the date you were setting it for.
Okay. Prefer people to be here live, but if that's the situation, then it'll be, you'll be the first witness then. Are you available at 5:30 on the 17th in your conference, or?
It's a class. I'll tell them it has to be, I'll have to be
Are
available.
you finished though at 5?
I have no.
Oh, you don't
It'll
know
be
yet.
7:30 there.
Yeah,
No,
different
6:30
time
there.
zone.
Be
Yeah.
6:30 in
Yeah.
Boston.
Mhm, yeah.
So I would hope it is. If not, I'll skip class. I've done that before.
Thank you. All right, thank you all. All right, so we're adjourned at 10:42 on July the 3rd. Happy July 4th. We hope to see y'all tomorrow at all the festivities. Good evening.